Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of soup chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize the messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. There's going to be a slight moderation delay on the TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch. That's shop.whatever.com. If you like it, you get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the USA. Absolute tragedy. It's the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have Clips channels. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Also, speaking of which, in the Discord, there's the BTS tab. We got the wall of whatever. If you want to play bingo, we got a bingo card, whatever bingo. And then for all the geriatrics out there, also World of Warcraft. Andrew's a little behind here, but boys, we rolled. I'll pull it up later. We rolled on Night Slayer, PvP Realm Night Slayer, went live Thursday, November 21st. We're playing Horde. If you want to join the guild, the whatever guild is, so you can either try to find an officer online in game if you want to join, but best would be to join the Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. We're almost fully booked for our Molten Core raid on December 12th, 6 p.m. Pacific time. We're going to be playing hardcore, boys, so no like fucking casuals, no dads, like we need you guys pre-bis, 300 engineering. We need what else? Full consumes, full world buffs. And we're going to be doing aiming for 90-minute clears to begin, and then less than 60-minute MC clears. So this is obviously going to help you out with dating. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Gianna. I'm from Los Angeles. I'm 18, and I'm a model.
All right. Any school? You go to school at all? Or
I study psychology.
At a university, city college?
Online right now.
Okay. All right. What about you?
And hang on. What kind of model?
I do runway.
Runway model.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Sina. I'm 18. My occupation, I do OnlyFans, and I'm in school for engineering.
All right, welcome back. And you're from where again? Canada. What province or whatever? Montreal or?
Ontario.
Do they speak French there? Or?
You're taught French, yeah.
Okay, got it. What about you?
My name's Lexi. I'm from California, and I'm a student at UCSB, and I'm 18.
All right. What are you studying at UCSB?
Bio.
You want to be a doctor or?
A PA.
Physician assistant. Okay. Got it. What about you?
Hi. I am Poss. I am 21. I currently work at a dental office, not taking courses in school at the moment, but I will be back next semester.
What were you studying?
I was studying math and architectural engineering. Very different
We're
from
getting
dental.
Audio issues.
Yeah, I don't hear anything, but
sorry, guys.
Oh.
How long has the audio issues been bad, man? You gotta be keeping an eye on that. You would have, guys. Has it been bad since the Has the audio been bad since the beginning? Right side. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay. Hold on, guys. Give me just a sec. Tiffany, why don't you do a dance or some Is it only... It's only that one camera. I'll get it fixed. Tiffany, do like a dance or like a Irish jig or something while I'm
Do you like disco? I don't know.
You can do the Macarena.
There's a lot riding on you right now, Tiffany. We're counting on you to keep the show going while Brian fixes his problem.
We can start a worm.
That might be mine.
Sorry, guys.
Oh.
Somebody forgot to silence their phone, too. Good job.
Okay. Well,
We'll wait for Brian. We're waiting on this dance. Where's this no dance?
This angle.
we're not doing the dance.
Yo, Tiffany, ask if it's this angle.
What angle?
Ask the audience if it's this angle.
Is this the angle? I don't see the chat, so.
Wait, that's considered right side? This is left?
I think so. I don't know. I still have to do like the whole left.
Yeah,
From the viewer's perspective, you're on the right.
And
And
then
then
Brian's
side of the table would be the left side.
It's this.
Oh.
That should be fixed. All right. Okay, we're doing a quick test. Was it on this angle here? So, chat, was this the issue? And is apparently Andrew still echoing?
Testing.
There's an echo. Is there an echo for Andrew? I'm trying to think what that could be. I think I know what it is. I will be right back. Okay, keep dancing or the.
I'm not gonna dance.
You're terrible, Tiffany.
Do you want to sing instead?
Does anyone else want to dance?
I mean, can we get some music?
I think Abby's a pretty good dancer, actually.
No, I think there's no dancing happening here. He left it to you guys to carry the show.
Andrew, how about
Yeah.
you dance?
Yeah.
You failed. I don't know how to dance.
Well, you can start by learning. Everyone starts somewhere.
Yeah, but shouldn't I learn how to do it before I try to do it?
No, not necessarily.
Jump right in.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll tell you what, that sounds like a good idea. How about you go ahead and show me, and then I'll know.
Okay. All right, guys. Is it better? Is it better? One in the chat if it's better. It should be. Do we need to redo the entire introduction, or like were you guys able to hear the intros? Yes, if you were able to hear the intros, or one in the chat. That's not going to make any sense. No. Redo intros? Do we have to redo the intro? Don't redo. Okay. Okay. What about you? Sorry, guys.
My name is Yunoya. I'm 20 years old. I live down in Korea, so I actually am only here temporarily. And then I'm a model and dancer, but I studied psychology when I was in university.
You studied dancing, you said?
I studied psychology when I was in uni.
Okay, and you like grew up in Korea?
No, I kind of moved like every couple years.
Wait, like South Korea?
Yeah.
No way.
What other Korea would she have?
I would
You think she was
hope.
in North Korea?
One of your parents a soldier or missionaries?
No, to put it politely, my mom had lovers, so we moved a lot.
Wait, your mom had what?
Many lovers, many.
Okay. Like, what about Vietnam or like Cambodia? Also, any other like Asian countries or?
Not Asia. No, I chose to move to Korea of my own accord.
But you said you're from Korea, right?
No, I live down in Korea. It's my home now.
You live there currently?
Yes.
Okay.
When'd you move there?
The second time around, about 4 months ago.
Okay. But like, where did, I guess when you grew up, was it like California or?
No. I grew up partially between Missouri and then the Czech Republic.
Okay. And you said your mom dated a lot, or can you clarify what you mean by that?
She is 42 and is on her 5th husband, and that is basically what that is.
Are they all Korean?
No, they're all white.
Oh. So she meets white guys in Korea?
She lives in Florida.
Oh.
You're really stuck on this Korean thing, Tiffany.
Well, yeah, because I'm Korean.
Oh, okay.
I was there this summer.
Florida, then, if she's in Florida, how'd you end up in Korea, though?
I moved out of my family's home when I was about 14 because I graduated high school at the age of 14 and went to university.
Yeah, but how did you end up in Korea, though?
I wanted to move there, so I got up and I moved there.
What made you want to move there?
I've always been fascinated with the culture. My grandpa was stationed there for a while when he was in the military. And he always told me stories, so I really liked it.
And you said she had 5 husbands?
I think she's on her 5th husband
On
now.
the 5th husband?
Yeah.
And then in between the husbands, she was like dating a lot?
I guess so.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Ellen. I'm 18 years old and I'm a student at UCSB.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from LA.
LA. And what are you studying at UC?
Psych and Brain.
Psych and Brain. All right. What about you?
My name's Avantika. I'm 23. I live in LA and I'm a nursing student.
All right. Did you do undergrad somewhere? Or what did you study?
I just did prereqs for nursing. I guess nursing is my main degree. Yeah.
So you got a bachelor's in
healthcare.
Healthcare. Okay. And and you're from LA, 23. All right. What about you?
My name's Alyssa. I live in San Diego. I model, do OnlyFans and Playboy. So.
All right. Age?
I am 26.
All right. Welcome. What kind of stuff do you do on OF? Is it BG content, solo content?
Both.
Both? Okay. Have you done any work in the traditional adult entertainment industry?
I have a Pornhub account, but I don't upload anything on it. So.
Okay, but have you shot for any any of the big production companies or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right, Tiffany, what about you?
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm 19. I go to UCSB and I'm double majoring in poli-sci and econ.
All right, welcome everybody. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist, and I enjoy doing conversations and debates of all types across the internet. And welcome all of you to the Whatever Studio. Looking forward to the conversation.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Going around the table once more, what is everybody's current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Currently single.
Okay.
I've been single for a few years, I would say. And longest relationship was 4 years.
Longest relationship, 4 years. You've been single for... how old were you when... so you were like 14 when you guys broke up?
Yeah.
So you've been single since...
No, like 14 to like 18. Yeah.
You just said you've been single for a few years.
Yeah.
You're 18.
Yeah, it was my longest, but I've been single for that long. You get what I'm saying? Like
when did the relationship end?
When I was 18.
But you're 18 currently?
Yes.
And you said you've been single for a few years. Make it make sense for me, okay?
I guess I'm more so saying that I was single and then but that was my relationship prior. I guess I'm trying to explain more.
So how long have you been single for then?
I guess we could say a few months then, I feel.
Oh, okay. So the relationship that ended a few months ago then, that was your 4-year relationship?
Yes.
Hello? Can we... I'm just curious. Can somebody just say whose phone was that?
I think it might be mine.
Okay, so you've been single for a few months. The 4-year relationship ended a few months ago.
Yes.
Who broke up with who?
It was mutual.
It was mutual.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys met at like 14 then?
Yeah.
And then
Like baby.
was it on again, off again?
No.
Okay, so it was consistent for the 4-year period. It ended a few months ago. So 3 months? What does a few months mean? 3 months ago?
Yeah, I would say 5 maybe.
Okay, all right. And it was a mutual breakup.
Yes.
For what reasons was it? Did the breakup occur?
He moved away, so.
Long distance. Okay, all right. Have you been dating at all since the end of the relationship?
No, I like single. I prefer it.
Okay. So there's been no guys. There hasn't been a rebound. There's nothing. You haven't even hung out with somebody at all.
No.
Nothing. Okay.
No.
All right. What about you?
My longest was 1.5 years. I've been single since high school.
So, a year? Okay. All right. What about you?
I've been single for about a month or 2 now, and my longest relationship was 2 years.
Was that the one that ended 2 months ago?
No, that relationship was almost a year.
Okay. So the one that most recently ended, who broke up with who?
I kind of more so broke up with him.
Okay. And then the 2-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I also broke up with him.
Why?
Bad comms for both of them, I'd say.
Bad comms? Bad communication? Okay. In what way were you a bad communicator?
I don't know, just things weren't... My 2-year relationship was a while ago, but the more recent one, it was... he was still in high school, and we just got into long distance. And so, yeah, it just made things hard.
He's still in high school?
Yeah.
And you're in college currently?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I'm trying to think here. You've been single for 2 months. Any other prospects in the picture?
I mean, I've made friends.
What does that mean?
Like, I've made friends, and I hang out with people, but nothing super serious.
Like sneaky link?
I wouldn't say that. Just like, oh, do you want to go here? And like going to parties and stuff and just hanging out.
Okay. But is there a romantic interest, an underlying romantic interest in any of these people you just hang out with, or?
I'd say there could be, but I'm still pretty fresh off a breakup, so not
okay
right now.
All right. Okay. Pos, what about you? What's the update?
I was gonna say that's so sweet because you meant like genuine friends. I was like, friends? Do you mean like friends with benefits?
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, like friends with benefits? It's okay. You know?
No.
You've not hooked up with any of them?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I've been dating. My longest relationship was 2 years. I've never been broken up with. That ended because we got to the point where he wanted an open relationship, but it was just like one-sided.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. No go for me. It's 50-50 if we're doing that.
Yeah, and so you were kind of, last time you were on the show, you were talking about how you were like in this sort of long-term, complicated situationship with a fuckboy. 7-year. It's a 7-year situationship. And he recently, post-show, asked you to be his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Was it because you watched the show?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of like suspicious about that. I've had a lot of people that I know watch my last one, including my dad. So if you're seeing this, hi, Dad.
Shout out, Dad.
Yeah.
W Dad.
I'm actually really close with him. But yeah. No, I hung out with him a little bit ago, and I was just like on top of him, and he just was staring at me, and I was like, what? Yeah.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Not even like in a sexual way, but I was just like on top of him, and he was just like staring at me. I asked him like, "What's up?" And he literally just whispered, he said, "I think I'm in love with you," and then went on and on about how he was thinking about like wanting to, you know, be my boyfriend and stuff, ask me out and all of this jizz. I froze. I didn't say anything for maybe 5 minutes.
Wait, all of this what?
All of this jizz. I don't know.
Wait, all of this what? Is that
just like I just meant like all of whatever he was saying.
all of no? But what was
Like the conversation.
Yeah, what was the word?
Jizz.
Is that like a new
saying.
term? Are people saying that?
It's a saying.
New jizz? Bro, that's fucked up. Okay. All right. What the fuck? Okay, so
No, I said no. Even though I've wanted it for so long.
wait, if I recall, weren't you guys like done last time you were on the show?
Probably, but you know, we come back.
Oh, you said it was like over. Finito. And you were on top of him.
Yeah.
And there was jizz. Not literal, figurative.
Not literal
figurative
jizz.
jizz.
Maybe later, but
Wait, is this a word? Is she pulling my?
It's my first time ever hearing it used.
This is like
Really?
Zoomer term, like.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like my first time hearing it, but it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
I say it
Yeah.
all the time. I don't know
there you
what you're
go.
talking
I think it's like
about.
kind of like old school, kind of like.
No.
I think it is.
It means. Oh my. Like what's the next term going to be? Like all that queef. Like man, all that queef just being.
Yeah, the old term is all that jazz, not all that jizz.
Did you mean jazz? I think she meant jazz.
The old term is all that jazz.
Oh,
not-
maybe.
Definitely not
fuck?
all that jizz. Those are very different meanings there.
Similar.
No, not similar. Okay, that's crazy. All right, well, okay, so all right, you guys got back together or whatever for the 50th time.
Yeah, probably the most committed.
And all that, you know, Brian, and all that jizz.
And all that jizz, yeah.
And all that jizz. Yeah.
You said in your notes here, you said no to him.
Yeah.
Ask me again when you're sober.
Has not happened.
So he was drunk or on drugs
Yeah.
or both.
Yeah. No, he didn't like
What was he on?
just alcohol. We had like 2
Okay.
bottles of wine.
Just a casual 2
Yeah.
bottles of.
Red wine
How much
night.
does he weigh?
I don't know. He's like pretty beefy though.
Like 2 bottles. Like what you like? You're less than 100 pounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so he was drunk. He was like, "I think I love you,"
Mhm.
but then you're like, "No, you're drunk. Ask me when you're sober," and he hasn't asked you since.
It
Is
was-
that the last time you saw him?
No, he dropped off a book this morning for me. So I saw him earlier today.
Just a book.
Just literally just a book, yeah.
Just a
before he
book.
went to work.
Okay. And you were recently. Actually, we'll come back to your sexual ankle injury. We'll come back to that. Was it with him or different guy?
No, it was definitely with him. I feel like he's watching this. I haven't told him. I
About
gave him like a whole different story because I didn't want to embarrass him.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get into that in a bit. But relationship status?
I am taken. I'm in a relationship, but my longest relationship was about 3 years, give or take, maybe 2.5.
How long's your current?
It's about a month now.
And is he in Korea or?
Yes.
Okay. Is he Korean?
Yes.
Okay. And your 3-year relationship, who broke up with who?
We kind of just stopped seeing each other. I don't think anyone said like I'm breaking up or I'm breaking up. We just kind of went no contact. So.
All right. What about you?
I'm currently single, but wait, this is like low-key embarrassing. My longest relationship was only for 3 months.
3 months? Okay.
Yeah.
And you've been single for how long?
For probably a couple years then. Yeah.
So that was like maybe you were 15 or 16? The
Yeah.
3-month one. So you've been single for 3 years, you said? Or
I just had a couple years, maybe several years at that point.
So you've been single for a couple years?
Yeah.
Okay. Longest anything was 3 months, is that correct? Or have you had like situationships complicated for longer?
I had like a situationship.
For how long?
Since like December.
2023?
Yeah.
Is that ongoing?
Sorta.
Okay. That's in LA? Or
Yeah,
here?
we just go to different schools, so we were like, we weren't quite sure.
Okay. So when's the last time you saw him?
I saw him right before I came here to school, so September.
Okay. And are you guys, I mean, holidays are coming up. Maybe you're going back to LA. You guys going to link up or?
Yeah, I think we're going to meet sometime this week.
Okay. And are you wanting more from this? Does he want more? What's the status?
I just feel like we need to like see where we are because, you know, college is like a big adjustment. So I don't want to get into something if I'm not fully ready. And I think likewise for him.
Okay. While you've been here, since you've been here since September, maybe you've been here for about 2 months now, have you been seeing anybody here?
No, I haven't.
No first date?
I went on one date. I don't know if it was actually a date, but it was like, okay, we just went to grab food. So
okay.
Maybe.
Have you hung out with him subsequently, or was it just that one time?
No, it's just that one time.
Has he been wanting to hang out with you again?
I think I like cut it off after the first time. Yeah.
All right. And are you in a sorority or anything like that?
No, I'm not.
Anybody here in any Greek life or anything like that, sorority? Okay. And what about any like casual things, any sneaky links?
Nothing right now.
You only got eyes for the guy in LA, I guess. Okay. And you said that's been going on for a year.
Yeah.
So you were in the same city for a period of 8 months, 10 months?
Yeah.
How often would you guys hang out?
Like every day.
Every day?
Like nearly. Well, we lived really close together.
Did you guys go to like high school together? Or?
Yeah, we went to high school together.
Okay, and you guys would hang out every single day? Pretty much.
Or like we'd hang out, like pretty much.
And even during the summertime?
Yeah, I think it was just like proximity, like he just lived really close.
Leading up to you coming to school here back in September, like for the month before you coming here, were you hanging out with him every single day?
Like nearly.
Nearly, almost every single day.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so you guys hung out almost every single day for like 10-month period. But you said your longest boyfriend-girlfriend, you were boyfriend-girlfriend for 3 months, is that correct?
Yeah.
But this was in like high school,
This was in like high school, yeah.
Okay. But the situationship, you did not consider him boyfriend?
Yeah, I don't think he's like my boyfriend because
you guys hung out every single day for 10 months.
But we didn't like make it official.
Did you want it to be official and he turned you down, or was it mutual?
I think it was just like I needed time, and I think he gave me that time to kind of think about it.
Wait, so he was pushing for a relationship and you turned him down?
It wasn't like that. I just feel like we had this understanding that I needed more time.
So how much time?
Well, I want to get into college first and adjust and then think about it.
So you wanted to leave your options open while you went out to, #1 party school, UCSB.
Well,
I get it.
I feel like that's what you would initially think, but I wanted to just like adjust and like make friends first and then get my grades in check and then think about other things.
When you say friends, do you mean friends of the opposite sex?
No, just like girlfriends.
Well, why would being involved with him preclude you from making friends?
I don't think it necessarily would. It's just like I feel like I was kind of like stretched thin and I didn't want to put him on like the back burner and then just like ruin a relationship. I just want to come back to it when like I've like adjusted to school essentially. Yeah.
And then while you've been here, are you guys communicating? Do you guys speak on the phone, text?
Yeah, we text and like talk.
How often do you guys speak on the phone?
Well, Okay, so like in September, I kind of just told him like, let's take a little bit of a break and then just go no contact for a while. And then we'll see each other in person and then we'll kind of pick it up from there.
You said that?
Yeah.
And what was his response to that?
He was okay with that.
He was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There was no pushback?
Yeah, I think like, I don't know. I just needed a little bit of time.
Were there any terms to the break? Like overt conversations, like we're going to take a break, but we're not going to see other people? Like, were there any terms?
I think he said that he's not really going to see other people. And I told him likewise, like, I wasn't really looking for a relationship.
When you came here?
When I came here. Like,
when you say you weren't looking for a relationship, you mean with him? Or like when you came here, you weren't going to really be trying to date
I wasn't
the guys here?
I wasn't really trying to date the guys here.
Okay.
But like, yeah.
But you initiated the break conversation.
Yeah, I initiated the break conversation.
Okay. Would it upset you? I mean, he told you he wasn't going to see other girls. You go to see him in a couple days now, I guess, for Thanksgiving. Around that time, he tells you, I have had sex with half of the SGV. Do you feel upset about this?
Well, that's his choice. So
San Gabriel Valley for the non-Los Angeles people.
I think
Riverside too. Half of Riverside also.
Is that SGV?
That's not SGV, but it's in LA.
Isn't Riverside like so much further away?
He gets around. He has a car, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, he drives there for the UCR girls.
I mean, he's an adult. That's his choice. That means
it wouldn't bother you?
Well, that just means that I won't like think about like officially starting a relationship then.
But you guys are on a break.
Yeah, but like
have you seen Friends?
Well,
anybody here seen Friends? They were on a break. Okay, all right. Boomer show.
No, I know the show. I just I haven't watched it yet. Okay.
But so like you guys were seeing each other almost every single day for a period of 10 months. It sounds to me, and maybe the other girls on the panel can weigh in here. Maybe I've read this wrong. It seems to me like maybe he was a bit more into her than she was into him. Is that fair? Or thoughts?
Seems that way. That's a long way.
I don't know, because men are very territorial. If they want the girl, he's gonna make the move and ask you to be his girlfriend.
No, but also could be like he didn't want to push her into a corner, right? He didn't want to force you to say yes, right?
For 10 months though?
But I feel like he's like very mature in that sense, and like he knew that I wanted time and that like I was going to college and we were going to different colleges, so you know, him being respectful of my time and like my decisions, I think that was very mature of him.
Did he ask you at any point in that 10-month period or whatever, or the year or whatever you guys were together, like, hey, I want things to be more serious, and you turned him down? Or title?
We kind of discussed it at some point, but it was just like...
Who brought it up?
I honestly don't remember. I'm so sorry. I'm like on low sleep. So
it's all good.
But we talked about it at some point. Yeah. That's
okay. All right.
That's my only input.
Sure. Okay. What about you?
I'm single. I think my last relationship was like out of high school. It was like maybe 6 months, and then since then I've been single. I mean,
so like you're 23, so
like
you've been single for 5 years. And then your longest relationship, 6 months? And that's the one that ended 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Who broke up with who?
I did. It was just for school. I was getting
For school. Okay. So during this entire time, you've been single and you live in LA, right? Mm-hmm. And you've been living in LA the past 5 years?
Yeah, with my parents and my sister.
Okay. What's the longest period of time you've seen any guy, regardless of maybe it was complicated, situationship, casual, friends with benefits? What's the longest period of time you've seen somebody in that 5 year period?
It was the same, 6 months. It was that same thing.
Different guy. Oh, same guy. Okay. That's the longest.
That's the longest.
Okay. Besides him, any 3 months, a 3 month thing in there?
No.
Fortnight?
No.
2 weeks?
No.
Nothing?
No. I don't
72 hours?
I don't do situationships or casual. It's either all or nothing. So
you've been celibate for 5 years?
No.
Well, hold on, pump the brakes. Okay. But I thought you don't do casual.
I mean, like, I don't, like, I guess casual, but I don't, like, go, like, now, I don't know, it's like a month or two. I don't, like, drag it along.
So you just have sex once and then ghost them?
I mean...
Isn't that casual?
I mean, I guess.
Damn.
I don't know.
Ruthless. She's ruthless. These guys are dying to put a ring on it. She's like, get the fuck out of here. So, okay, you have sex once, and then you're like, be gone. I've had my fill. Right? That's what happens?
I feel like I'm someone who just gets, like, the ick really easily.
After the sex. Yeah. You have the sex, then you get the ick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it because of the sex you get the ick?
I don't know. I can't see them in the same light.
After the sex?
Yeah.
Wait, so you see them in a good light, and then you have the sex, and then you get the ick. Is that fair?
It's not like that. I guess it's just, I don't know.
Are they bad in bed?
Kind of.
They're bad?
I just don't see the point of, like, stringing along further.
Stringing them along?
Yeah, because, I mean, also, like, I don't want to do, like, a relationship because I was in school, and I don't know. It's just kind of like a one-time thing.
So, okay, don't want relationship, don't want semi-casual, but you want super casual, basically. Like, so essentially, like, you'll hook up once, and then that's cut off, basically.
Basically.
Is it because you get the ick?
I don't know. Sometimes I just feel like, I guess since that one relation, like, I don't know. I'm just like a naturally really anxious person.
You're naturally anxious?
Yeah. And
okay.
I don't like I don't know. I don't want to like, I just kind of want to prioritize myself, and I just don't want to be in a relationship. And
sure.
That's been pretty much it.
Yo, Robert, thank you for the gifted 20. Okay, you don't want a relationship. What if you just had like every fortnight, just you had a casual sexual encounter with the same person? Is that doable for you or no? Every 2 weeks.
I mean, I just like, I haven't like slept with so many people. It's like literally, so I don't know.
Wait, repeat, you haven't?
I said I haven't like had like so many to like base like the casual thing out of.
Okay.
It's just like once in like a blue moon.
Once in a blue moon.
And then that's it.
You said you are in nursing school. Are you an RN yet or soon to be?
Like 5 months.
In 5 months. And of the kind of casual encounters you have had, any surgeons in there? Or do you stick with the physicians?
No.
Or are you kind of slum it with the PAs? No offense. No offense. The physician assistants, you know? Like you can't quite get the doctors, and like the surgeons are like out of reach. So you're just going for the PAs. No offense.
I don't really date in the medical field. Just
okay. You date farmers. Are you on Farmers Only? I think you told us that before the show. Didn't she? She said she dates.
I don't know.
She uses Farmers Only.
It's like people in my like mutual circles, like the gym or something.
The gym. Okay. All right.
Wait, sorry. Could I ask a question by any chance?
Sure.
It's back to the PA thing. Why do you bring them down so much?
Why did I bring down the physicians?
Because if you think about it, a PA has like a work-life balance that's like incredible. But like,
is that what you want to be, a PA?
No, I don't even want to be a PA.
Did I strike a chord?
No, it's not even personal.
What do you want to do again?
I want to get a doctorate in clinical psychology.
In clinical psychology.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I don't have anything against physicians' assistants. I'm just kind of like a callback.
They just make less money, right? Than surgeons?
Well, yeah. I mean, even doctors make less money than surgeons. But no, I don't have any beef with PAs. Just callback humor to PA over there. Future PA. All right. What about you? Thank you, Robert Tanner.
I just completely my bad. I've never been in a relationship. I don't claim anybody. So
you've never been in a relationship?
No.
You've never called somebody boyfriend, girlfriend, or boyfriend?
Okay, I have, but in my world, no, they're gone.
World. They're gone.
Yeah.
Wait. What?
So
in your world,
my world.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So once we're over or like you're out of my life, you no longer really exist. So the relationship and all the memories are kind of like gone. Like
gone.
Vanish.
Period.
Vanish.
Yeah, like
Erase them.
yeah.
Erased.
So, yeah, never.
Gone.
Wait, how old are
Single.
you again?
I'm 26.
What's the longest period of time you've not had a boyfriend? Or wait, hold on, that doesn't make sense.
I'm 26 years life.
Yeah, but you say like, you kind of like tune them out. Like you want to pretend that they didn't exist, right?
Oh, they don't exist. Like,
Yeah.
I have like a graveyard in my phone. I don't know if anyone's seen that. Like once you're gone, like you get three tombstones. Like
You get what?
3 tombstones.
3 tombstones.
Yeah, that's what I change your name into, and you're gone. Like
You do that too?
no.
Oh, okay. You're just acknowledging. Okay. So if we were to like look into your brain, what would be the longest, not that you're going to admit it, what would be the longest period of time you were involved with a tombstone person or whatever?
4 years.
Oh, 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Worst 4 years of my life, which is why they don't exist no more.
All right. And when did that end?
2022.
So you've been single for 2 years then?
Yep.
Unless there's been other non-existent but existent relationships.
Have there been additional tombstones on your phone since?
No, there has not.
Okay, single for 2 years. Who broke up with who in the 4-year non-existent quasi sort of relationship?
It was kind of just, I guess, mutual. Like,
You said it was a horrible It was horrible.
yeah,
Was it toxic?
It was very toxic.
Was it abusive?
Yes, it was.
How did you abuse him? Tell us.
Oh
how
no,
you abused
I wasn't the abuser.
Tell us the abuse that you inflicted
I wish I was.
upon
I
him.
would have not had a
You didn't
bill
do
for
any
so long.
nothing.
So.
You slashed his tires. Be honest.
Oh, actually, I did put water in his tank.
That's bad.
Well, he was at my best friend's house while I was pregnant with our son, and they were sleeping together. So I put water in his tank.
Took some MILF.
Wait,
Yes.
how many kids do you have? Just one?
Yes.
Okay, with him.
Yeah.
And he was fucking another lady friend.
My best friend.
Your best friend.
Yeah.
While you were how far along were you? How far along?
Which time? Because it was multiple times. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
When you
Were
say
you, by chance, were you in the adult film industry at the time?
No, I was not.
So you weren't doing any OF, you weren't doing anything?
Wait.
No, I worked as a debt collector actually at home.
Okay.
Oh, wait, so okay, you've been pregnant how many times?
Once. I have one. I was
Wait,
pregnant.
did I mishear? Wait, didn't you say multiple times?
No, he slept with my best friend multiple times.
Oh, I thought you were pregnant. Because I asked how far. You've what?
I've had abortions, but
Plural?
Yeah.
How many?
2.
2?
Yeah.
And abortion check? Anybody?
Well, I mean, I feel like I'm the oldest one here. I
Anybody?
think. Like,
Anybody else had a shmushmortion?
Nope.
Anybody? Pause?
I just have an IUD. Does that count? Like in a ways?
No, like you had the procedure.
No.
Anybody? Ellen?
No.
No abortions?
Nope.
Tiffany?
No.
Okay, Tiffany, if you say so.
I would never get an abortion.
All right.
Each their own.
When he cheated on you, how far along were you with your current kid?
It was probably the entire relationship. So.
But when did you catch him? Were you like 6 months pregnant? Or?
4.
4 months pregnant.
most
Okay.
4.
All right.
What made you want to keep
Best
the
friend.
kid versus your 2 other abortions?
I wasn't supposed to. I was supposed to get an abortion. And it didn't happen. So.
What
But
happened?
my son is my life. Like I love him to death. And if I didn't have him, then I probably wouldn't be here. So he saved me for sure. Everything happens for a reason.
But you were gonna kill him?
Well, it was before he was here. But yes, essentially, yeah. I was going to get an abortion. It didn't
What
happen.
made you change your mind?
I didn't. Well, I guess later on, I was supposed to go and get it, and he never took me, and he never, like... did anything that he was supposed to do for me to get the abortion. I lived in Missouri at the time, so abortion is legal. I mean, illegal there. So yeah, I wasn't able to.
So while he did some bad things, he did save a man's life.
Yeah, I did. I saved his son's life.
No. He saved his son's life, right?
No, I did.
How did you do it? You were going to kill his son, right? And then he
was going to kill him too.
He didn't take you to do it.
No, it's not. He didn't take me to do it. He is just.
His alarm didn't go off, and
this is why he is
abortion appointment
in the This is why he's in the graveyard. Okay.
Wait. Oh,
yeah. That's why he's in the graveyard, and he no longer exists. So I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
I thought you killed him.
I should have.
The boyfriend. He is alive though.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Damn. Okay. Does he pay you child support?
No. He doesn't do anything.
Have you filed for child support?
No.
How old's your kid?
He's 3. He'll be 4.
Okay. All right. And so is he in Missouri and you're now in LA, or is that?
I have no idea where that man is. I don't know.
Huh.
No communication. My son actually had a heart murmur and told him about it, and he told me that he didn't care basically if something happened to him, it was on my watch. And so all communication was cut off. So no, I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. Okay. So Tiffany, why don't you tell us about your steamy relationship and dating life?
I'm taken. I've been in a relationship for a year. That's my longest one. It's my first one.
All right. Rock and roll. And it's long distance, correct?
Yeah.
He lives in Antarctica, or sorry, not, Alaska or something, or?
No, Louisiana.
Louisiana. All right. Okay, that's everybody's relationship status. Rock and roll. I'm trying to think what else we had here. One sec, guys. Let me see if there's any messages we had. No, I think we're. One sec, guys. Where is it? Are we all good? Yeah, we're all good. Oh, Robert. Did this come through, Robert? I don't know if it did. My apologies. Robert Tanner, thank you for you've gifted this twice now. Thank you for the 40 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. And then we do have Dina here coming in. Dina, thank you for encouraging open dialogue and encouraging thinking. Dina, thank you very much for the message. Much appreciated. All right, that's everybody's relationship status. Pos, going back to you. Tell us, can you show us the ankle? Can you put it up on the chair? Show us the fucked up ankle?
I mean, you can't really see it. It's in a boot.
We need a boot check.
I'm sorry.
This is a fit boot. Damn, son. Wow. And that happened. You can go ahead and scoot back in. That was with the 7-year situationship, dude.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, he was just grabbing me off from the bed, and because of, I guess, the amount of drinks we've had, there's a nightstand, drinks. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a nightstand right next to his bed that we kind of just tripped over.
Yeah.
And I guess when I landed back down, I kind of just I fell, but then I kind of did some weird kick back onto the floor, and my right side is more dominant, so I landed with my left. I don't know if that makes sense, but
because in your notes you said you, depending on who asks, you tell a different story. So is this the true story?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell my boss that I got an injury from having sex with someone.
Yeah, what do you tell him? You just
that I just tripped over a curb.
Tripped over a curb. Okay. But you said there was a stunt. You guys were trying to do a stunt.
Yeah, no, I was just in an upside down straddle.
Hold on. What is upside down straddle?
He's picking me up. I'm upside down.
So this is him. You're here.
Yeah, I'm hugging him, but I'm upside down. Does that make sense?
I would want to try that. That sounds fun.
It is fun. You have a strong partner.
So he's standing upright like this.
Yeah.
And so you guys are engaging in oral copulation, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Because, right?
So normally it like starts at kind of like, imagine like a standing up like 69, but then
Is that it? Is that what you guys were doing?
pretty much.
But then
like,
how does it
in
become a
splits.
straddle?
Sorry.
How's it become a straddle?
Because I have like later, like when I come back down, like my legs like grab onto his body. Does that make sense? So I'm pretty much like doing a handstand, like when I come back down.
A handstand? And were you guys having...
How to describe it?
So you guys were like... Not orals. Then it was like fucking.
Yeah. So it's like,
What
it's
the
both.
fuck,
It
bro?
goes to
what
like...
kind of tai chi fucking Pilates shit are you guys doing? All right, that's cool. In any case, so then that goes wrong. You bang your ankle against something. The nightstand?
Yeah, something. I don't know.
So
a lot
you
of things
broke
gone
it, or what
down.
happened?
It's just like maybe fractured a little bit, kind of. I made it.
Achilles? Did you fuck your Achilles?
I don't remember the name of the bone, but it's like right above my heel. Yeah. But anyways, I made it worse because I refused to wear it my boot the first week, and then I went to New York, walking around for like a little over a weekend, and then and I have to wear it longer. Karma.
And this was
You said
because
your dad watches you on here?
Yeah. I'm super open with him. You know, there's not anything he doesn't already know.
Damn. I just don't know how you...
I mean, you're open enough to talk about your sex jitsu that led to your broken foot?
Well, okay, so it's like I have already like kind of told him like the gist, but I haven't given him like details, you know? So I guess he's getting that today if he's watching this. Which probably is.
That's crazy. All right, cool. Has anybody else here ever had a sex-related injury?
I have. I had to go to the hospital the same day. I'm tiny, and I'm like barely 5'3", and I have a genetic disorder, and so it essentially, in short, pushed too deep and it ruptured part of my what's it called? I guess it caused, well, okay, how do I word this? A previous experience caused an ovarian benign cyst, and then the later experience popped that cyst, and I had to go to the hospital.
Wait, so
That sounds painful.
one penis caused a cyst?
No, the same one.
Same penis. Same penis.
Mm-hmm.
It was too what? Too deep?
Yeah.
What? That can cause a cyst?
You can get ovarian cysts for like a plethora of reasons, pH imbalances, and just like if you have unprotected sex and then you leave it in there for too long, it upsets your body. So.
Okay. So you went to the hospital, and then what happened?
Essentially they said, we can't do anything about it. You popped a cyst. Go back home and rest.
Did you have to refrain from having carnal
It was
knowledge?
recommended.
Did you follow the doctor's recommendation?
No. I mean, because the thing is, it's gonna hurt regardless, so like it might as well hurt when I'm still enjoying myself in my life.
You couldn't like take a 2-week breather?
I'm young.
Just,
I don't need a
had to-
break. We heal fast.
What the fuck? Wait.
Aren't ovarian cysts often caused by STDs?
Not really. They can, like I said, they can be caused by a plethora of reasons. I've always had a bunch of issues since I was young. My mom actually had ovarian cancer, so we get cysts very easily.
Huh.
So it's genetic?
Yes.
You mentioned you had what is it?
A genetic disorder.
What is it?
It's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's pretty rare, I'd say.
What's called
Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. EHLERSDANLOS syndrome.
Oh.
It's a connective. At first, it was thought to be a bone disorder or a joint disorder, but it's been rediscovered as and reclassified as a full body genetic disorder, mostly affecting your connective tissue, but your whole body is connective tissue. So.
And what are like the symptoms of that?
Part of it's fun. I'm really naturally flexible, so I can dislocate my bones in and out of place at will for the most part. But we also get injured really easily. I'm actually blind in my left eye, and that's because of the disorder as well.
And I see here online that your skin can be like stretchy. Or
yeah,
elastic
we
or
can
whatever.
stretch our skin kind of like.
Damn. What
far.
That's kind of wild. Okay.
But we also, it's because we have thin skin. Also, the doctors call it velvet skin. Some people think it's nice because we have soft skin, but it's because our skin is very, very thin. So any cut looks 10 times worse. Any bruise looks 10 times worse. Yeah.
Dang. Good times. Okay. And we got a chat here from on this topic. Ogle. Oh, that's weird. Shout out to those with EDS. It sucks. I have it too, and I can tell you as you get older, you're going to get really effing achy. Vision issues get worse, etc.
Yes.
I'm not sure why it didn't come in as a TTS Ogle. My apologies. I'll have to check on that.
What would any of that have to do with? I mean, isn't EDS a erectile disorder? Or is that what that is? What is it?
No, that's ED.
What is EDS? What's that?
ED is erectile dysfunction. EDS is Ehlers-Danlos syndrome.
Yeah, different.
Yeah, there's an extra letter there if you want to read that.
All right, we have Cole here. Again, sorry, guys. I don't know why these just came in, but I don't know why the TTS isn't triggering. I'll have to check on that. Yo, Brian, check your DMs. I've lost 360 pounds. No surgery, no drugs, just hard work and dedication. I sent you some recent before and after pictures. Ask the girls how they feel about all the loose skin. Okay, I guess going around the table, would you date a guy who is currently fit, but he used to be a big dude and he's got some loose skin, but he's fit? He's fit. He's not fat, but he's got loose skin.
Of course. I mean, personality is what matters, not.
Sure. Go ahead. What about you?
What do you mean by like loose skin, but he's fit?
Like, have you ever seen somebody who used to be like obese and then they lost all the weight and their body fat percentage is normal now, but because they were so big, the skin is super loose?
Just like hangs.
I can't pull up a picture, but Robert Tanner, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, what about you?
I think it depends, but overall, that's really great.
I think it would also depend, like, how much, like, flab are we talking about, you know?
Well, he was 360 pounds, so that's fairly obese, so there's probably going to be
there's surgeries to get rid of it.
Yep.
Okay, like tummy tuck stuff?
Yeah.
Similar, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I would, and it's not necessarily because of the loose skin. It's more so about like them having been big before. I would be scared that they would get big again, and I can't. I won't. It's not really about the fact that they are obese. It's that I live a very active lifestyle, and if you are as active as me, you are not going to be that heavy set. So I want someone who suits my lifestyle.
I would. Just like you said, like personality is what matters the most, and I really appreciate like the dedication the person has for working on themselves and working out and trying to balance out their health.
Yeah, I would.
I would. I think it just depends, though. Like you said, how much loose skin is there?
I would not, because I'm all about making yourself better, but if you've been that size, that means you have the fat gene, and I want my kids to be skinny.
That's a genetic thing.
It can be. You can be naturally perceptive
can you
to
imagine
big
yourself
body.
being 360 pounds?
No.
It's a genetic thing.
Okay. That's not just like how maybe you were like raised?
Yeah.
It can be multiple factors, but some people are naturally prone to being very heavy set. That's why you see a lot of families being all big. There's lots of families that everyone in the family is very big, and it's not necessarily even because they eat a lot. I know plenty of people who are very big who don't really eat a lot and they do exercise, but they're just naturally heavy.
Is it like because of a slow metabolism?
Thyroid issues sometimes is a big issue with it. Yeah.
Did we get everybody's answer for the loose skin one? Okay. All right. And let's see here. Pause. You had your whole boot thing. Let's see. Really quick for you. So you've been you were in Korea, right?
Yes.
How long were you how long have you lived there total?
I visited there as a kid, but I didn't live there as a kid. So 4 months in total of actually living there, not just visiting.
Okay. Do you speak Korean?
I'm still learning. I can understand it spoken to me for the most part, but I can't speak it myself because I get too nervous.
Okay. So we can't get like a demo right now, or maybe you and Tiffany can exchange a couple.
No.
Okay. All right.
What's your favorite part of Korea?
So I live down in Umpyeong-gu, and but I'd have to say my favorite part is.
Wait, where is that?
Just upwards of Hongdae, like I think 35, 40 minutes upwards, pretty close to Sinchon.
Uh-huh.
And it's a very more like rural area. Most of the people are a lot older. It's right next to this historical, like
palace?
Traditional village.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's really pretty. I'd have to say that where I live is my favorite place.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to get through everybody's pre-show notes here, and then we're going to get into some of the questionnaire stuff. So let's see. Tiffany, actually, I guess related to the Korean thing, Tiffany, on previous shows, you said that you should date within your culture and nationality, given that Chloe over there is dating somebody in Korea. Do you have any objections to her not dating within her nationality and culture?
I mean, it's not preferable, but you can do what you want. I think Korea should maintain Korea.
At the same time, Korea has the lowest birth rate ever also, and so Koreans aren't being with Koreans also. Also, I have over 10 siblings. I have 11 biological siblings, 23 siblings in total, and they're all by different white guys. I have every breed of white guy in my family. Every white person, for the most part, looks like one of my siblings. I cannot do it.
You can't do what?
I can't date someone who looks like one of my siblings.
So you don't want to date anyone who's white?
What?
There are exceptions, but almost every white guy I meet looks like one of my siblings. Yes.
Wait, I've heard this from Asian women. They're like, oh, I couldn't date an Asian guy because he looks like my brother. It's a common thing for all. But I don't understand. I don't really get that.
She has 23 siblings, though. She's an exception.
No, it's not an exception.
She has 23 siblings.
I just don't. I don't get that. But okay. So wait, you can't date a white guy because your siblings are white?
I could, with very few exceptions, if they did not look like one of my siblings. The odds, though, of me finding one that does not look at all like any of my siblings is very slim.
Because they're all with different guys.
I don't get this phenomenon because, like, okay, if you think of throughout, like, the
if you're having sex
hold
with
on,
someone.
let me finish. If you look at like the vast history of humanity, you're like, if you had an unwillingness to procreate with your own race, your genes would just be wiped out because historically most people did not get exposed to other races. Like all your dating prospects, everybody looked like your brother. Like wherever you lived, like most people probably didn't go further than like 5 miles from wherever the fuck they lived. This is like modern travel is fairly a recent thing. But so I don't, that's just, look, I don't get it, but like when I hear Asian women say, oh, I couldn't date an Asian guy, it's like.
And what do you mean that you have, did you say 23 siblings?
Yes, my mom gave birth to 11 of them, but because of all the marriages, I have lots of step siblings as well.
Yeah, but at your age, even if she had been married 5 times, these step siblings couldn't have been in your life for very long.
They're still my siblings, though.
Yeah, but you go to school with people who are white, for instance, right? You probably have more of an interpersonal relationship with many of them than you did with your step siblings if you had such a limited time frame, right?
Where I lived as a kid and grew up at, the area was mostly African American. So my family was one of like 3 or 4 families in the area that were white.
What area was this?
We lived down in Jennings, Missouri. So that area is predominantly African American, and the school was mostly that as well. So that doesn't really apply in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it would still apply, right? So the idea here is even if predominantly the culture is dominated by, black people instead of white people. You still have tons and tons of interaction with white people, right? But the idea that you've formed interpersonal bonds in such a limited amount of time with step siblings seems kind of silly, right?
I mean, the whole gist of it is, at the end of the day, they are your siblings, whether they're blood related or not. I think because I even grew up with adopted siblings too, blood to me is not really a factor. As soon as someone is in my family, they are in my family. And have always been my sibling, that is my sibling. So
then
it doesn't
by
matter.
this logic, if you have this many siblings, and they, let's say, marry black people and Asian people and every different race in between, and they all start having children, does this mean that you won't date at all because some of your people who you're genetically related to happen to be the very race that you would be then forced to date?
That is also in the future. I would already be with my partner. I'm one of the oldest of my siblings. So the likelihood of the 3-year-old getting married and having a child before me is probably not likely.
Well, you can't be the oldest of 11. If the
oldest
next
is
one in line is
24.
3. Hang on, if the next in the line is 3?
The oldest of the ones that I am related to is 24. The oldest of all of them in total is, I believe, 27. So
No, then if you have a 24-year-old, they could easily,
She won't.
marry off and create relations with. I mean, in other words, by the time you're of marriageable age, multiple of your siblings could date outside of the race, have children. Then you'd have nieces and nephews who are a different race. So then you just wouldn't date then because you would consider them to be genetically related.
My older siblings, there's only 3 or 4 of them. I don't even know what one of them looks like, to be honest. Never met them in my life.
What?
The one guy is already married to this other white girl. My older sister is not being with anytime soon. She has the mental capacity of someone much younger than her age. And then my older brother has no interest in anything like that. So.
Yeah, but wasn't that? I mean, don't you have like 9 more to go? Right? So
The
like
one
9
after
more
that,
years?
everyone after that is still like 13.
No, that would be a mathematical impossibility that everybody after that was like 13, right?
No, because they're step siblings too.
Okay. Yes, I understand, but
Yes.
even then, it would still be mathematically impossible that all of them
In
were
what
like
way?
13. I just want to let you know, you may not be aware of this, but if you were pregnant 11 times, that would require 11 years of your life. Therefore, you can't have 11 kids or 9 kids or 8 kids or 7 kids who are like 13. That makes
Have you forgot
no
about
sense.
multiples? As in
What?
twins and triplets?
Oh, wait. So now you have a ton of twins and triplets in your
I said
family?
siblings. I didn't specify whether they were all born at the same time or not. And some of them are adopted.
So how many twins and triplets do you have?
2 sets of 2.
So that would be 4 out of the 11.
Yes.
Yeah, so they still couldn't all be 13, right? That still wouldn't make any sense.
If there are
It would
4
be a wide
people,
array,
if there
or
are
a
4
wide
people
variety of
older
age.
than me, that's 4.
Yeah.
And then there is my one brother who is my age. Well, not my age, a year younger than me. He is married to this white girl. He's just turned 19. The one after that, he is 14. So Aiden. Logan's 14. Then Cassidy is 13. And then there's Avery. He's even younger. There's... Why am I counting like that? There's... Karina, Connell, Avalon, Cordelia, and then Kieran. I don't know how any of that is. And then there's some that I haven't even met. So, yeah.
I mean, if you haven't met those people, then why would it poison the well for your dating preferences if you haven't even met them?
They're still my siblings.
Yeah, but how do you even know what they look like to draw a comparison?
I guess the simplest way to sum it up is imagine you are having sex with someone and you look at them and you see your sibling. That's weird. That's uncomfortable. Like, I don't know anyone who would find that an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, but if your extended family were to marry out, including your step siblings, to other races, then wouldn't you see then like your nieces and nephews in the faces of those people you were dating?
I think the only way this works is because I'm not close with most of my family, so I'm not going to get to meet their kids. I'm not going to get to know that.
So you're not close to them, but for some reason they inform your dating preferences. That's super weird.
I mean, many people have toxic relationships with their family and they don't talk to their family anymore, but that's made them who they are, so a lot of who they are is based off of them.
Yeah, but this is literally the first time I've ever heard somebody say that their dating preferences are informed by the fact that they might see a brother's face they have never met in the face of the person they're dating. That's bizarre.
I hear it all the time, so I don't really know.
Okay.
All good? All right. Okay. Were we going around on the question there, or?
I don't think so.
No.
Do you date Asian guys?
Yes.
Asian guys? The guy you're seeing, is he Asian guy or
He is
white
Asian.
guy? Okay. Tiffany?
I would date an Asian guy, but
Okay.
my boyfriend's not Asian.
Current boyfriend's white?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Let's get into the rest of the notes here. I think we were talking about, what were we on before we got into that? Well, we do have Ogle once again. Let me see if this works. There we go. That should be fine.
Ogle donated $200.
Tell me if the audio is okay, guys.
We're related by our EDS, so I have 1% lenience. But my sister, you must stop the cap.
Was there an echo on that, or was that okay, chat? Chat, was there echo or no echo? Thank you, Ogle. Response to Ogle, I guess?
There was a lot that was said, so what part is the cap? I mean, I feel like there was too much said that was, you can just state an overall blanket statement.
Rock and roll. All right, we're going to get back into the pre-show notes. Why don't we go to Lexi here? Lexi, you've been in 2 long-term relationships. You were being with 2 different guys for that long. I feel like you have a good idea on how guys view relationships and get comfortable during long-term with that. Also, the tactics or things that they say to keep you there, which are what?
I just feel like if there's multiple points in a relationship where things get kind of rocky and stuff, not necessarily guilt tripping, but always just reflecting back on the memories and kind of just like, oh, but like we've made it this far, and if like we're supposed to be together, then we have to get through this too. And like in the moment, in the time, it makes sense, and you're like, yeah, if I do, like if you are my future, then we're gonna have to understand each other here. But then again, you can only understand so much until you just have to realize.
Really quick, Robert, it is below the threshold, but I will just a reminder, it's 100 for Reed. Really quick, just by show of hands though, does anybody here have a mental health diagnosis from Robert Tanner? Show of hands, any mental health diagnosis? Sina, what you got? Gianna, excuse me, my bad. What you got, Gianna?
No, I haven't. I have insomnia.
Insomnia?
Which is like
okay.
sleep,
Sina, what you got?
I didn't raise my
Schizo?
hand.
Lexi? BPD? Bipolar? What you got? POS? What you got?
Nothing.
Sex addiction? You've been diagnosed as a sex addict, okay. Chloe, what about you?
ADHD.
Ellen, psychopath, I feel like.
No,
right?
I have asthma.
Asthma, that's valid. She's got asthma. Don't, you have an inhaler?
I do have an inhaler.
Can you take a hit right now of your inhaler?
It's exercise-induced asthma.
What happens if you take a hit of an inhaler when you're not actually having an asthma attack?
You can cause problems.
It's not good for, I don't know why you would do that, but I only took it like, I used to be a competitive swimmer, so I would only like...
Backstroke or?
I was a breaststroker.
Breaststroker.
It's like the frog one.
The frog one, yeah. Do you think anybody's ever abused an inhaler?
I was asked if I wanted to hit someone's inhaler.
When?
It was actually like 2 nights ago.
What? It's not psychoactive, right?
I don't know.
An inhaler?
I think it was like a joke because he like offered me his vape, and then he offered me his pen, and then he offered me his inhaler.
This guy vapes and has asthma?
Yeah.
Seems like a bad combination. Do you vape, Ellen?
No, I don't.
Are you a vapor?
No.
Okay. Can you abuse an inhaler though?
I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Of course you can.
But like, does it get you? It doesn't get you high.
It doesn't get you
does it?
high, no.
I don't know. Maybe it was placebo. I used to steal my brother's inhaler when we were kids. Because I don't know.
You used
thought
to
it was
steal
nice.
inhalers?
No, I didn't steal inhalers. I would like sneak my brother's inhaler when we were children because I thought I was doing something. I don't know.
Okay. Mental health diagnosis?
Just ADHD.
ADHD. What about you? Anything over here? Mental health?
BPD.
BPD.
Yeah.
Borderline
Personality
personality disorder. All right. Tiffany, what about you?
No, nothing.
Besides that one thing. Nothing? Okay. All right. Let's see. Thank you, Robert Tanner, for that. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. We have Techno Trooper. One sec, guys. Getting this pulled up. Sorry for the delay here. He says,
Techno Trooper donated $200. Ladies, who is the oldest you would marry for an age gap?
Okay.
Can I answer first?
Yeah, tell us, just remind us your age, and then the oldest, I guess, you would date or marry. Go ahead.
That I would date, or that like I think is good in general?
That you would date.
Okay. I'm 18. My parents are 10 years apart, so I already think 10 years is pretty normal.
Mm-hmm.
And I would date up to like 40 or 50. So
40 or 50?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's like, what is that, like 30 years age gap? About.
Yeah, because you're 18, so
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sina, what about you?
10 years.
10 years. Okay. All right. What about you?
Right now, I would say 4 or 5. But if I'm in my 30s and like there's a bigger age gap, like my grandparents are 19 years apart. But I mean,
what's the
never
plan?
know.
What's the plan, Lexi?
I don't know.
Okay. Pos, what about you? Age gap?
Well, I'm 21. I think max maybe like 45, like early 40s.
Okay. All right. Chloe, what about you?
I'm 20. I've always been very firm on the 5-year rule. So no one older than 5 years of me at any given time.
All right. Fair. What about you, Ellen?
I'm 18 right now. Like for dating at this age, maybe a couple years older than me, but then later in life, like Lexi said, like my 30s, then I'd be more open to like 10 to 15 years older than me.
So if you're 30, you would date a guy up to 45?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm 23, so maybe 33 right now, but
10 years. Okay. Sure. What about you?
I'm 26. I don't really care, honestly. Like maybe
You'll date 70?
Yeah, like 50, 60, 70.
All right.
Like.
Okay. Tiffany?
I'm 19, so maybe 28 and 29 is kind of pushing it.
All right, we have Vern Tangway. I had a friend who kept pushing sex. I inevitably gave in, although I wanted to just be friends. Can men be SA'd if they're on top? Love the show. You had a friend who kept pushing sex. You inevitably gave in, although I wanted, and you were on top. Huh. Well,
I think that's just like peer pressure,
How would you get
right?
on top? How would you get on top? I don't think it's that. I don't think that's SA. You consented. Right? Did you consent? If you consented, it's even if you maybe regretted it, that's not SA. But even if they're on top, how would you non-consensually get on top? Like I could maybe see it like you're laying down as the guy, and it could happen.
What if you were like
nobody
put on the person? I don't know.
Well, you got all kinds of crazy different angles and shit. But what is it?
Like, what if someone just like places you on top?
How strong is she?
I don't know.
Like,
I think we need to
like she's
know a
an
little bit more
MMA fighter,
detail.
and she's like, get over here, and she fucking.
We need more detail, I think.
I don't know. That's Vern Tangway. Thank you for that. Maybe she has a gun.
Well,
fucking get on top, bitch.
Some people find that kinky.
That's crazy, dude. That's wild. I'm sorry to hear that, Vern. That you. I'm sorry to hear, man. I'm sorry to hear. Was she big? How did you get? Never mind. Okay, that's crazy. Where were we? Were talking to Lexi, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then a couple things came in. The tactics the men say to keep you there. So they've been using some tactics.
Kind of just like things that keep coming up, a lot about like destiny and using like
fate.
God and stuff.
It's fate, yeah. God meant us to be together.
Yeah.
Or I see you have a cross. Are you Christian?
I'm Catholic.
You're Catholic. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Were they religious?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Well, next thing you said, one rule you're always going to implement from now on is a 2-strike rule. And that's basically just that you will give a person one more chance if you find out that they lied to you. And if they do it again, it's an automatic cutoff.
Yeah.
Do you have people in the graveyard like her over here?
I mean, pretty much, I guess. I really have a big thing with like lying and trust because I feel like if you've been lied to once, why can't they just do it again? And that did happen. And then it's just like, okay, I found this out. And then, of course, forgive and forget. And then it just keeps coming up and coming up.
Okay. And then you said, hold on. There's a rule in your household. Do you mean like amongst your friend group or?
No, just like, my mom has always said like no breakup and makeup game. She thinks like, that can lead to a lot of toxicness.
On and off again, yeah.
Yeah, so that's always been something that's like, if we're like done, then it's over.
Yeah. I tend to agree with you on this because you can have disagreements and you can work through disagreements and stuff, but like once even if a breakup has been teased, I think like it's because people will sometimes use that. They're not actually genuinely breaking up with you. They're using it as leverage to get you to behave in a certain way.
Yeah.
I think you can, instead of doing that, you can just have a conversation about what you want changed in the relationship if there is an issue. But when people do this thing like, okay, well, we're going to break up, it's kind of like, okay, you want to break up, it's over then.
Yeah,
like there is no...
Yeah, it's kind of just like calling bluff. Like,
yeah, like it's a bluff. A lot of time it's a bluff. And then it's just like, well, let's just have a conversation about the actual issue instead of just doing the breakup, So,
I
okay.
agree.
And then you said why you should not tell a girl things she wants to hear and how it sets her up for disappointment. Did you want to expand on that?
Yeah, so basically, if you have a girlfriend and you just keep telling her everything she wants to hear and promises, and eventually it's a bad idea in the end because you just set up these like false expectations. And me personally, I have like, I don't know, I kind of really, really dislike being let down and disappointed. So if it just keeps happening and happening, like be honest. If something did happen, just be honest about it. Because if I find out you lied about it, then it's even worse. Or if you keep saying you're going to do things and you don't, just don't bring it up. There's no reason.
Okay. All right. We're gonna skip ahead to the questionnaire stuff, but before we do, why don't we go to who do we go to? Why don't we go to Chloe here? You moved away from a man you'd only known for a month.
Yes. So we met when I was living down in Hawaii, and He kind of made it seem like
down where?
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Why the hell are you saying it like that?
Because
why are you saying Hawaii?
People in Hawaii, you're supposed to pronounce it Hawaii.
That is true.
Yeah.
Didn't a comedian make a joke about
the
this
W in the
recently?
Hawaiian language is a V, kind of.
Kauai?
Hawaii.
Anybody see that thing in New Zealand with like in the parliament with she does the haka and they rip up the thing for equality?
It's like when Obama says Pakistan. You know what I mean? When Obama would go in Pakistan, and I'd be like, what the hell? Just say it how everybody says it.
Somebody in the chat called me a weeb because I said Kauai. That's literally one of the Hawaiian islands, but whatever. Okay. Okay. So anyways, what's the story?
He made it seem like he lived there. I even like went over to quote unquote his house. Turns out it was his friend's house. I found that on later on. But when I start seeing someone, I get very, very attached very, very quickly. So in my head, I was like, well, I'm in too deep once I realized he was going back to Arkansas. He gave me like a 1 week notice, if even that. And so I decided, I really like this guy. I'm not doing much here right now. I'm always moving around anyway. Let me move to Arkansas for this dude. Only then, towards the end of it, it was a 1 year relationship. Turns out he was cheating on me the entire time, even while I was working on moving down there. And he looked me in my eyes at the end of it and told me that he knew he was letting me ruin my life. There is a distinct message I remember. I went through his Snapchat. And there was a message from, I think, near the beginning of our relationship he had with this girl. About her asking, oh, well, do you like her? Like, what's going on with your relationship? And he said, it's not that I don't like her, but there's just so many more bodies out there.
Yes! Yes! That's awesome!
Nice. Good times.
Yes.
So wait, you met him in Hawaii?
Yes.
You flew out there? Or
yes.
Wait, you met him online or?
I met him in Hawaii. We had a mutual group of friends.
Okay. But then you came back?
Yes, I moved to Arkansas.
No, wait. You stayed in Hawaii?
I stayed in Hawaii
and
for
then
a little bit.
He moved to Arkansas?
He went back to Arkansas.
Is he white?
He was Honduran.
Okay, just checking. Okay. Wait, he was a Honduran living in Hawaii?
He wasn't living in Hawaii. He made me think he was living in Hawaii.
But he was in Hawaii.
He was visiting Hawaii.
He was visiting Hawaii. Okay. That's cool. And then Arkansas. That's a downgrade.
Yes.
That's a massive downgrade.
I'm never going back to Arkansas.
Yikes. Okay, that's cool. And then you've done that for other men too, maybe? What about this current Korean man?
I did not move for anyone else. After that, I decided I'm never moving for anyone else. I met my current partner in Korea when I was living down there. I actually included it kind of in...
Yeah, you said a pretty funny story. Tell us the story.
Yeah, so we met at a pub. I was out with this other guy, though. It wasn't explicitly a date, but more or less it was a date. We didn't exclusively call it a date, though. But I later found out he kind of thought of it as that. Anyway, we're hanging out. We're not really talking at all. I guess the guy's like shy or something. And my friend's DJing. He's playing a Careless Whisper on like a DJ remix of it. And I go to talk to my friend, and my current boyfriend, I guess, goes up to the guy who I was hanging out with that night, and starts asking him like if it's okay for him to hang out with us, if he's dating me or something like that. And then he just basically like swoops in and hangs out with us the whole night, and kind of just. It made the other person uncomfortable, to be fair, but the other person actually wound up texting me throughout the hanging out, like, oh, you guys seem to be getting along. Do you want me to just leave?
Yikes. Wait, so just to be...
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
But... So basically, it's just funny because I think it's just funny when someone's so bold to just go up to two people, especially like opposite gender, they're out together, there's no one else, and you just you go up to them and like you're like, oh, by the way, is she taken? Can I basically have a shot at her? And
Wait,
I just think that's funny.
Or that's the underlying?
That's the underlying. Yeah. He asked if me and that other guy were dating and if it was okay for him to hang out with us.
Damn. So I'll summarize, I guess, here. So you're out with but you made it seem like, so was it not clear that it was a date with the first guy?
I knew that the guy probably liked me and we were gonna hang out. It was our first time hanging out that night. It was our first time meeting.
How did you guys know each other?
We met each other on like Instagram. So we had also mutual friends.
He slid into your DMs?
No, we were in a group chat.
Okay. And then he DMs you privately. He says what?
Well, I'm just talking about I was going to go out, and I go out to this one place often, and he also goes there often, so we just decided we were going to hang out and meet up down there.
And had you guys hung out in person?
No.
Was he like, hey, can I take you to dinner?
No, we just met up at the pub down there.
Okay. In any case, so a totally random dude who you'd never met, he comes up to you and hits on you.
I actually have left to go talk with my friend who's DJing, and he comes while I'm gone to talk to the guy I'm hanging out with.
Oh, wait, he goes up to the guy?
Yes.
And then you come back?
Yeah.
And then he starts talking to you?
Yes.
And then does he start like edging out the dude, like this is the dude, this is you?
To lay it out.
Fucking edging him out, like get the fuck out of here, kind of.
We're at this table. There's me, and then there's the other side, which the original guy is sitting at. He is originally over there, and then he just kind of slowly makes his way to sitting on my side of the table. And then it winds up being a situation where just me and him are talking because we're getting along, and I wasn't really getting along with the other person. So conversation just naturally flowed between us and not.
Did he talk to you guys in Korean or English?
Which one?
Were they both Korean?
They're both Korean. The original guy, his name is Jimin. He's my friend now. But he doesn't speak much English, so it was also harder to communicate. That was definitely one factor. But my current boyfriend, Yuhwan, he is...
he's your boyfriend?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
You've been dating him for 1 month?
Yes. He speaks fluent English. He actually didn't grow up in Korea. He's a Korean citizen. His parents are from there. But he grew up in Mongolia and Germany.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, and then this other guy, he was just like shy, not really making... But you said your Korean's pretty poor.
Yes.
Okay. In any case, you guys agreed to meet up, although it sounds like he wasn't super direct about it. But it was clear to you in any case that he was romantically interested, and then you spend the rest of the night talking with this other man who's more fluent in a language that you both understand.
It wasn't really about... How do I word this? It wasn't necessarily about fluency, because there's other ways you can also try to communicate.
Like what?
I've had tons of hangouts with my friends who don't really speak almost any English down there, and we just talk through Papago.
Okay.
For those who don't know, it's like a translation app.
Okay. This is an interesting phenomenon. I mean, it's like, it was kind of like a vague hangout. He was not really like carrying much of a conversation with you. He kind of, it sounds like, invited this to happen. But that's pretty brutal, bro. You take a girl out on a date, and like on the date, essentially, she like ends up fucking another dude and like dating him.
Well, no one said anything about the latter, but...
Oh, you guys haven't had sex yet?
Now we have.
Oh, well, you didn't have sex that night, but like...
Right.
The guy who like... That's like what's that term for it? That is a canon... What's that term?
Canon event?
That's like a canon event. Like you're out on a date with a girl and some dude like starts talking to the girl that you're out on a date with, and then like, oh, she's my girlfriend now. Peace out, dude.
Wait, how's that a canon event? Did that happen to you?
No, that has not happened to me, to my knowledge, if I recall. But like, that's got to be a canon event for that dude. Like,
I don't know. I think he's the kind of person who just wants a relationship, and it doesn't matter who with, because even though we didn't talk that night, like basically at all, it was our first time ever meeting, he texted me the next day being like, I think I'm in love with you, but we had like zero conversation with each other.
Oh, it's even worse now. He's in love with you.
But he's not.
But he said it. He said he was. And then did you go home with that other guy? Like, did you leave the bar with, I'm not saying you had sex with him. Did you leave the bar or whatever with that guy?
He actually left, the guy, the original guy, he left early, so he left us to keep hanging out the rest of that night.
What did he say when he left? He was like, oh, it seems like you guys are getting along.
He actually lives pretty far away from that exact area, so he had to take a taxi back home because he was also kind of a little drunk. I don't know, probably like an hour.
Damn, that's like an hour-long taxi ride to just contemplate like how some other guy just swooped in and Mr. Steal Your Girl, bro. Okay, that's crazy. Good times. And then you ended up leaving with the dude?
Yes.
You went back to his place?
Yeah.
Did you guys?
No, we actually stayed up all night. I think
and
we
looked
got
in each other's
back,
eyes and talked about deep feelings and shit?
We got back probably like maybe 2 a.m., 2 to 3 a.m.
To his place? Did you guys cuddle?
We actually stayed up all night just literally talking about life and like stuff like that. So it was actually really romantic.
Wow, that's so terrible for that other guy who's watching this now. So the next day, after that 1 hour taxi cab ride back, he texts you, I love you.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a
but we had no conversations between each other, so no, you don't. He might have liked how I looked, but he didn't love me, so.
He was in love.
He was in love with wanting to be in love, is how I would put
what does that? I don't even know what that means, but.
He just wants to date somebody. It doesn't matter.
I think he's gay.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why do you think he's gay, Tiffany?
Because men don't like love. They don't love love. That guy you're talking about sounds like he loves love.
I guess the way to put it would be
men aren't really into romance and stuff like that. Women are.
I don't know. I feel like men are too.
And he let that guy steal you from him. Why didn't he man up?
He's shy. He's like passive. Yeah, he's an introvert.
Gay. Okay, well now I have a question for Avi because we actually had a similar moment where I tried hooking her up with someone and then I actually ended up dating him. So
you stole?
Like which?
So what happened?
Which person? I feel like this happened multiple times.
We just saw him.
Boss, what the fuck? Wait, she stole multiple dudes from you?
I mean,
but that I hooked
more
her
in the
up
sense
with.
that she's like, oh, I think that you should like hang out with this guy and she'll set me up. But then
she fucks him first. Bro, boss, you fucking goblin. What the fuck? Dude, this is your friend here. No remorse.
I have no words.
No regret. Okay. So how many men has this happened to?
Like maybe 3.
3 dudes?
3.
So boss is like, wait, she's trying to set you up with them. Like she hasn't hooked up with them yet?
No.
And then she's like, oh, you should hang out with this dude.
No, it's more like, oh, you should hang out. And then, I mean, I don't really live close to her. So it just nothing ever really ends up happening. And then later on, she just, I don't know, hangs out with them. That's it.
It's more like people I've like hooked up with and I'm just like, actually, I'm just going to maybe toss you to someone else.
Oh, you've already smashed.
Yeah.
And then you're like, had my fun. You can have my sloppy seconds or whatever.
No, it's just like I don't like my friends like third wheeling while we're like hanging out. So I'm always trying to like make the groups even if it's just like not like to date or like even to hook up, you know, just odd numbers are always like really awkward.
How do you feel about this?
I don't mind. I mean, I feel like whenever anyone sets me up, it just I don't like it. Like, it just kind of puts a pressure on things. So, I mean, I'll talk to them, I'll be friendly, but it's not like I'm like, oh, like, she stole them, or I have like a weird complex about it.
Okay.
We've been like this close to being like Eskimo twins.
Wow. Interesting. Okay. All right. Here, I'm going to let a couple chats go through. Techno Trooper, who do you think has done more harm to society, Mark Zuckerberg or Tim Stokely, and why? Does anybody here know who Tim Stokely is?
No.
All right. Tim Stokely? British businessman? Oh, he founded OnlyFans. He started OnlyFans. So, okay, who's done more damage to society? Mark Zuckerberg, founder of Facebook, and there's Instagram, whatever, or he owns Instagram through Meta, and or the creator of OnlyFans, the Zuck or OF guy.
I'm not sure because I don't know much about Mark Zuckerberg either. I don't know much about either.
Facebook.
No.
Instagram. Well, they bought Instagram, but.
Okay, I guess.
Okay, how about this?
The second one.
Which one has done more damage to society? Facebook and Instagram, or OnlyFans?
OnlyFans.
Okay.
And not in a bad way. Just saying.
Wait.
It made more of an impact.
No,
is what I mean.
Done more harm.
Okay, so in a bad way.
Facebook and Instagram, or OnlyFans?
I don't know.
Pick one.
I would say OnlyFans, maybe.
Okay.
Facebook.
Okay.
OnlyFans.
I would say Facebook.
Facebook.
Probably Facebook.
That it encompasses Instagram too. Which one?
I feel like both. I don't know. In different ways.
Okay.
I'd say Facebook.
Into the mic. Into the mic.
Sorry. I'd say Facebook and Instagram.
Okay. Tiffany?
Probably OnlyFans.
Andrew, what do you think?
Definitely OnlyFans has done more damage. So here's how I would think of it. I think that you could make an argument that Facebook has been completely co-opted by the government in order to curtail speech, do tracking, do data mining, and all sorts of horrible things. But you can also make the argument that a lot of good comes from it. People can communicate with each other at lightning speed, especially when it was early on. It was kind of a marketplace for ideas. OnlyFans doesn't produce anything which is good. It basically produces nothing, like 1 or 2% of its content, which is not nude related or whatever it is, or the small percentage that is not nude related. It produces nothing good.
We have 2 OnlyFans girls here at the table. Do you guys want to make a counter argument or?
I'd say, yeah. So I don't think OnlyFans made like a worse, just because people are going to that to they have to pay to see anything most of the time. So they're wanting to see that on Facebook. It's just open. You can open up your Facebook and see anything, that you don't want to see.
Well, no, you can't, right? You can't see nudes on Facebook, and
yeah, you can.
You can. They have moderation policies there, right, where they remove that stuff, don't they?
Yeah,
Andrew,
but you can still see it.
Andrew, let me. Wasn't there a story in for the 2020 election that Facebook stifled a pretty big story right before the election?
Yeah.
Was it the Hunter Biden?
Zuckerberg admitted to the entire scheme and said that they were co-opted by the federal government and that they weren't going to allow it in this next election cycle, and that they didn't want to work with the feds anymore in policing speech on the platform, but there was too little too late. But still, while I concede that Zuckerberg has done many, many bad things with Facebook, and that it's been a data mining kind of plethora, and lots of bad has come from it, I can still at least point to a lot of good having come from it. I can't point to any good having come from OnlyFans. No good comes from that.
I think there's good that comes from OnlyFans, because if you think about it, the reason why men or women are subscribing or purchasing those OnlyFans girls are because they're probably afraid to approach real girls in real life, or maybe they're embarrassed or something along the lines of that, and them subscribing to us is basically us helping them prepare for that situation.
Oh yeah, well thanks. It's public service. It's quite the public service. You go out here, you're just trying to help society. The benevolence of your own heart has nothing to do with wanting to fill your pockets with lonely men who you then create a parasocial relationship with and have a Chinese dude or some foreigner chat with him at 3 o'clock in the morning while you're soundly sleeping on your behalf in order to create and entail this parasocial relationship. You're a saint. In fact, when can we canonize you? You are fantastic. I know that you're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart. What was I thinking?
Thank you.
Yeah, you were just trying to help those poor 50-year-old men who were just a little lonely and wanted to jerk off to a young girl. You're just trying to help them. In fact, I'd go so far as to say you would definitely do this for no charge whatsoever because that's how benevolent you are, right?
No.
No, I didn't think so. Sounds like the benevolence goes out the window the second the money goes out the window.
All right, there you have it. We have a chat here from, Robert Tanner. I'm concerned, especially with the relationship part, how this panel views a man. So far, I have heard about abortions, random sex acts, or absolutely not good men. Question for the panel: what's your ideal man? Also, if Andrew had an input, would love to hear it to help bridge a gap on this. So we'll ask the question to the panel: what's your ideal man? I suppose perhaps the question could be, what does a guy have to bring to the table to get you? Actually, one quick preface question on this one. If you got 80% of everything that you want in your ideal partner, would you be happy with that? Going around the table, starting with you, go ahead.
No.
No? Okay, it would be settling?
It would be what?
Would it be settling?
I think it should be equal. I don't think I'd be happy if it was, 0, 80. I think it should be fair either way.
Wait, can you repeat the question back to me just so I
You said
make sure?
If I got 80% of the whole relationship, you're saying?
No, you got 80. So let's say you have 10 things you want in a partner. You want a guy who's funny. You want a guy who makes this much money. You want a guy who's tall. You want a guy who charismatic, whatever. You have a list of 10 things and you get 80% of those things. So you get 8 of the 10 things that you want. This list could be longer. It could be shorter. In any case, you get 80% of everything you want in your ideal partner. Would you be happy with that?
I would be satisfied.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
I'd be satisfied.
Okay.
I think so. I think that'd be good.
I would be happy. There's always room for improvements over
no
time.
Improvement.
No.
Well then. No, there is no improvement.
Is it 80 flat? Or is it 80 working up?
You get 80, all the things you want in your perfect partner, you get 80%.
I feel
want
like
100.
my perfect partner would grow for me.
Yeah.
But it's not your perfect partner, it's 80% of your perfect partner.
So there's no growth. So that's 0%. If I want my partner to be able to grow, and if he's 80%.
They grow, they only grow 80% though.
Okay, so it's capped at 80.
Yeah, sure.
No one's perfect. They'll still be happy.
Okay, well, Chloe, what about you?
I think it would depend, if we're assuming there's 10 things, it would depend what of the 10 things they have checked off. Because some things are more important than others.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
Yeah, I agree with that. Core values have to be there. The 8 has to be, or the core values have to be within the 8. But then the other 2, I don't know.
Like someone's height or someone's
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your answer, so.
It was the same thing that she said.
Okay, what about you?
It has to be 10.
It has to be 100%. It has to be everything. Okay. All right. What about you?
I'd be okay with that.
80%? Tiffany?
Probably not, 90%.
You need 90%. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then going around the table, the question was, what's your ideal man? What does a guy need to bring to the table to get you? You can talk looks, you can talk personality, whatever. Go ahead.
Personality comes first. I just need somebody to match my type of lifestyle pretty much because I travel a lot. So that's one of the main reasons why I don't really go out of my way to find somebody right now is because I would like to give my person 100% as I would like to receive 100%. So number one would be matching my lifestyle, and then secondary would come looks. So yeah.
Can you be a bit more concrete? Just like list out some things.
I would say has to be compatible, of course. Has to have good humor.
Okay, funny. Sure.
Funny.
Yeah.
And be able to understand my like sarcasm and my like personality, because I have a unique personality, and I think some people don't understand it, but yeah.
Okay.
That, and I would say confidence.
Confidence, okay. What about you?
They have to be tall.
How tall?
At least above 5'10", 5'11".
And how tall are you?
5'2".
Okay. What else?
They have to be understanding. They, like she said, follow your lifestyle, but willing to, like, both ways, both of you guys should be willing to adapt to each other's lifestyle.
Lexi, what about you?
I'm the same way with my height preferences, and I'm also about 5'2".
Minimum height? You said 5'10", right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Higher's like better, but you know.
Taller would what?
Taller would be better. But
6 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
But yeah, I like athletes. I like someone who's fit.
Do you do any sports?
I did do softball.
Softball? Any current?
I just lift.
Just lift, okay. Anything else?
Honesty, humor,
funny. Effort, okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I don't think so.
Pause, what about you?
I like people who are social, funny, has a job, dressed as well, tall, and I don't know, just likes to try new things, I guess.
Any physical traits? You said tall, right? Did you say tall? Okay.
Like fit, you know. Moderately fit.
Anything else?
On the top of my head, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Chloe, what about you?
Someone who has appreciation for the arts, whether that be music or dance, acting, that's important to me. Someone who loves animals. I don't trust someone who doesn't like animals, nor do I trust someone who animals don't like them. But then I honestly prefer people who are closer to my height. So I'd say my ideal range is anywhere from like 5'5" to 5'8". But the Honduran person I had dated, they were about 5'2", so they were a bit shorter than me, and that was completely fine as well. But yeah, someone funny, someone mature, who has good communication skills.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, I think mental maturity is like the most important thing for me, and what comes with that maturity is being able to see like multiple perspectives. Like maybe you don't have my opinion, but like you can see my side. I like them.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
Well, like, so you're saying, let's say you're in a disagreement with your boyfriend or whatever, and so he's like, no, this is the way, and you're like, yeah, but I still want you to see my side. Like
I want him to acknowledge that recognize that I have like a different opinion, and then like be okay with that, and he can have a different opinion. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay. But he's open to seeing multiple perspectives of things, and he's not closed-minded.
What if he's like, no, this is the way, like this is the truth. I disrespect your opinion. He's a opinion disrespecter.
That's a no-go.
No-go.
Why? I think that's hot.
No, because
I think that's hot.
He's a professional opinion disrespecter.
I feel like you should, or at least in like
I feel like women all
Wait,
just
let her
say
finish. Go ahead.
I just feel like you should be able to see multiple perspectives. Like your life view is not everyone's life view, and you need to be able to see other people's life view.
But what if there is like a central truth? Like, what if there is a truth?
Can you give me an example?
Should you see a serial killer's life view?
No, but
no.
You should see like how they grew up and like maybe things that affected them to be that way, and try to give them help.
Yeah, but understanding the idea of like, I can rationalize why you made a decision or rationalize why you didn't make a decision is different from agreeing or accepting those things.
I'm not saying you have to agree with them. I'm just saying that you should.
Or accept them, right?
I'm not saying you should accept them. I'm just saying that you should listen to them and not like cut them off, and just like understand that other people have different views and that your way is just like not the highway. You know what I mean?
What if it is the right way? Like your way is obviously better than the way of a serial killer, right?
I guess there are like general morals, but I'm just saying more in terms of, well, we're talking about a relationship. So
she just wants him to be understanding.
Yeah, I want him to be understanding, essentially.
Yeah.
You brought it up.
You had something on that?
No, I thought she was going to say something different.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What about you?
I would say honest, empathetic, athletic, or leads at least an active lifestyle.
Are you active?
Yeah, I lift, I do rock climbing, I do jiu-jitsu.
What belt are you?
I just started. It's just been like 6 months, but I just like picking up active hobbies.
And actually, Ellen, going back to you, I don't know if we finished, if you had more. In fact, in your notes, you said you're open to many topics, such as what you look for in a guy. So maybe there's a bit more as far as what you look for in a guy.
I guess like I like humor. Did I mention that? I like humor. I feel
funny.
Like my dad's very funny, I feel like. So like I want a partner that's funny.
Sure. Anything else?
I like ambitious men. Like they strive for something and they're always working on themselves. And it doesn't have to be like money or like career related. It can be just, lifestyle or working on bettering like communication or anything like that.
All right. Anything else, or that's pretty much it? Or
that's pretty much it.
Anything on the physical front?
On the physical front?
Yeah, height, ripped, shredded.
Not really.
Are you a chubby chaser?
I like guys.
You like fat guys?
I like guys that, or I would prefer if like they like worked out because I like to.
You work out too?
I do yoga.
All right.
Yoga.
Okay, cool. Anything else for you?
Just, I guess like our moral values have to align.
Are you religious?
No.
Oh, okay.
And I wouldn't want my partner to be really religious either. I just don't think that works.
Are you agnostic, atheist?
Just atheist.
Okay. Is your family religious at all?
Yeah, they're religious.
What are they?
Hindu.
Hindu. Okay. All right. Were you raised Hindu?
I was raised Hindu.
Do your parents have any objections to your atheism or?
No. I mean, they want me to date, more or less within my race.
Do you eat beef in front of them?
No. I respect what they want. If they say don't cook beef in my house, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I would say honesty, for sure.
Okay.
And someone who is like fit, I guess, or average, like and like goal oriented. And I don't know. I don't really do relationships, so I don't really. Yeah.
And then Tiffany.
For me, the most important thing is being smart and then being tolerant.
You?
Huh?
Being tolerant?
Like being tolerating of me.
Because you're annoying.
Sort of, yeah.
They have to tolerate your...
They have to be calm.
Contact.
And they have to be smart. There's nothing more I hate more than dumb men. Just pisses me off.
Okay. A lot of dumb men at UCSB?
And providers. They have to be providers.
And a provider. Yeah. Okay.
I had a quick follow-up to this, Brian.
I do also. Perhaps we have the same one, but right before there's a couple chats coming in here. I'm going to play one, and then, guys, we do have a bit of a delay on these, but they'll come in.
Hail and well met.
Just a sec.
Paladins donated $200.
Yo, Paladins, thank you, man.
You like a man who tells you what to do and is never wrong? Hit me up after the show.
Is this for Tiffany? She does, unfortunately, she does have a boyfriend, so sorry, Law Paladins, but any other girls, maybe, I don't know. Thank you, Law Paladins, really good to see you in the chat. Andrew, you had a follow-up. Was it, what do they bring to the table?
No, it was just to piggyback on this. Actually, before you asked that question, I was going to ask what their core values are. So, just very quickly, what your core values are, and then you can piggyback with the question of what you bring to the table.
Is this for the whole panel or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just very briefly, what are your core values?
Core values.
Chair. Core values.
Chair one.
I would say, I think just love is like the most important.
Beautiful. So beautiful.
I mean, I think just being there for somebody is most important. I think intelligence, like she said, is also very important.
So intelligence is a core value.
Andrew,
Sure.
just to help them out, what would be an example of a core value?
I actually don't want to help out on this. I
okay.
just want to know the answer to what
They think.
I mean, I don't think people are confused as to what a core value is, right? So, Chair 2, what are your core values?
I think I agree with Chair 1, like mainly love.
Okay, Chair 3.
Like the core values of what I look for in a person, like.
No, your core values.
Oh, myself. I would say that I think religion's pretty important. I think if you're kind of, I don't know, but I think not pressuring into anything is really important to me. Yeah, that's all I can think of right now.
Pause.
Okay, Chair 4, what are your core values?
I think I missed a little bit.
Oh, just
what are your core
what
values?
Are your core values? That's the question.
I mean, I gift give a lot.
She's a gift giver. She gives.
Okay.
Gifts.
Chair 5, what are your core values?
Probably compassion, as well as I like to call myself a lifelong learner. So that just means every day making sure you go out there and you learn something new and you better yourself in some way.
Okay, Chair 6, core values.
Empathy. I really look for like kindness. I always and then like self-improvement.
Well, it's not what you're looking for. It's
sorry. My core values,
your
like
core values.
always.
Yeah, your core values.
Empathy, kindness, and then self-improvement. Just being like a good-natured human being. That's what I hope for.
Core values.
They have to be on the same page.
No, your core values.
Oh, mine.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I guess
your
like
core values.
Like kind, empathetic, like I guess politically, like I care about women's rights, I care about reproductive rights, things like that.
Okay, next, core values.
I'd say always trying to be better, like never just giving up, and there's something that you can always work on.
Okay, core values.
Positivity, family, life, Christianity, and being self-aware.
I would like to point out before Brian asks his next question that none of you said duty. None of you said anything that was duty related. But anyway, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So you guys all listed kind of what you want men to bring to the table. You guys had various answers to that, different answers. What do you bring to the table? Go ahead.
I bring exactly what I expect them to bring. So passion, commitment, just everything I would want, I would bring as well. Do
you want a guy to pay for the first date?
No, I don't think you
don't
need
care?
to.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
All right. Sina, what about you?
I bring...
Wait, hold on. Just to be... In your questionnaire, you disagreed that women should go 50-50 on the first date.
Yeah.
So the man should pay on the first date.
No, I don't think they should go 50-50. I think it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter whether she pays the full bill or he pays the full bill. So kind of, I guess I could have put 50-50 on that one, but yeah.
So you're fine with it being 50-50 then?
Sure.
You just don't think it has
doesn't matter.
to be 50-50?
No.
Okay, all right. Sina, what do you bring to the table?
The fact that I'll be a housewife for them. Because if it's a provider man, like I don't think, this might be controversial, like I don't think women, if you're not providing for your men, you can't bring much to the table. So like if I'm willing to be a housewife for them, or I'm willing to cook and clean for them while they work, I think that's enough.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to let it
Hail
chat
and
come
well
in
met.
here.
Lol Paladins donated $200.02. She has a boyfriend? Doesn't bother me, just send me a whisper. I'm playing on the Night Slayer server. He doesn't need to know if we clear Wailing Caverns together.
Wailing Cavern. By the way, guys, the whatever guild, Andrew needs to freaking create his mage. We are playing, there's the whatever guild, we're playing on Night Slayer for the anniversary World of Warcraft Classic Realms. We're on Horde side. Join the Discord, discord.gg/whatever if you want to join the guild. So,
is that hardcore though, Brian?
no, not hardcore, just regular PvP.
Okay.
Yeah, not hardcore. Where were we? What do you bring to the table?
Loyalty for sure. I don't want to be in a marriage where I solely depend on my husband, because I feel like that gives him a lot of things like that he can hold over my head. So I definitely want to be able to be financially independent and take care of myself and my kids and give them the life I want for us, aside from my husband's salary.
Why do you assume that he would hold things above your head?
Just if I don't have anything and I solely rely on him for everything, I have to ask him, can I get this? Can I get that? I feel like also like with prenups or anything like that, if I probably wouldn't divorce a man I didn't want to be with if I knew I would be homeless or I wouldn't be in that great of a state after.
So you wouldn't sign a prenuptial agreement?
I think I would, because I would have my own money. So it doesn't matter.
But I mean, do you plan on having children at some point?
Yes.
And it's probably going to be optimal for you to stay at home with them, right?
I don't think so.
You're going to outsource it?
What do you mean?
You're going to outsource your children's being raised by other people? Or would you rather raise them?
I'm definitely going to be a big influence in my children's life. It's also part of why I want to go to the PA program for the lifestyle balance. So I'm definitely going to feel like I can also, with the help of my partner and I should both be able to raise our kids.
Yeah, but I mean, for just talking about what's optimal, let's say man has enough money so that you can stay at home with the kids. It would be optimal for you as the mother to stay home with the kids rather than outsourcing their raising to somebody who's not their mother, right?
I don't think I would need to rely on someone else that's not their mom. I think, like, of course you might need daycare and nannies.
Well, that's outsourcing, right?
Okay, but I would probably go with one of my family members, and
that's still outsourcing, right?
How many kids do you want?
Probably just like 2.
2 kids? Okay. All right.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Are you saying it's not possible to have a career and kids?
No, of course not. It's possible. I'm talking about what's optimal. You think that it's a good idea to outsource the raising of your children to other people? It's not a good idea.
I'm sorry. I mean, men do it all the time, so I don't really see what your point is.
What do you mean? What do you mean men do it all the time?
Can men not have a career and raise kids?
No. So that's the optimal portion, right? Is that the man has a career, right? So last I checked, in case you don't know this, but men can't breastfeed, for instance. Women can do that. It's the healthiest way to raise a child is on breast milk, not with formula. We have all the scientific data on planet Earth at this point to prove that. So at least within the first year of the child's life, the mom probably should be at home with the child. If that is the case, then the father probably is going to be working, right?
Yes, but I mean, they've been doing it for centuries. Can you not breast pump and give the milk out?
Yeah, sometimes women have all sorts of different troubles with this. They can't produce enough milk. They can't pump enough milk. There's all sorts of things which come up when it comes to breastfeeding. So I mean, optimally, the best thing to do is to let the baby latch on and drink. Right? That's how we've been doing this for several thousand years now. It works pretty good, and they get very healthy because they get the correct nutrition from their mom. And by the way, a baby's entire immune system is essentially formed off of those nutrients. So yeah, it's pretty good for the children.
If that's your view on it, then.
What's controversial about that view? A baby's entire, they're literally, like, this will affect their IQ. It'll affect their development. It affects everything. It affects their immune system. If you give a child who's developing poor nourishment, you're setting them up for failure. You'll set them up to be lower IQ, have behavioral issues, have all sorts of problems. Of course, it's optimal for their mom to be there with them, giving them affection and feeding them, right?
Okay, but where's the dad at? If he's
the
always
dad
working?
is working to enable the fact that the mom can do that.
But it takes two to make a kid, right? So it should take two to raise that kid. And if you need to reach out and if she wants to work because she doesn't want to depend on her husband, then her getting care for her child shouldn't be a problem at all.
Well, that's not what we're talking about, though. You're just switching the issue. We're talking about what's optimal, not what is possible. There's all sorts of arrangements which are possible. You could technically raise a kid in the Playboy Mansion, but do you think that that's going to be good for the kid?
No, of course not.
No, of course not. Right. So it's not optimal. So the thing is like, if we're talking about what's optimal, not what's possible.
How are you
what's
to say
optimal,
what's best for a kid?
Is if mommy
For their kid.
can stay at home with baby and feed baby breast milk and take care and nurture baby. Obviously, that's optimal. Well, can you give me a single scenario where there's something more optimal than that?
So no, I'm not saying more optimal, but what if that's not a possibility? So my son had a tongue tie, and that's a medical problem.
What?
As a tongue tie, it's a medical problem as to why he couldn't latch on.
What's a tongue tie?
It is underneath your tongue. It's the thing that is like right there. It's too long, so you have to get it cut. You have to go through a procedure to be able to latch onto your mother.
Okay.
So there are reasons, and there's, it's not just, breast milk is best.
I don't even understand in that context. Didn't you just get the procedure and then breastfeed the kid?
I mean, yeah, you could, but do you want to cut your child's tongue?
Well, what's the problem? What do you mean?
Is cutting your child's tongue optimal?
But, well, let's assume for a second that in this one case where almost nobody has this problem,
Sorry,
we go,
multiple people have
this problem. I had this problem.
Hang on. Let me make the case and I'll let you respond. I promise. All right? Let's say in this one case you had to make alternative arrangements, or you had to pump or something like this. It was less than optimal. Pointing at the outlier and saying that that's a standard we should promote seems silly to me. Yeah, I'm sure that there's going to be individual cases of health issues with children where you're going to have to make less than optimal decisions because you're in a less than optimal situation. But for the vast, vast, vast majority of all of humanity who exists right this second, clearly a woman staying at home with her children is optimal in comparison to outsourcing their children. That seems obvious, right?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
Because you can't just say that everything, that it's the world is ridiculous right now. It's not like it was back in the day. It's not, that's not how things go anymore.
Because, Bill, it's not how it goes. If you say, well, I just demand that I go work and outsource my child care, then yeah. But the truth is that there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of families all over the world, all over the United States, all over South America, all over the place, who have dad go to work for very little money, and still, because they do all sorts of budget cuts in their homes, maybe they only have one vehicle, right? It's tough, but they make sure that mom can stay at home with kids because, well, they're going to get the best nutrition possible, and they're going to have their mom. What could possibly be more important to a baby than having their mom?
So let me ask, does that change how the child turns out?
Oh yeah, significantly changes.
So then how does
Hang on,
dad?
I'll give you some examples.
Then how does dad?
Hang on, I'll give you some examples.
If it changed, then
can I add something?
So here's the examples. Yes. Not only does it affect their immune system, it affects their IQ, it affects their physiology, it affects their height, it affects their weight, it affects long-term problems inside of a human being's health. It also affects behavior. It affects behavior because you have detachment problems. You have all sorts of issues that come with the feeling of abandonment when childcare is outsourced away from the mom. And this is one of the most psychologically studied phenomenon on planet Earth, along with the nutritional values. And we see the results of mass inflammation in children, ADHD at all-time highs, depression, all of these different things. Much of this has been linked to the idea of the plastics that are inside of food, lack of nourishment, lack of breastfeeding, and formula feeding.
So I would say I would agree. Maybe in the first year a child is born that a mother could take time off to really, really tend to her child. But my mom has worked a full-time job since forever, and I mean, I feel like I turned out pretty good. I got my...
Yeah, but here's the thing. Nobody's disputing that you can't have good results by doing things in a less than optimal way. Nobody's disputing that. Like, for instance, I suppose that I could start a bonfire with a hand grenade, right? Or I can start it with a match. I would just say that starting it with the match would be more optimal than starting it with a hand grenade. The idea here, hang on, the idea here is just to say, right, that yes, you can have good results and good children and people who are even with that. But I'm just saying that if we look at the stats and the data, we can clearly see that most people have less than good results. And who knows how you would have turned out had mommy stayed home with you the entire time. Could be vastly different.
Can I say something? Did you do everything the optimal way? And did your parents do everything the optimal way if you're putting the standard on everyone else?
Let's say for a second they didn't. Do you understand that when you make an argument, a two-quid quo fallacy, which is what you're doing right now, what about you? Wouldn't matter. Let's say for a second my parents did the opposite. They were both feminazis and they ran around with blue hair, right? They hated their children. They thought I was complete scum and they completely malnourished me. What in the world would that have to do with what was optimal or what wasn't?
I'm just saying that you're holding everyone to this ridiculous standard of every single thing having to be an optimal way.
All I said was what is optimal, what is not, looking for an argument for why I'm wrong. What standard have I held you to?
Do you guys agree that it's optimal?
Hang on, let her answer the question. What standard have I held you to?
If U.S. gave longer maternity leave and we were able to be with our children for that full 1 year, I guess I would say it's optimal, but many families cannot survive on one person's salary, especially with the economy. So right now, it's not optimal.
Yeah, well then you need to explain why it is that it's the least rich demographic, the poorest people have the most amount of children.
The poorest
people who have the most amount of children also, right, have mom stay home while dad works, right? They're underneath that income threshold most of the time. And interestingly enough, what happens is the opposite. When you have middle class, they tend to do what's called family planning, right? And so they want to have kind of a posher lifestyle, and oftentimes they do that at the expense of the children.
I have a question.
The demographic that has most kids is poor people, though, right?
How long do you think then a woman should optimally stay home with their child? What age is it okay for them to then resume their work?
I think that they should stay home with them until they're nearing adulthood.
But we send kids to school for the whole day when they're in kindergarten.
Do you guys want to work though?
I think they should be homeschooled.
Okay, that was
and I
going
think
to my
instead
question.
of using
Do you think they should
our
just
best,
stay at home the
I
whole
think
time?
that instead of using our best and brightest to go into office buildings all the time, right? And go work as sandwich makers and work in the service industry, which is where we send them all the time, right? Most of them aren't being doctors and lawyers. They're mostly working as waitresses and in the service industry. I think instead of wasting women there, we should take our best and brightest and have them raising the next generation of the best and brightest. That's what I think.
I say that because I actually was homeschooled my entire life, essentially. But there's definite bad things to homeschooling as well. You don't get the social connect you need between people of your own age, so that hinders you completely.
No, completely the opposite. In fact, the public school system, because of the way that it's set up, if you homeschool, all of the extracurricular activities which your property taxes go to pay for, you can enroll your children in all of them without ever sending them to that school. So if you want them to be on the wrestling team, the football team, the volleyball team, the cheerleading squad, or any of these different things, guess what? You can just send them right along because your tax dollars pay for all that. The school can't tell you anything different if you're inside the curriculum. So that's completely wrong. The socialization aspect of it has been well studied. They're not antisocial. They graduate much earlier than children outside the homeschool curriculum. They do better long-term in most longitudinal studies than people who go to public school.
But I was homeschooled, yes, and that was not the case where I lived. Not to mention, I was not homeschooled by my parents. I was homeschooled by a computer, which is what a lot of homeschoolers are doing nowadays. They sit in front of their computers, their family still goes off to work. Yeah, what do you think you do in a public school? Okay, but that raises the same point then. Do you not feel more neglect if you're being kept at home away from everyone else and your family is then also having to do their own life? You're not being kept away from anyone else. This is full of red herrings and kind of false anecdotes.
How are you being kept away from everybody else because you don't have to go to a pee-wee prison where you're locked in a room for 8 hours a day, right, and forced to learn shit you don't care about? That seems like it's completely suboptimal, in fact. You know why that exists? That system exists because working parents need babysitters. That's why school lasts 8 hours, even though every single study we look at shows that young children do not do well when you go past somewhere around 3 to 4 hours of daily education. They don't do well. But we make the day that long so that parents can go and work and be cogs in the economy. Does that sound like it's a good deal? Doesn't sound like a good deal to me.
Speaking from my own personal upbringing and experience as someone who was homeschooled my entire life, when you're growing up and you see the quote-unquote, let's say a normal childhood, you see kids going off to school, hanging out with their school friends, participating on these clubs that are in school, doing all this. When you don't get that as a child, and you were not allowed to get that as a child in that normal experience, you feel a certain way about it. Almost anyone I know who is also homeschooled also has felt that certain way about it. And it takes a little bit to get over that because you're jealous for a while of people who got to do that.
What? I'm sorry. Didn't you say that you graduated at 14 and went to college? Yeah, I guarantee you that most of these public school kids who had to stay in the pee-wee prison until they were 18, and their senior year in high school, they were taking nothing but electives because they just needed to warm a seat so the school got federal funding, would vastly have preferred to have graduated at 14 years old and gone on with their life.
And every day I wish I had stayed behind and gotten to live a normal
What was the advantage of staying behind? Why couldn't you live a normal life at 14 after you graduated?
Because being a 14-year-old in a class with a bunch of 20-something-year-olds, you're not going to make many friends.
You weren't going to, what classes were you going to with 20-something-year-olds at 14?
College classes?
You what? You weren't enrolled in college, going to college at 14. That's ridiculous.
What did I do in between the years I graduated at 14?
I have no idea, but you weren't going to college and hanging out in rooms with 20-year-olds in college rooms learning.
That's what happens when someone graduates early.
So show me anything backing up that at 14 years old you were going to college rooms with 20-year-olds and learning advanced calculus. Are ridiculous. The most ridiculous thing you've said all night.
When kids graduate early, are they then expected to just sit there and wait until they are of the normal college age to then attend college?
No, the learning doesn't end just because you graduated. That is also absurd. You can take what are called college. You can take what are called college pre-prep classes. You can go to trade schools. You can do all sorts of different things with your education.
You can't go to college preparatory.
Why is the expectation that you sit there like a drooling idiot looking at the wall? Why can't you pursue
you're
music?
saying
Why can't you pursue art? Why can't you pursue cooking and other interests? Hang on, let me ask a question that you can answer. Why can't you pursue all of these things that you want to pursue exactly?
Because I want to if I graduate early, and my goal is to graduate with a degree, then in my head, how it was when I was graduating and went off to college, if I don't go straight into college, I have now wasted my extra years of graduating early.
Why?
Because I wanted to get
isn't
school
for everyone.
out of the way.
Yeah, first of all, college isn't for everyone.
Right, it's not.
And it's not even a boon for most people who go through it. Most people go through it, they end up with a lot of debt, and they only make a slight amount more of money, and that's after years of still being at an entry-level job. That's one. So the second thing is having your general schooling and general education behind you at 13, 14 years old, and you're on par with your 18-year-old peers, gives you every advantage to start doing other pursuits earlier, be it music, be it trade schools, be it cooking pursuits, hobbies, whatever it is that you want to do. This idea that you have to be perpetually schooled is nonsense. It's nonsense. Most people run on passion, and when they work around things that they're passionate about, they tend to make the most amount of money and have the highest in the happiness indexes. So it's like, why do we have to continuously push down everybody's throat that they need to get a degree in something worthless? You know how many political science degrees have sat here and they don't know anything about politics? How many women with different degrees have sat here and they have a degree in psychology, don't know anything about psychology? College is not about rewarding the best and brightest. If it was, not everybody could go.
Could I ask a question? Did you go to public school or private school, or were you homeschooled?
It was a mix. I didn't like school. School's not for smart people. School's not where smart people go. School is where smart people leave. That's what smart people do. They get the fuck away as fast as they can so that they can go pursue things that are, it's like, I remember watching a video of the guy who owns Virgin. Okay, you might have heard of Virgin Travel, Virgin Mobile, all of this. And I remember him sitting down in a room full of suits who were multimillionaires, and he laughed at them because they all went through their entire life getting degrees and playing the stock market and this and that. And he said, I'm the only billionaire in the room, and I'm a ninth grade dropout. The thing is like, no, I don't think that education has to do with a schoolroom. I think that you need to teach kids how to read, write, do arithmetic, basic English. Right now, your graduation rates at 12th grade, they're walking out and they can't read at a 6th grade level. Who's this helpful to? Does society seem like it's smarter than it was when people only had an 8th grade education? Because it doesn't seem like that to me.
I'm going to let a couple chats come through because there's a bit of a backlog here. Sorry for the delay on some of these guys. Metro Matt, we got 2 viewers coming in. I just wanted to allow the conversation to play out, so going to let, there's about 10 chats coming through, so.
Metro Matt donated $200. This panel's last 2 brain cells are fighting for 3rd place right now. Have a burrito tonight, Brian. That is for the Discord game we're playing.
Metro Matt, thank you for the TTS, man. Do appreciate it. No burritos for me tonight. I already had one earlier today, so I'll have something else, But thank you, Metro Matt. Shout out to the Discord. Hope you guys are enjoying. Are you playing World of Warcraft? Is that what it is?
Metro Matt donated $200. Ladies, would you date a man that's subbed to enough girl? When are we going to start blaming the men that support of girls? Andrew has been stewing. Shout out Discord fam.
That did come in, a while ago. But ladies, would you date a man that subbed to an OnlyFans girl? Yes or no? Going around the table really quick, please.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, you wouldn't have an issue.
No. What's the issue?
He's dating you, but he's like jerking off to another chick.
At the same time. He's just saying
while
if
you're
he
dating.
Did. He just said if he did.
No, would you date a man that subbed to an OF girl? So
no.
I assume the question here is
not at the same time.
Going into the relationship, he would continue subbing to an OF girl. I think that's my sense of the question. Well, you're an OF girl, so.
I think he's asking if he did in the past.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
That subbed to an. I don't think that's the question.
I thought it was.
Because when you say subs, because subbed is like the past.
Subbed.
A man that's
subbed.
Like
subbed in the past.
Yeah.
Couldn't
subs to
be current tense? Is that the right word?
That subs to, that would be current.
Subs.
Yeah.
Subs to, not subbed to.
Has subbed to.
He subbed. Date a man that subbed to an OF girl.
So unless
I think that's current.
Like if you say
unless he's saying he subbed to them during your relationship.
Just answer both.
I feel like if you just
the operative word that is very important here. That subbed. Current.
Yeah, right.
Current tense.
That subbed prior.
There was no prior. He didn't say prior. Metro Matt, bro. Can you clarify? What the fuck, dude? Okay, here, I'm just going to take it my way then. He's currently subbed to an OF girl and you're dating him. Is it an issue? Go ahead.
No, I would not date him.
Okay, pause. What about you?
Nope.
Issue? Okay, Chloe.
No. Is it that it is an issue? Or
hello?
Sorry.
Okay,
I'm
skip.
saying yes.
Yes, issue? Okay, all right. Tiffany.
No, I would not date.
Tiffany.
It's an issue.
Okay. All right, we have Benja the Offender. Including Brian and Andrew, hypothetical question. Would you support a bill that if a woman chooses to keep the right to an abortion, she would have to be signed up for a draft civil service?
Okay, dumbest question ever.
Wait. Would you support a bill that if a woman chooses to keep the right to an abortion? Okay, sure. So you guys, in perpetuity, get to keep the right to an abortion, but you would have to also be subject to military conscription. Did you make that trade-off? How about this? Wait, first off, who's pro-life? Just raise of hands. Pro-life? You're in the middle. Who's pro-choice? Raise your hands. Aren't you Catholic?
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like if it's a right in their circumstances.
Okay. So sounds like.
Sir, what circumstances does the Catholic Church support?
I'm not necessarily representing the Catholic Church, but just.
But I mean, you're part of the Catholic Church, right?
So incest, SA, essentially. Yeah. Okay. Life
Catholic
of the mother.
Church doesn't support that.
Okay. So the question is, would you support a bill that if a woman chooses to, she can, abortion rights are protected, but for the individual, but they have to sign up for the draft. They have to be eligible for the draft or civil service. In favor?
I think that's okay.
Okay.
No.
Not in favor, so you give up the abortion rights, okay?
I don't think I would support that bill.
So you give up the abortion rights, okay?
Same.
Give up the abortion rights, okay?
It wouldn't personally ever apply to me, but
what do you mean?
Like
you can't get
I support other people having abortions. I would never have one.
Sure.
I think it would mentally affect me too much. But I don't know. I also don't see the correlation between the two, how they would make it.
Just a hypothetical.
But so if they signed it at all, like if they signed the bill at all,
I gotta keep things moving. What about you, Ellen?
I don't have a comment on that.
What do you mean?
Like, I feel like I need to think about it a little bit more. Like, I don't really want to express my opinion currently.
Okay. What about you?
Yes, I would support that. Yes.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't support it.
All right. And I do have actually kind of a follow-up question on that. Would you rather have a democracy or access to abortions?
I don't have a answer for that one.
You got to pick. You have to pick one.
I don't know. I would need more detail. Can you give me more detail?
The democracy.
Yeah, democracy is gone, and you can have abortions, or you can have abortions, or you can't have abortions, but you have democracy.
I think you can have abortions. I don't know.
Well, Andrew, would this be like a fair scenario? So you can still have an abortions, but you have like a Trump monarchy, and then like Trump becomes like God King, and then all his firstborn son then becomes president, and then like it's just what's that term for
monarchy?
No, it'd be but there's a specific term for like progeniture. I don't fucking know. Okay, whatever.
Okay,
it goes from father to son.
Goes from father to son.
Okay.
So it's like Trump for
obviously I wouldn't want that, so
you don't like Barron? You're not like a Barron stan?
A Karen?
Barron.
Trump.
No.
Okay. What do you pick?
Same as her.
So what is your answer? Okay, do you pick democracy or do you pick
democracy?
Abortion.
Democracy.
Okay, all right. Whatever they got in Canada. I don't know what they have in Canada. Annex Canada.
I think I'm a little lost on the question, but I think I'd pick democracy.
Okay, pause. Democracy or abortions?
Democracy.
Okay, Chloe?
Probably abortions.
Okay, why? You're like a anarchist?
I feel like
you're like fuck democracy?
The democracy we have anyway is like hardly even. So
what do you mean by that?
I don't have the US for me has not painted a good picture of what democracy is. So given that, I don't like this democracy that we're in. Not that I'm like not.
If Kamala had just won, would your answer be different?
No.
Oh, okay. You'd still be like, fuck the
I just don't like the U.S.
Wait, what?
You just prefer the South Korean democracy?
I just don't like the U.S.
Why?
I never have.
Why?
I've lived abroad before, and
why don't you like the U.S.?
The people here and the culture here and the government here.
But South Korea is an American port. I mean, they literally imported all of the values of America. They have the same democracy. They have the same types of constitutional rights. Like, it's basically an American port.
It's a lot more conservative, though.
The culture is different, though.
It's very different.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about America do you dislike?
I just don't like, in all, the way the government does things
like what?
Here. The police forces.
What about the police?
Not that I don't like the police. I have plenty of friends who are policemen and policewomen.
Do you think we should defund the police?
Not defund. It's just like better training needs to happen.
Okay. What are your objections, though, when it comes to the police? Just they're not trained well?
Systematic racism.
Systematic racism? Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's not a problem with South Korean police at all. That's like, they're like known for it. Just like Japanese police are literally known for it. It's one of the most common things that Asian police forces are known for, is being the most racist on planet Earth.
And when I see that with my own eyes, then I'll have a different opinion on that. But I have seen countless of my friends shot by police officers.
Wait, hold on.
Do you know Johnny
No,
Somali?
you haven't. You're full of it. You haven't seen countless of your friends shot by cops.
You've seen with your own eyes. You've been what do you mean seen?
I have seen a couple of my friends get shot with my own eyes.
You
And
haven't.
then I've heard plenty of my friends who've
I'll tell you what. I've got a $500 right now. If you could give the scenario of where you can prove that you were somewhere where you physically watched your friend get shot by cops, Brian pulls it up, I'll give you $500 right now.
Why would there be a video of it?
Well, it's pretty high profile when somebody gets shot by the police.
Not in
right?
the area that some people live in.
Yeah, even in predominantly black areas, it's still actually rare that black men get shot by police. Very rare.
They have body cams too, the police. So.
And a lot of those.
Wait, so you were hanging out, like when you say you've seen, because some people might use the word seen, like I knew somebody and they were shot, but I didn't see it. You saw it with your own eyes. You were there with them.
I have seen probably 2 people with my own eyes.
Get shot
But then
by
I have
police.
seen in passing, as in like heard from everyone, seen it.
So you've seen.
No, you haven't.
You
haven't seen anybody get shot. What? It's at least 2, not just 1. You had to go with the 2. So now it's like there's one really rare event that almost nobody ever witnesses. You just happened to see it twice. With your own eyes. It's like, just stop. Listen, you're embarrassing yourself. Literally,
It might be rare for you.
Where are you
It's
from?
rare for everybody.
The mean streets of Santa Monica?
Jennings, Missouri.
Jennings, Missouri. I'm not familiar with Jennings, Missouri. Wait, but so are you counting taser, or are you saying
No, like shot at, yes.
Shot at. Were they hit?
One of them was.
Shot at.
Yes.
With a gun?
Yes.
Huh. I don't know how it goes. Maybe Missouri. I don't know. Missouri's kind of crazy, not going to lie. Maybe it's true, Andrew. It is Missouri, after all. You were there. Did you get shot too?
No.
You didn't get shot?
No.
Was it the man who got shot?
The man? What do you mean?
Were you with a man or a woman? Who got shot? A man?
I was in a group of friends, and one of the guys got shot.
Was he white or black?
Black.
Or Asian? Or Latino?
Black.
Or Polynesian? Or indigenous? Or Native
None of
American?
those extra ones.
He was black?
Yes.
But you said 2 shootings. Was the other guy also black?
Yes.
This was the same day?
Racist. This is a very racist.
Oh.
Okay. Did they make it? Are they okay? Or?
One of them had to get treated. Like I said, one of them actually got hit. One of them was not hit, but they were shot at.
Did he run away, or what happened? The other guy who didn't get shot, but got shot at.
The guy who got shot at?
Yeah. Is he okay?
It wasn't, I don't think that one was meant to hit them.
It was like a warning shot?
I don't know what I'd call it, to be honest.
Are you sure it was a police officer, not like gangbanging?
No, I'm very sure it was a police officer, outfit police officer.
What was the crime that the 2 men were like accused of or alleged to have committed? Because usually cops don't like just start blasting like for no reason. Did they have guns on them?
No. We were all roughhousing.
You were roughhousing?
Roughhousing is in like...
When this happened?
13.
The cops were shooting at 13-year-olds.
We were 13-ish, yeah.
And so the cops drew guns on...
Singular.
Singular cop. Like a mall cop or like a cop?
We were in this area. There's this like almost abandoned parking lot next to where I lived. And We'd all hang
rebellious
out
kids
there.
hung out.
And we just we all did fighting sports, so we would legitimately be fighting each other.
It was like Fight Club.
Kind of. We even, as a child, we used to have rock fights, and we just get rocks and swing them at each other.
Gnarly. Wait, so okay, cop pulls up, he's like, pulls out the blicky, and just starts blasting.
It's not like they started blasting
Starts
at them.
blasting.
They shot at them.
Shot?
Yeah, it wasn't
What
like...
was the crime they were being accused? Like, what it...
And
violence.
Mind you, can we just point a couple of stats out here for Jennings, Missouri? That the entirety of the population of Jennings, Missouri is 12,895 people. It's extremely tiny. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you know, if you had to take a guess, how many police shootings would you say that there were last year in Jennings, Missouri?
I have not lived in Missouri since I was a child, so...
Okay, what year did this happen so I can look up the stats and how many police shootings
This happened...
It wasn't reported, Andrew. It wasn't reported.
Yeah.
No, if an officer discharged his weapon at somebody, it was reported.
It was.
It's not
It was a
always
corrupt
reported, no.
Police station.
The corrupt cops went out and just started willy-nilly discharging their weapons at people, and you
at
happened to be in the
13-year-olds.
room at the time.
They were blasting at the 13-year-olds.
Not the wording I used, but...
In like a violent...
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. That's just completely ridiculous.
Are you sure like they didn't just shut their car door loudly and you guys thought it sounded like gunshots?
No, we know what gunshots sounded like.
Yeah? Did you carry back when you were 13 or?
I used to go shooting with my family.
What? So the gun just the cop pulls up to a bunch of 13-year-olds in their fight club and just starts blasting. Was he blasting like, was he trying to hit someone specific, or he was just like kind of like, fuck it, if they die, they die?
I'm not them, so I wouldn't personally know what was going through their head.
What do you mean them?
I
Like,
say them when
what
I refer
pronouns?
to anyone
Like
that
they,
I don't
them?
know.
Are you talking they, them?
No.
Am I to assume that this 13-year-old went to the hospital at least?
To the hospital?
Well, one of them missed.
Yeah, one of them was not actually hit.
Okay, which one was it? Was it the 13-year-old?
They got like grazed in the arm. It wasn't a serious.
So did they go to the hospital?
They went to the doctors, yes.
Like they went to the hospital. So by law, if there's a shooting of this type, the hospitals have to immediately report it to the police department. And so we would have a record. If you give me the year, I can actually source it and find out if there was any 13-year-olds who were shot that year because the hospital reported it.
To the police that never anything ever happened out of
Wait, I got to read this really quick before it falls off. Law Paladin says, bro, chicks are never happy. 80% of infinity, still infinity. You could give them like Chris Hemsworth and it wouldn't be enough for any woman. For those of you women who said 80% not acceptable, although we had some pretty open-minded women here. So do we want to continue with the inquiry?
I want to continue.
You want to continue about the inquiry?
I would like to know this.
The cop shooting inquiry.
So this 13-year-old, he was grazed, he went to the hospital, and you're saying that the hospital never reported it to the police department?
He went to a doctor.
Was
he
it
did
a
not
vet?
go, no.
Like one of those,
yeah,
like,
a doctor would
doctors.
also have to report a gunshot-related injury to the police by law.
You know those like shifty places that aren't really legal doctors, but they know how to do some stuff?
Like it's a vet.
You took him to a veterinarian, did you?
Yeah, it was like a vet doctor who like...
You took him to a veterinarian?
Like Breaking Bad.
It was like in a casino, right? Like you get popped, right? Paulie gets popped, and you take him over to the veterinarian, and the veterinarian removes the bullets and sews him up, and then away he goes? Like it was like that?
No, like those people who are operating out of a weird building who don't actually have a license to be doing what they're doing.
Some meth heads?
I mean, I don't know what they are, but...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've often seen unlicensed doctor buildings where you can go in and have bullet holes removed from you. Said nobody ever in the history of, all of my lifetime anyway. It's just, by the way, if I'm wrong, quick show of hands, how many of you have ever gone and visited one of these shifty, unlicensed doctors whose job is to remove bullet wounds from people?
You
anybody?
know what?
Show of hands? Show of hands, anybody?
I actually take her word for it. I've been to Jennings, Missouri, and it's rough out there. In Jennings, okay? Andrew, let's not diminish, let's not downplay the mean streets of Jennings, because you might catch a beef. You're in Michigan, Andrew. You might catch a beef in one of these gangbangers in Jennings, Missouri. They don't fuck around. Like, you're disrespecting the J boys. Wait, the Jennings boys. The Jennings boys. Andrew. The Jennings boys. Like, that's the gang. Is that the gang? What's the name of the gang from Jennings? It's the Jennings boys, and then also the never mind. Okay.
You know what though? Maybe you're right. I knew a chick once. She knew a guy who was walking through, or she knew a girl who was walking through a park, and this chick was trained in MMA, and she was attacked by a couple of muggers, and she didn't just break one of their legs. She broke all of their legs. She broke all of these muggers' legs with her bare hands. It's the most impressive thing I'd ever heard of.
I remember that story. I was the breaking leg story. That was a good one. Okay, we have Joe Murphy here. B&A, let's cook a roast. Each lady defined feminism from a Western perspective and an Eastern that's asking a lot, Joe. Ladies, speak up against a master debater. Don't be afraid to open up your world views. How about this? Because I don't know Western perspective, Eastern perspective, I don't know how productive that'll be. How about just going around the table? Do you consider yourself a feminist? Starting with you.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I'm not sure. I would need to look into.
Do we want to give them a definition on this one? Just I think this is Andrew's definition. A movement towards egalitarian with a rejection of patriarchy.
Okay, so just equality?
Yeah.
A movement towards equality, which the form of equality we're talking about here is egalitarianism. So that there's no confusion, I use that word specifically because egalitarianism is expressing that men and women are essentially interchangeable widgets. Anything a man can do, a woman should be able to do, and anything a woman can do, a man should be able to do.
Feminist, yes, no?
I'm still not sure. I'd like to look into that more.
Okay. Pos, what about you?
I think yeah.
Okay.
I don't really know. I think people can just do whatever they want. I don't... Like, if someone wants to go, like... How do I word it? Equality, yeah, sure. Should that be a thing? Absolutely. I don't think it 100% is. At the same time, I'm not going to put someone down for wanting to stay more traditional and not be a part of a feministic movement.
Are you feminist?
I don't do action supporting one way or another. I just live my life.
All right. What about you?
I think I'd also have to think about it a little bit more. But could I answer the second part of that, what was it, like comment thing? It was like talking more about like political views and who's the person?
You mean the previous?
Or no, yeah, the previous like comment.
Chat?
It was.
Well, there was a question that we didn't go all the way around the table. We kind of started talking about America. I think the question was democracy or abortion. So I don't think you had a chance to answer on that.
I don't think she's talking about that. She's talking about that TCH.
I know, but why don't we just finish up that one then, since she reminded me?
I don't think I have a comment on that one either.
You got to participate, though, to some degree in the show. I mean, this is the second time you've...
I can participate because I want to talk about the education because...
We've already moved off of the... What do you mean, the education?
Well,
homeschooling?
Brian, Rachel did say that she'd like to take the seat and discuss this very issue with the dissenters. If you'd like to see that, I'm happy to bring her down.
Yeah, we can do that. I just want to get caught up on the chats.
No problem. I'm just letting you know.
Sure, we can do that. So you wanted to talk about the what?
Like education, like homeschooling versus public school education.
And that, Andrew, that's what Rachel wanted to come talk on?
Yeah, well, because that moves into the broader idea, as the gal said, I think from your perspective to your right, she had said, listen, we're talking about optimals and this type of thing. That's because it opens up a kind of broader conversation on the topic, which is directly related to feminism and the idealism behind it.
Yeah, we can come back to that, but so I guess finishing up, democracy or abortion?
Abortion.
Okay.
I don't know what the question was.
Oh, I guess if you had to choose, You can have one or the other. You can keep democracy, but you lose rights to abortion, or you can keep rights to abortion, but you lose democracy.
Abortion.
Tiffany?
I don't really care about either, but I would go with democracy.
Wait, why don't you care? You don't care about democracy? You're just curious why?
No, not really, because
you're like a nationalist, or wait, not a nationalist. You're
some people's opinions matter more. Like a person who doesn't even know what the difference between a country and a state is shouldn't be having the same weight on their vote.
For their vote. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian, what about
that's
you?
how it is in the U.S. So.
What about me?
Yeah.
On this question?
Democracy or abortion?
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Kind of like if we got rid of democracy and then I could just be dictator, that would be kind of cool. So I guess like I'd be down to be a dictator, like authoritarian or whatever.
Me too.
So I'm like kind of, if it's me that gets to become like the authoritarian dictator.
What if it's
No, you
Trump?
don't get to be.
Oh.
You just live there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one then. I guess just like keep democracy then. If I had to pick between one or the other. I'll move it on just for the sake of time. I did have one note here. This came up in a previous conversation. We won't linger long. You spent time in Korea. There's this thing that kind of propped up here recently in the U.S. related to something that's going on in Korea, the 4B movement. Are you familiar with this at all?
I stay as far away from politics and anything to do with them as possible. So
I'll move on then. We do have a couple chats coming in. There's quite a few guys. Sorry, I'm trying to get to them as quick as possible. I'm just, we got this one.
Tim_Stokely_ himself donated $200. What factors in your view have led to declining birth rates in developed countries?
Is this for the whole panel? What factors in your view have... Man, you're asking some... okay, what factors in your view? Porn, feminism. Anybody else want to weigh in? Why are the birth weight?
There's only one. There's just one factor. It's very simple.
White anime pillows.
It's a prioritization in Western nations and in other nations adjacent to Western nations that prioritize education during women's reproductive years rather than prioritizing reproduction. That's it. That's the sum of the entire game. That's it.
All right, Tim Stokely, appreciate the TTS. Thank you very much. We have one from our good friend Lol Paladins.
Hail and well met.
Oh, God.
Lol Paladins donated $200.02.
Thank you, man.
Just want to point out the obvious craziness of this. If a black 13-year-old was shot by police, it would be national news. She didn't see anything. She is so full of it.
That's what happened, right?
yes.
Was it a white police officer?
Yes.
How long ago was it?
When I was about 13. I'm
so like, was it before the COVID? It was like 2019?
It was before COVID.
White officer shoots at 13-year-old black kid who was roughhousing with his friends. Is there a news article we can maybe find on this, or was it just not, it wasn't reported?
Without putting out the name of somebody whose family I'm sure wants the situation to be respected? No.
I mean, if it's already like a public, you don't have to share it, but I mean, if it's already out there in the public, it's already out there in the public, but that's totally fine. We have a couple more chats coming through here. We have Lol Paladins, how dare you support women feeding their children, Andrew? You disgusting misogynist. They should have total freedom to go work for a corporation while a man stays at home giving them formula purchased with her money.
All right. Well, this is the idea. It's like, okay, little Johnny, don't worry. Mommy needed to work, so that's why I sent you out with Venezuela, and you have all of these inflammation issues in your body, right? It seems like a very stupid thing to do. And I did. I mean, I made the insistence. I definitely wanted to see my kids at home, and I wanted to make sure that they were breastfed, absolutely, so that they didn't have those types of issues.
All right. We have a TTS coming in here, and then 3 more.
Tracy on Tilt donated $200.
Thank you, Tracy.
Andrew, your wife is a savage. I strive to be as great of a woman that she is, and she is a role model to women like me. It's great to see a woman like her defending our beliefs in this modern world.
Yo, Tracy on Tilt, thank you so much for the TTS. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Rachel's great. She's always been great.
Yeah. So thank you, Tracy on Tilt. That name's familiar. Did you DM us recently? But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We have 3 chats coming in here. We have Joe Murphy. He says, Sina, can I have you read the hundreds?
Ladies, you can catch a refund on the first couple of 50-50 dates once offering sexual access. A bow and children, contrary to popular sexual revolution, you might
land a good man for life. Thank you, Joe Murphy. That was beautiful. I agree. You got to hit the bow. Definitely hit the bow on the first. Should we bow? We'll do the bow video a little later. But okay, Joe Murphy. He also says, go ahead, Sina.
The issue with feminist groupthink: you can't be a rock star mother and have a career. It's impossible. Choose one mission to maximize your ability. If your mission is to be the best mother.
That's from Joe Murphy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Any disagreements from any of the panelists here?
But what's a definition of like the best mother? Because I think my mom works and that made me a better person because I see that she's ambitious and career driven.
One question on that. That
would make me feel like shit. Make me feel like she was prioritizing career over me.
Well,
are your parents are still together?
Yes.
And both of them work?
Yes.
And do they, in terms of the income brought to the household, is it about the same? Your dad more, your mom more?
My dad makes more.
Dad makes more, okay. And she works full-time?
She does.
And what about when you were young? Do you have siblings?
No, I'm an only child.
Just you, okay.
Yeah.
Was she working full-time even when you were younger, or what was your experience growing up?
I think she took off time for like maternity leave, but she was working like majority of my childhood.
So prior to having you, she was working full-time?
Yeah, she was.
What's her job?
She works for the school district.
She like a secretary, or what is she, like a counselor, or what does she do?
No, she like manages like a foreign language program.
Okay, and she's working full-time?
Yeah.
Okay, and how much time did she take off? A year?
I'm not quite sure how much she took off.
Yeah. All right. Andrew, it sounded like you maybe had something, or?
Yeah, so I was just saying I understand there could be circumstances where women need to work for the production of income for a household. There's no doubt about that. And by necessity, I think that good moms, of course, will do that. What I'm saying is that if they don't actually have to work, they don't have to. They're hedging their bets against their own future, thinking that it's possible that there could be a divorce, something like this. They want to fall back on some income or career that they have. Then they're prioritizing themselves over the future of their own children. And I think that that's in many ways despicable.
But I think my mom, like, I feel like the fact that she had a job not only made me realize that, you know, I need to be ambitious and want like a great career in the future as well, but then she also had the time to take care of me.
That's not possible.
Why is that not possible?
How many hours a week does your mom work?
Like it's probably like the standard like 8 to 5.
Okay, so she works 8 to 5, which means that she had to outsource your care from at least the hours of 8 to 5, right?
Okay, but when you say outsource, yes.
Somebody else besides her had to do it between the hours of 8 to 5, right?
So, okay, so my grandma raised me from those hours that she wasn't home. Why is that
optimal?
Why is that
optimal as opposed to your own mother?
Because she is a great woman too that influenced my beliefs, and why can't that be optimal
Well, let's start
for
with
somebody
this.
else to?
Was it necessary? Like, did she necessarily need to work in order to support you, or was it a choice that she made because she wanted the extra income?
I don't think. Well, she always told me this. I don't think she wanted to work because of the extra income, because quite frankly, we were okay financially. But
yeah, well then why was she prioritizing that over you? That's weird.
Because work gives you a sense of fulfillment in terms of
raising your own children.
But she did raise me.
So you want to work?
She didn't.
You want to work in the future so that you can provide the same example for your daughter?
Your grandma raised you.
I think my mom or my mom worked, right? And she gave me, seeing her work and also being able to raise me and spend time with me.
She didn't raise you. She outsourced half of your raising to somebody else or more.
She did raise me. You're defining raising as a 100%.
So your grandma at least raised you from the hours of 9 to 5, right?
And she was a great influence on me. So that was optimal.
She wasn't. Not saying that your grandma wasn't a great influence, okay? I'm just saying that she outsourced your raising to a person who was not her from at least the hours of 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, right?
But you're saying that what is optimal...
Can you answer my question before you ask me one?
Sorry, could you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, your grandma raised you at least from the hours of 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then somebody besides your mom was actually raising you between at least most of the block of the day.
Correct.
Okay, correct. So if that is the case, then I don't know what you're disputing with me. Saying that your grandma's a good person, I'm not disputing that. Grandma's probably awesome.
I understand that, but you're saying that not outsourcing is optimal.
Yes, that would have been optimal for you, correct.
But I think outsourcing was the optimal way to raise me because...
Why? So you're saying that you would prefer to have had less time with your mother during your formative years?
I'm not saying I would have rather had less time, but
So would you have rather had more time with your mother or less time with your mother?
I was happy the way I grew up because...
Yeah, can you answer my question though? Would you rather have less time with your mother in your formative years or more time with your mother in your formative years?
There's no less or more. I was happy with what I had.
So you can't answer my question, right? Because the answer is you'd rather have more time with your mother during your formative years, and you know it, right?
But I actually liked that my grandma raised me because now I have an established relationship with my grandma that I wouldn't have had.
You would have an established relationship with your grandma anyway.
What guarantees that? If she didn't raise me during those years...
Your grandma wouldn't have come and visited you because your mom stayed home with you, or what?
But I had a deeper connection with my grandma because I spent those
that's the problem, right? That's the bad thing. It's like that deeper connection aspect. When you say I have a deeper connection with grandma,
I think you're just taking it personally.
Than I have potentially with my own mother, right? So that's the thing that I'm disputing here. It's like, I'm not saying that your grandma's not a wonderful person and didn't do everything she could possibly do to raise you. I'm not saying anything like that at all. I'm just pointing out that if a woman is to prioritize outsourcing your care to somebody else, then it sounds like she's not prioritizing you. She's letting somebody else prioritize you and I think that that's ultimately fairly selfish.
But you can prioritize multiple things. Why do you have to just pick one?
Yes, you can, but I think that a good mother prioritizes her children above all things.
I can see your perspective. I may not necessarily agree with it, but...
Yeah, I think that that's fair. Like, listen, I understand that people come from all different walks of life and have all sorts of contributing circumstances to how they were raised. I most certainly did. I had a stay-at-home dad rather than a stay-at-home mom because my father had multiple sclerosis. He couldn't work. So he stayed at home with me. And those are the best years of my life. He was a fantastic father, this type of thing. But always one of my parents was at home to take care of us. And the reason that was so important rather than outsourcing is because they valued us more than they valued any external gains. So that's just my perspective.
I see your perspective, and I can respect it.
You mentioned that because your mom worked, she was a figure there in terms of you saw her ambition. She, I suppose, wanted to instill ambition in you. Since we are talking about dating here, I always found this interesting because women are attracted to men who are ambitious. And then I think women tend to think that, well, I'm attracted to this in men, ergo, there's a symmetry there in terms of what men certainly must find attractive in me or in women. Do you think that when it comes to finding a partner, your ambition or success or career goals will make you more attractive to men?
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
I don't think I am ambitious for men. I'm just ambitious.
That's not what I'm asking, though. You're ambitious for yourself, right?
I am.
Okay.
But you're saying,
money,
do you think
right?
It makes me more attractive?
Right. In the way that, for example, I think that for women, a man who's a doctor, just by simply virtue of him being a doctor, because of the status, because of the money that comes with it, he's going to just be deemed as a more attractive partner to women wholesale. Whereas it's not clear to me if a woman who's a doctor, if that's going to be like a substantial, like that's going to be like make men really attracted to her in the same way that a man who's a doctor is going to be like really attractive to women.
Can I intrude for 1 second?
Well, I'll have her answer, but then I'll let you go ahead. So go ahead.
Yeah, I think me being ambitious makes me attractive.
To men?
To men.
How so?
Well, I guess it just kind of depends. Like, I feel like I'm generalizing. But yeah, like that I'm hardworking and that I have goals. I think that's attractive. I think that's an attractive trait either way.
Your goals are related to your career, though, correct?
I mean, it can be any type of goals. It can be like health goals. It can be career goals. It can be family goals.
Okay. What are your family goals? How many kids do you want?
I want 2, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know when you'd like to get married and have children by?
Probably like
Do you want to get married?
I do. Like
Okay.
my late 20s, maybe
Late 20s?
early 30s.
Early 30s? Okay. You had something on this?
Yeah, so I was thinking that men and what they do doesn't necessarily make us attracted to them. So I don't really think that it applies to us either.
What do you mean?
Like them having such a high job, but let's say they're horrible people, we won't find them attractive. Them having not such a good job, but still good, but not being good people.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know who Chris Brown is?
Yeah, I do.
This man he's wealthy, very high status.
Yes.
He also has a history of alleged
Abuse,
domestic
right.
violence. Okay. Do you think he has a shortage of women who are attracted to him?
I think so. I'm not attracted
Really?
to him. Yeah.
Well, just because you're attracted, really?
Yes.
You realize there are women who pay like thousands of dollars just to take a photograph with him?
I'm sure, but I don't think that's all women.
Sure, it's not all women, but like you said, well, these men with a lot of status, but they're horrible, ergo this precludes them from having romantic or sexual interest from women.
As many.
It's clear, despite like the mountains of news reporting, and look, I don't know the full details of the allegations towards Chris Brown. In any case, it does seem to be the narrative that he did attack Rihanna or whatever, and perhaps other women. I don't know all the details. So you would say he's a horrible person?
No, I would say that career and that statement that you made is not necessarily based on
what? On
men.
You think so? Just to be clear, your position is women do not find men with status attractive?
Not all, no.
Well, I'm not making like a totality claim. I'm not saying all women are going to prioritize this. Most will, though.
Okay,
I'd say the majority of women are going to find high status men attractive.
Sure. I wouldn't say all, but if you
virtue.
say some, then I would agree.
What percentage would you attribute this phenomenon to?
I would say 60%.
So a majority of women.
Sure, but not all.
Okay.
So that when you apply it to women, that's why I said.
What would be the reverse? So like men who are like seeking out high status women.
Right. When do they do that?
They don't.
Exactly.
Oh, so you agree
My
with
point.
me?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. All right. Wait. So I'm confused.
I was just making a statement on like both sides.
Oh, okay. So you're saying not all women.
Right.
Sure, not all women, of course. Plenty of women date like average men or whatever.
Right.
But this does seem to be a more common phenomenon in women than it is in men.
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Let me see if there's any other chats here. We do have some, actually. We have to get through. We got 4, so I'll try to get through them. I saw is code for my 13-year-old friend told me something that they saw on John Wick, and I'm gullible. Chloe, do you want to respond to this when you're not like ripping your eye out?
I have a contact.
Nice. W. Contact. Is it? Do you wear one contact? Because you said you're blind.
Yeah, I only wear one contact.
Sweet.
Saves
you should.
money.
You should just wear an eye patch.
I did for a while.
You would look good with an eye patch.
After my eye surgery, I wore eye patch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Pirate jokes. Okay. Do you want to respond to Lil Paladins here?
I mean, I feel like we've gone over the topic enough.
All right, there it is. Okay, we have not a simp. He says, Sina, can you read these?
Oh my god, that goth baddie with the dark lipstick, not being sus, but I did anything to get surprised, pegged by her. Please, I want to be a victim so bad.
Bro. Dude, you gremlin.
What?
Do you want to respond, goth baddie?
Yeah, hit me up on IG and we'll figure out a time and day for that.
But it's a surprise.
We'll figure it out.
Would you actually peg a dude?
I mean, sure. Pegging a dude?
Have you done it?
I have done it. Oh, what are you gonna play?
Oh boy.
Excuse me?
All right. Wow.
Have you pegged a dude?
Show of hands. Who else? What?
Have you?
Have I pegged a dude?
I mean, yeah. We're asking each other questions.
No, I have not pegged. Who? Anybody here pegged a dude? Pause. You pegged a dude.
I have not.
You've definitely. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody? Pegger. Ellen. Have you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm
Would you
spacing
Would
out.
you break up with a guy if he was like your current guy that you're in love with or whatever? Would you? Like he was like, hey, Ellen, would you do things in and around my anus? Would you break up with him?
I don't really like that question.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Here, earmuffs. All right. All right. She doesn't like the question. Sina, go ahead, read this.
It was more optimal for her mom to work than her grandmother because grandmother wouldn't have made much money on the streets corner. You don't get a premium for gumos?
Oh my God, bro. Do you have a response to Lil Paladins?
No, that makes no sense.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Lil Paladins, for that. That was great. Appreciate it. Primary Matt, thank you for the gifted 10 subs on Twitch. Thank you so much, man. We have Vector coming in here. Let's see. Boom. Here it comes. Go ahead, Sina. You got it.
We all have the same brain structure with the capacity to love, empathize, learn, understand, etc. Absent development, abnormal talent.
There you go. That's how you say it. Go ahead.
Personal choice risks subverting your optimal something.
Capabilities. Thank you, Sina. Thank you, Vector, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, guys. Guys, if you want, you can get in a TTS, $200 TTS if you'd like. And also, we're doing reads. Andrew, I think perhaps now is a decent time for, or maybe we do Stifler first, then we have Rachel come. Okay, so Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Starting with Gianna, go ahead.
I would say a decent 8.7. 9, maybe.
I'll say 9. Okay. Sina, what about you?
8.
8. Okay. 8.
I'm like maybe a 7.5.
7.5.
Maybe like a 6.9 to 7.2, somewhere in that range.
I'll just say 7. All right.
If like average is 7, then 7.
Well, average would be 5.
But
So
I think
you're a
like
5.
average like a C, like C is a 70%.
What grading? I'm not sure what grading system we're using here. So a C, are you a C minus or like a C plus?
Well, I guess if it's an 8, then that's a B. So this
Also, like, were you held back a grade or that factors in? And is it like a GATE class?
I think I'm just average.
Like, are you like AP class or?
In high school?
Like in high school, did you take APs?
I did.
Or you like take like this class for like the slow people?
No, I took like 9 or 10 APs. Like I took a lot.
You
of
read
APs.
it at 12th grade level. In 10th grade. Okay. Right?
I'm not. I don't like measure
I
that
don't
kind
know.
of stuff.
Okay. Looks scale of 1 to 10.
I don't really want to objectify myself to a number. So no, I don't want to answer that question.
Can I ask you a different question? Have you ever seen a mid guy with like a really hot chick? Have you seen this phenomenon? Ladies,
yes.
You've seen the mid guy with the hot chick. You've seen that?
Yeah, I guess.
You've seen that?
Yes.
Why are you objectifying men?
I mean, I don't know. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, what's your personal opinion of your own looks on a scale of 1 to 10?
I just don't want to say it. Can you not respect an answer?
I mean, you don't have to answer the question. It's like you've been asked to come on the show to like talk about these subjects. I don't really think it would be objectifying yourself to answer this question.
In past questions, people have said they don't want to give their opinion on it. So
yeah, and I sometimes give pushback on their refusals, but just so you don't have to answer the question, but now I'm going to open a different line of inquiry. Why is it objectifying?
I think I have a lot more to offer than just my looks, like personality, etc. I don't want to.
Sure, I'll even grant that you do, but I don't see how that pertains to the question.
I just don't want to answer it.
Okay, so you have a lot more to offer besides your looks? Okay, not really.
I just don't want to put myself on a scale. I don't know what the issue is with that.
Okay, well, just curious, would you date a guy? Hold on, what's your name? Is
Avi.
Avi, hold on one sec. You didn't, in this question, you didn't say anything about the man's height. You don't care about height at all?
No.
You date a guy who's 5 foot?
Sure.
Really?
Yes.
So you date a guy who's 6 inches shorter than you because you're 5'6"?
I said 5'6" and above. It's not like a strict.
No, how tall are you?
I'm 5 foot.
Oh, you're 5 foot. So you would date 5. Okay. So you do care about height then? They have to be 5'6" and above.
Sure. I mean,
you wouldn't date a guy who's.
Thing.
But so would you date a guy who's 5 foot?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right here you said 5 foot
that's
6.
Just a preference.
Oh, but what's the nature? Why do you have that preference? So 5'1".
I mean, yeah, 5'1".
Why do you have the preference though?
I mean, ideally, I think everyone wants to date someone taller than them.
Why?
I don't know.
So looks? You care about looks? You just said you want to date somebody who's taller than you. Height has to do with their looks. Like that's a physical characteristic.
Does it?
You don't think, is it a mental characteristic, somebody's height?
No, I mean, it's a physical, but I don't think that looks necessarily have to do with height.
Well, I mean, there's some difference there, but it is a physical characteristic.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Okay, well, you think, why would it be objectifying though?
I just don't want to assign myself a number. I don't know why that's so hard to understand.
But I mean, it seems like you have a preference for a man's height. That's literally a measurement of something. It's a physical measurement, right? Yes. So you have a double standard?
No.
I mean, you hold men to a physical standard, right?
It's not a strict one. I'm not saying they have to be taller than.
Right, but it seems to me like you would probably be more attracted to a guy who's 6 foot versus 5 foot. Is that fair to say?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Truth is being evasive tonight. What about you?
I'd say an 8.5.
8.5? Okay.
8.
Tiffany, what about you? All right, 8. Okay, Andrew, I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you? Oops.
Well, who here said 8 or above? Raise your hand. Oh yeah, well then I'm a 10 for sure.
Andrew's a 10. Okay, there you go. All right.
Andrew,
why is that funny? Why is that funny? Why is everybody laughing? You guys don't think I'm a 10?
Would you agree with everyone's answers?
Well, my question though is real quick, and then I'll answer yours. I think that's a fair question. Why are people laughing? You don't think I'm a 10? You don't think that that's objectively true?
You're calling us ugly.
I didn't call you ugly.
You said if everyone who said 8 or above. So you're saying that you look better than us. That's what you're saying.
Well, no. I'm just giving myself a confidence-based self-assessment based on non-objective reality.
But you had us raise our hands.
Yeah, because I wanted to give myself a non-objective, confidence-based assessment of myself, which would then force you to agree that that is true. If you give yourself such a high assessment, then mine must also be the case, unless you want to argue with that. You don't think I'm a 10? No, I thought you would think I was a 10.
For sure.
I thought so. That seems fair.
All right. Going around the table then, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Starting with you. So you're 18. Do you think you'll be better looking at 28?
I think that'll be probably peak for most women, so I think so.
Okay. And then how about 20 years' time, 38 versus 18?
38.
38.
I think, yeah. I think so.
More attractive.
Than 20 or than now?
Than 18.
Yes.
Okay. How about 48, 30 years' time? More attractive?
No.
No. Okay. Sina, what about you? Will you be more attractive in 10 years' time?
Yes.
20 years' time?
No.
At 38? Okay. Lexi, more attractive in 10 years' time at 28?
I think so.
More attractive in 20 years' time at 38?
I'd hope so, but I don't know.
What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. A lot can change. I think it also depends on attracted to who. Am I attractive to teenage boys still at 38, or attractive to who?
Yourself.
Oh, myself?
Just
do you think you are?
Objective, I guess.
Then I'd say probably.
Do you have a better chance landing a modeling contract now at 18 versus at 38?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's one metric you can use, but Paz, you're 21, better looking in 10 years' time at 31?
I think so, considering my mom and other family members. My family age as well.
Is she
plan
single?
to be.
Is she single?
My mom is single. A lot of people ask.
Okay. Better looking in 20 years' time at 41?
I think I'll stop being attractive maybe when I'm in my late 60s, when I'm wrinkly and short and possibly in a wheelchair.
What do you mean will be short?
I mean
you're already short, so.
No, I know, but when you're old, you get notched down a little bit. Yeah, when you're in a wheelchair, yeah.
Some guys are into that.
Oh.
The wheelchair baddie.
I'll find those people.
But so, the question isn't will you still, it's not will you still be attractive? Plenty of people remain attractive in their late 20s, 30s, 40s, etc. But it's compared to now.
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
So for more attractive, will you be more attractive at 41 versus now at 21?
I think so.
Okay.
Because I think I have a better bone structure when I'm older.
I don't know. It's pretty good already, I think.
Well, thank you.
30 years time, 51 versus 21.
No, I think that's when the wrinkles were hit.
Okay. You're 20, Chloe. Better looking in 10 years time at 30.
Honestly, I live day by day hoping I don't develop a cataract, so I don't have much hope for my looks in the future.
So better looking now at 20.
Better looking now than at any age, yes.
Okay. You're 18, better looking in 10 years time at 28?
Yeah.
Better looking in 20 years time at 38?
I think so.
Better looking in 30 years time at 48?
Yeah.
Better looking in 40 years time at 58?
I think so.
Better looking in 40 years time at 50? Did I already ask that?
68.
Better looking in 50 years time at 68?
Maybe not 68.
Where do you peak of all these? Where's the peak?
I think about 60.
Is that a troll answer? Is that genuine?
Well, better looking. Okay, but I think my fashion's gonna get better.
Let's say you lived in a nudist colony for the rest of your life. And you didn't wear any clothes ever.
I like that.
I guess 58 then, comparing to now.
So the nudist colony, 58 versus now.
I mean, it's
now
what
18.
I think.
What you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'll still be.
And then what about with clothes? So with the fashion, 18-year-old you versus 78-year-old you, but she's fucking killing it with you're 78, 88, Alzheimer's coming in, but the fashion is on par, son.
No, like I would definitely be more attractive when I'm 78 then. Like if the fashion was good, then
with
for
the
sure.
Alzheimer's, you got Alzheimer's, but the fashion is on point.
Yeah. Like I'd physically
Still
look
hotter.
good.
You'd look better.
You're just talking about physical appearance, right?
Yeah, just physical appearance.
Yeah, I would look better at 78 than I do now.
Than you do now.
If I have like incredible fashion.
You think the fashion's going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting at 78?
Well, it's just in my perspective.
What is your perspective?
That I think that I'll be like, or in my view, I'll be like beautiful no matter what age.
Can I ask you a question? So you have a fitness model versus like an obese, morbidly obese person. But the morbidly obese person, the fashion is like fucking insane, bro. And like you've got like this fitness model, but she's wearing like a sweatshirt and sweatpants. Who's more physically attractive?
I think they're both physically attractive.
You think being fat is attractive?
She's a chubby chaser. We established this.
I think if you have great fashion, like you can't, like I think they're both attractive. Why can't they both be attractive?
So, question for you. Let's use you. You're pretty fit, right? You do sports, or you do
yoga.
The gym. You do yoga. So you're fit, right? You're 18. Do you think like if we put you in like sweatpants and like a baggy sweatshirt, you versus it's Ellen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you, Ellen, versus morbidly obese Ellen, but the fashion is on point, like on point. Like you look good, like you're fat as fuck, but you look good. Like, goddamn, I don't know what you're wearing. You're wearing some kind of crazy, I don't know what's in style for the ladies. Like some good pos? What's the fashion trend? I don't know, your high-rise jeans or something.
I think it's going back to like low-waisted now.
Low-waisted is back.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're morbidly obese. You're 300 pounds, but the fashion on point, son. On point. You got the best heels in the game.
They would break.
Is that a thing? Can fat people not wear heels? Like,
have you ever seen a fat person wear heels?
They can pull it off sometimes.
Yes, I actually have, yes.
Oh my god, gross.
That's got to be hard.
But you can say it's gross, but I mean, it definitely happens.
That's very bigoted of you, Tiffany, you bigot. So, current Ellen right here, sitting right here, versus 350-pound Ellen, but fashion on point. Who's hotter?
Okay, I think the smaller me is hotter because I'm healthy. Because if I'm morbidly obese, I'm no longer healthy.
Okay.
If I'm a healthy weight, then the fit is always.
But what about
better.
the fashion?
But the fashion obviously is better for
like,
morbidly obese Ellen.
Like, let's say it's like a group. Are you in You're in a university, right?
I am.
Are there frats at your university?
There's frat part. Oh yeah, like frats.
Oh yeah,
she goes to UCSB.
Oh, duh.
I go to UCSB,
okay.
yeah.
So think of like Phi Sig. I don't know what the fuck the frats are called. What's a frat here at UCSB?
API.
Shut up, Tiffany. Oh my God, Tiffany.
What?
Tiffany, bro.
What?
Calm down, bro. Calm down, Tiffany. Tiffany, oh my God.
CBT.
What Sig Ep? Is that a frat?
There's a Sigma
Yeah.
Chi.
You know about them, Morgan? All right. Sig Ep. Who do they pick? Oh my, I'm like being a dead horse. Okay. Ellen or obese Ellen, but with good fashion?
You already answered it.
To date.
I mean, I think
Okay.
they would pick something different, or they would pick the smaller version of me because that's just what men, I feel like, typically go for. But I don't think that's necessarily always what I would think.
Okay. All right. So just to be clear, you're peaking at 78 when it comes to looks.
If I have great fashion.
Okay. The great fashion. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Would you rather date an 18-year-old or a 78-year-old with really good fashion.
An 18-year-old.
Why though? They're more attractive.
No, I think I will personally be more attractive at that age. I'm not saying I see other people attractive. I'm also 18. I'm not gonna date somebody.
But their fashion's really good.
I can appreciate their fashion from afar. I don't need to date them.
Wouldn't they be more attractive?
Their fashion makes them really cool, but doesn't mean I want to date them.
How about this? What do you think all men would pick? All men. So like from 18 to like 100. Do they prefer 78-year-old fashionista Ellen or 18-year-old? I mean, you kind of dress, whatever. You dress good. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to insult you. I'm just saying, like, the fashion doesn't, I'm not like, you don't look all fucked up and shit. You don't look fucked up.
No, but I feel
like you're put together. You got is that polo? What is that?
It's Ralph Lauren.
You got Ralph Lauren. That's nice. It's a nice shirt or blouse or whatever the fuck that is. What is it?
A cardigan?
It's a cardigan. That's very classy. Cardigan.
Because I think at 78 I'll have very classy style. And that's...
You're wearing a Ralph Lauren whatever cardigan. That's like what
She's gonna be dripped out in Chanel.
Okay. All right. Good talk. Okay. What about you?
At 28, like 10 years from now.
Yeah. So you're 23. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
Yes.
Better looking in 20 years' time at 43?
No.
Okay. All right. You're 26. Better looking in 10 years' time at 36?
Yes, I hope.
You hope? Okay. Better looking in 20 years' time at 46?
Probably not.
And then are you better looking now at 26 than you were at 18?
Yes.
Okay. Tiffany, you're 19. Better looking in 10 years' time at 29?
Yes.
20 years' time at 39?
Yes.
30 years' time at 49?
Yes.
50 years' time at 69?
Yes.
60 years time at 79?
No.
So you're peaking at
wait.
69.
I meant to say no at 69 or 59.
59's your that's the cutoff. Okay. Okay. Do we have the Discord ready to go on that? Do we have the age forward? Do we have multiples that have been sent in?
That's all from one person.
From who?
Ghost Africa.
Okay, yeah, let's do his. All right. We have some chronically online internet people who are really good at AI.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Whoa.
You look good.
What age is that? What age is that?
Ghost. Not okay. All right, next. You looked at these first, right, to make sure they're...
Oh, nice.
Okay, all right. So did you make the...
When were these captured?
During the show. It's live.
What?
All right, that's I don't know. That's like 10, 20 years or something.
Right. What age is this?
Next, I don't know what they're doing, but whoa.
I don't know about that.
Damn, you look mad. I do. Yeah. What happened, bro? Who hurt you? Next. Bro, y'all did Chloe dirty, bro. Come on. Hey, Ghost. Are you still watching, bro? Throw an eye patch on her just to see. I just want to see, bro. Just throw an eye patch.
Everyone else is aged
on
like
the
20
before
years.
and after. Next.
Like 60.
Okay. Hey, you know what?
Oh, I like that one. I see it.
You kind of became Asian, though. I don't know what happened. You became white after a while. Like Asian, not white. But
I like the bone structure in that. It looks...
Okay. All right. Next.
Okay.
You look like you got into politics.
No, but
I don't know why.
I think your lips got bigger too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, I look bad.
Okay. All right. What we got for Tiffany over here?
Why do we look angry?
Why do you make them white, bro? She's got blue eyes. She's like getting color contacts or some shit. Okay. Next. And of course, bro. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no. What? Did you combine him with Jack Nicholson or some shit? Did you see that, Andrew? That's like Andrew had a baby with Jack Nicholson.
I like the hair.
It's good.
I think I got to move towards that hairstyle for sure.
You do. All right. Well, that's how all of you look really old. Keep an eye for the eye patch, by the way, for that one. Lucas, Sina, can you read this?
Do they teach statistics in college? Always a random...
class.
Fantastical personal. I can't read that.
Man, what's going on in Canada, bro? We got fucking annex Canada. Sorry.
Canada.
But we will under, like, did you know that that's actually, like, Trump ran on that?
What?
Trump's going to invade Canada. Did you know that? Yeah.
No, he's not.
It's ours now. How do you feel about that?
I think I prefer Trump.
Oh, okay. She's down for the annexation. All right, here, I'll pull it back up again.
I bet Canadians probably wish you would.
Okay, give it another college try.
No, it's not that I can't read it, it's that it's too far.
That's fine. I know it's kind of with the white table. Always a random, unfalsifiable personal anecdote to argue against the rural population level studies and data which have been replicated over and over again for decades. That's from Lucas. Do they teach statistics in college? No, I don't know. Do they? I think they do. I don't know. Sina, give this one a crack.
Rachel, please ask these young women, do they even know what feminist is? Really how it affects them? It's like being a communist sympathizer without knowing they support it, they support the cause.
All right, Joe Murphy, thank you so much for the message, man. Do really appreciate that. All right, Andrew, do you want to bring Rachel? You want to get Rachel in here?
Yeah, I'll grab her. All
right. Sounds good, unless you had notes on the conversation that just occurred. Let's go to Twitch while we're waiting for Rachel. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. That's twitch.tv/whatever. There it is, boys. Guys, there's 1,500 watching on Twitch. I think we got about, 7,000 on YouTube. If you guys can do me a big favor, open up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Yo, guys, thank you so much for the Prime. Step Bro, thank you for the Prime. Ghost, I'm assuming this is our Discord homie. Thank you for the Prime. Good job on the aging forward stuff. Spoof, Old School RuneScape, thank you for the Prime. Mucker, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Scuzzle Butt, thank you for the Prime. Hurleys, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for all the follows, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I think I'm gonna be. I've been on the fence if I'm gonna stream. I haven't really been playing too much, but I got to like level 14 on World of Warcraft. Me and Andrew, we're gonna be doing a guild. We have a guild. You can check it out. Discord.gg/whatever. We're looking for parsers. We're looking for sweat. We're looking for sweats. We're looking for pumpers, boys. No casual shit. Thunder, thank you for the gifted sub. Donovan Martinez, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate swagging on them. Thank you for the Prime. Grandpa Live, thank you for the Prime. Mavericks, thank you for the Prime. Donovan, thank you for the follow. Reese, thank you for the Prime. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Run a Mucker, thank you for the tier 1. Hunter J. Griffin, thank you for the Prime. Batongo, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Mavs, thank you for the. I forgot if I thanked you. Mav for the Prime, appreciate it. Oh, there she is in the flesh. We got Rachel Wilson in the building. You wanted to talk about education. Did you have you had something on the education thing that I think was related?
It was just like related to it's a public school education.
Just one sec, really quick. Can AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Really appreciate it. What was your thing?
Just like public school education versus homeschooling education.
Okay. Well, I'll let Rachel take over for a little bit and let you guys have the conversation. So take it away, Rachel.
Hello, ladies. Hey, Brian. Thanks for having me on. Well, since you had something, I'll just let you go first with what you wanted to say, and I'll just respond.
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think. Didn't you say you had something about homeschool versus public schooling?
I just wanted to hear your viewpoint on if you think that homeschooling education is better or public school education is better, and why so.
Well, it's kind of funny you asked, because I have been homeschooling the kids for many years now. I did a little guest spot on Tucker Carlson's show when he was still on Fox to talk about the big spike in homeschooling during the pandemic. Statistically, homeschooled students do better overall, like in pretty much every metric compared to public school students. I think that there's a lot of big problems with public schooling now. Not that it was ever great. If you look into the history of public schooling and why it was started and who started it was never really about learning or making people smarter or preparing them for adult life. It was more so about preparing good little cogs in the wheel who were going to follow, the values of the state, whatever the government wanted kids to do. And it was based on the Prussian school system, which was to make good soldiers for Prussia. So I think Andrew's really spot on when he says school is not for smart people. I think that's correct. I think there's lots of ways to socialize kids, and especially nowadays, there's homeschooling co-ops, homeschooling groups. There's more ways to connect and socialize than ever before. And like Andrew said, our kids can do all the sports and the extracurricular activities. They can go to tech center, vocational center, all that kind of stuff. So it really just gives you the freedom. And we have 5 kids, so each kid has their own strengths, their own weaknesses, their own personality, their own way they prefer to learn. One of the biggest weaknesses in public school is that you kind of have to cater to the lowest common denominator. So if you're like a little smarter, you might have a hard time. If you're somebody who has a different style of learning that's not really adaptable to public school, you're going to have a hard time. And especially boys, public school is really catered to girls. It's catered to girls doing stuff like sitting still, getting in line. My cat's freaking out over there. Andy's trying to he's trying to handle him. But yeah, so I much prefer homeschooling for a lot of reasons. We can get as much done in a day at homeschool in about 2 hours as the kids would learn in 7 hours of a regular school day. And I would say they retain a lot more of it, and there's no need for like extra homework when you get home, things like that. So I'm a huge homeschooling advocate, and it's worked great for our family. I know that not every parent may be great at homeschooling, but not every parent's a great parent. There's always going to be some people who don't do well regardless of what we're talking about. So yeah, kind of where I would go with it.
I absolutely love your comment. I think it kind of like bothered me initially because I didn't really like the generalization that homeschooling's best for everyone. I think there are definitely like special cases, like just like you said, like super like geniuses or like prodigies, like they should be homeschooled and develop those talents and knowledge. But I think I went to public school, and then I also went to like a small private school as well for high school, and I just found so much, or I feel like I learned so much in public schools and private schools. Not only kind of like, obviously I think if I was homeschooled I may have known more. Oh, sorry. He's over here wrestling the cat. Oh, sorry. No worries. I feel like maybe that would have gotten me like academically like further, but I feel that the social benefits, like the socialization, was enhanced, I guess, in a way in public schooling, because you're going to school every day and you're forced to socialize. So I feel like that grew my socialization skills, whereas I feel that like homeschooling, yes, you can do activities like extracurriculars, but you're not seeing the same people every day, because like soccer practice is like 3 times a week. But I think there's a few things you're not thinking about. Like, for example, most children's first exposure to violence is in a public school. Public schools are more prone to violence, child SA incidents happening than even private schools, churches, pretty much any other place. Schools are pretty dangerous on average now. And then you have all of the indoctrination with certain gender ideologies. Like, at least when I'm homeschooling my child, I know they're not going to come back a different gender, right? They're gonna still be a girl if they were a girl that morning. I'm not gonna put them on the bus and they're gonna come back a boy. So there's that. And the other thing is that we've only had compulsory public education for about a century. All of human history prior to that, nobody had public school. Do you think that people weren't socialized? Of course they were. And one of the problems when we were talking about women in the workplace and working moms earlier, we used to have community. Everywhere throughout all of history. Children were raised by their mothers, but not just their mothers. The
all the women were at home with the kids. So mom had her sisters and her cousins and her neighbors and her friends who were all also raising their children. And so it was kind of done all together. Everybody wasn't isolated. You didn't have little boy number 1 in high school, little daughter number 2 in junior high, and then mommy goes to work in her building and daddy goes to work in his building, and everybody's separated and atomized. And then we have to try to come back together for 2 hours at the end of the day before we all go to bed. The socialization thing was never a problem. It's only a problem now because, yeah, the parents aren't home, the family's not around, all the women are in cubicles. So everything has changed so much in a century that it is tough to talk about, because all of you especially grew up in this modern world with the internet and with working parents and strong independent boss moms who told you that the most important thing to do was be ambitious and have a career, right? But I want to ask you guys a question. What do you think about this? So do you guys think that the feminists who came before you, or the strong independent women, your grandmas and your great grandmas, did they fight for the right to be career women and go to college? Like, is that something that you think they had to fight for that was worth fighting for? Maybe we'll just start over here in chair 1 and go around. Do you think that it was a good thing that women, did they fight for their right to work and be educated and be independent? And was that a good thing?
Yes, I think they did. And I think it was a good thing. Yes.
Okay. What about number 2?
I agree. Yes, they did fight for it because they didn't get it in the past, and it is a good thing.
Okay. Number 3?
I agree.
Same. Okay.
My family definitely did fight. I'm from Thailand, and a lot of jobs are either you're a farmer or you work for the government. So to them, school is very important, whether it's homeschooling or private school or public school. And I have a different viewpoint from my family completely, because I don't think that people who are can be successful and intelligent should always be in school. I have family members who never finished high school, even college, and they are thriving, making a lot of money because they have learned actual life skills, things that you are not taught when you're in school.
That's a good point. Okay, what about number 5?
I think my family did. I'd say overall it's a good thing, but I do think that some people didn't necessarily, they may have fought too for it, but maybe they weren't fighting for themselves, because I can recognize that plenty of people don't want to have to go do that, but nowadays you're expected to. So yeah. I think it's definitely a mixture.
Okay. What about you?
I think it's a mixture as well, but I think some women did fight to have, a career.
Okay.
I would say yes. In India, it's, at least back then or when my mom grew up, it wasn't always a guarantee you get an education. There's arranged marriage. You're expected to have children. She always wanted what's best for me, and she's always been pushing me to get an education, build a life for myself. So I agree that I think the fight was for good, and it is still good now. It's still applicable now.
Wait, was the question whether women fought for our education or not, or if it was a good thing?
Do you think that women had to fight for the right to be able to have careers, and do you think that was good?
I guess historically women did fight. I'm kind of torn on the good or bad part, because I do believe in equal opportunity, but I think it was overall a detriment to society that women were sent to work.
Okay, I'm going to follow that up with a second question. So if women fought for the right to work and have careers and be able to be independent, have their own money and have an education, do you think that it's a privilege for a woman to be able to stay home with her children? Like if I said, oh, well, I stay home with my kids and my husband works, would you say, well, not all women have that privilege? So I'm asking, is it a privilege to be a stay-at-home mom, or are you oppressed if you're a stay-at-home mom?
I think people would look at it both ways. Personally, I think it is a privilege because, as we were talking about earlier, you know, like she also said just now, most women were forced to go to work, which they didn't want to. They wanted to stay home. So in that case, it would be a privilege, but then for other cases, it would be oppression, but I would think it was a privilege.
Okay, number 2, what do you think?
I agree. I think it is a privilege for a woman to stay at home, but also I also think it depends on the woman, like whether or not you want to, like if the man is able to be the one providing.
Okay. What about 3?
I think if your husband makes enough to where you guys can do that, I think that's a pretty good thing. I think it's a privilege.
Okay. What about number 4?
I think if your husband is wealthy enough to support you and your entire family, and you can just stay at home, take care of your kids, like not really have to worry about making money yourself in your career, then that is a privilege.
Okay.
I think overall, I think it's a privilege. At the same time, I know that if I had a child, while I'd want to be able to stay home with them, and especially their more formative years, I also would need some sort of other work beyond just my kid, because I wouldn't want to just feel like I lost myself.
Mm-hmm. Okay, number 6.
Yeah, I think...
Sorry, guys, I don't have your names here, so I'm just going by your chair number.
It always like depends on the case, but I think it's a privilege in some cases, as mentioned before.
Yes, I think it's a privilege to stay at home. I think it's a wonderful thing to be stay-at-home mom, housewife. If your husband can support it, then yeah.
A privilege.
Okay, so I want you guys to think about the fact that when we went around with both those questions, everybody said, yes, women had to fight for the right to be able to get an education and have a career. And then everyone also said, but if you can stay home with your children, you are privileged. How could that be the case? How could it be both? How could it be that you had to fight, women had to fight and blaze a trail and a path to be able to work outside the home and have their own money and careers, but also if you can stay home with your children, that you're privileged? Because wouldn't they only have been fighting for the right to have careers and education if they were oppressed before when they were staying at home? By the way, I want to mention something else. In all my research, in every culture around the world, there has never been any law I'm aware of where women were expressly forbidden from working. So if you have this idea that women weren't allowed to work or women weren't allowed to be educated, there may be some countries like India where perhaps girls can't go to school, or parts of Africa, but I'm mainly talking about the Western world in America where we all are. Women have always been allowed to work, but before feminism and before the Industrial Revolution, it didn't make sense. Why? Because if you had the average woman in the year 1800 had 7 children, 7 births, probably a few of them might not make it to adulthood, but if you had 7 births, why on earth would you want a career outside the house? I mean, why would you, what are you gonna do, pay daycare for 7 kids? And here's the other thing. You guys are talking about women should have a career if they're gonna be moms, and we can just pay daycare or have family come in. And it's like, you realize that that's really stupid. And here's why, because how does it make sense for me to say, you know what, I'm a mom, but I deserve a career, and I'm ambitious, and I have career goals, and I need to be able to work. So I'm gonna hire this other woman to come in and do the mothering for 8 or 9 hours a day while I'm gone. Well, what about that woman? She doesn't deserve a career? All you're doing is shifting the stuff over, right? So earlier somebody said, well, why can't the dad stay home? I want to know what you guys think about that. Do you guys think it's the same if dad stays home? Do you think that it's just as good if dad's staying home? If everybody did that, it'd be fine.
Can we address the entire question, or would you like us
Sure.
to? Okay.
Whatever you guys want to say, we can just kind of open it up.
So I kind of see, I see what you're saying. It's kind of like we look like we want to have our cake and eat it too kind of concept. But it's more so, as I would say I think it is, that we fight to go to work so that we have money to pay bills, we have money to put food on the table and do things like that. That's why we get our jobs. But then we would also like to be at home and stay with our children and stuff like that. So I see it in your way, but then I also see it in mine. And your other question was, I'm sorry, about...
Well, do you think that it's the same if dad stays home? Because that was something that came up earlier in the panel, because I don't remember which one of you said it to Andrew, but you were like, well, why can't the dad just stay home? Why does it have to be me? Right? And yeah, why should it be mom that stays home, do you think?
Well, I think personally, the dad can stay home as well. I think either as long as there's a parent present, it's, great both ways.
So what do you think would happen if society-wide, let's say that, women are strong and they're rising, they're getting more college degrees than men are today, which, by the way, that's not very new. Women have had higher literacy rates and higher high school graduation rates in the United States since we started tracking those numbers in 1790. And I can get to why later, but what if we shifted everything and suddenly the next generation, 80% of the children are raised by the dads. The dads stay home and the moms go to work. Do you think that that would work for society, like on a society-wide level? I see number 2 shaking her head no. Why do you think that might not work?
Because I believe that if your kid is raised from a mother or a father, it's different. There's some stuff that a mother can't provide that a father can provide, but there's also a lot of stuff that a father can't provide that a mother can.
True, that's true, but it's even simpler than that. Do you know what the top 20 most important and dangerous jobs are? If you look at job statistics, the top 20 jobs that we need the most, that are most important to keeping this whole infrastructure running. So you guys are all sitting here in a studio, there's lights, there's camera, it's a concrete building, you're up on the, you're up in this building with windows and there's electricity, we have internet, right? All this infrastructure is built by men. So all of the stuff you need to keep society running, logging, engineering, concrete mixing and laying, all forms of construction, power line work, cell phone towers, everything infrastructure related, those are the most dangerous, the most difficult, and the most important jobs. And they are occupied by anywhere from 80 to 99% men. If you look at concrete work, it's 99.8% men. Women don't lay concrete. Do you think that society would keep going if we had all the concrete layers at home raising the kids? What if all of the men who run the telecommunications, your cell phone, your Wi-Fi, your high-speed internet, what if all the men who build those systems, fix them when they go down, what if they were all at home raising babies? What if all of the power linemen, the guys who go out, we just had this massive bunch of hurricanes in the southeast and knocked out the power to all of Appalachia and all of Florida for a couple of weeks. All the people who go in there and rebuild that and rescue people from the floods and rebuild everything, that's all men. So what do you think would happen if we had an economy where all the women went to work and the men stayed home? Do you know what the top 20 jobs occupied by women are? They're the same top 20 jobs occupied by women 100 years ago. So if you look at the top 20 most female jobs in 1920 and the top 20 most female jobs in 2020, they're almost exactly the same. All we did was swap HR and farm work. So more women did small-time farm work back then, and more of them do HR now. But other than that, women are early childhood educators, teachers, nurses, bookkeeping, retail workers, food service industry workers, things like that. So men and women are not interchangeable. Moms and dads are not interchangeable. So this idea that I can be a strong, independent boss babe and I'll just outsource the child care, or dad can just stay home. You could argue that that's fine on some individual levels, but if we make this the society-wide expectation, everything that allows you girls to think that you are strong, independent boss babes who can do it on your own crumbles. It disappears. It turns to dust. There's no more Wi-Fi. There's no more electricity. Kiss your air conditioning goodbye. There's nobody to fix your car when it breaks. You don't have gasoline because there's no oil rig workers, getting the gas that you use to drive your car. So basically this is all kind of Delulu land stuff. This idea that we can just do whatever we want. And it just depends on my personal preference and, it'll all be fine. So, a lot of what Andrew tries to get you guys to think about is what you want on a personal level is not the only question here. It's not the only moral question. It's not the only thing to consider. There's a greater good. Society has to work together as a whole. So I know I just threw a lot at you, but does anybody have anything they want to jump in on?
With me specifically, my mom actually had to hide her pregnancy because in Thailand, when you are found out that you are having a baby or has a baby, you have to stop working completely and you're expected to take care of the child, and then later your expected child is supposed to help support your family.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure if I would say that's good or bad. There are some like ethical issues or concerns I would have when we're discussing like kind of Christian societies versus non-Christian societies, and that's like a whole other topic. But in general, I would say that pregnant women, nursing mothers, mothers of young children should be at home with those children. If you look at the statistics in 1940, only about 6% of American women who had children under 5 worked outside the home. Mm-hmm. Now that number is like 58%. It's like super high. Most little babies and little children's moms spend most of their day at the office. And as a mother, 95% of all the time you'll ever spend with your child is gone by the time they turn 18. You don't ever get those years back. You don't ever get to do that over. You don't ever get that time. So to me, you're taking a precious, finite gift that you have. You're taking this limited time of your life, a short time in your life that you get to spend raising your own children, and you're giving it away to somebody else, some $11, $12 an hour daycare worker, because you think being at the office is more important. And I understand completely that we're brainwashed and propagandized to think that. I was told all the time, from the time I was little, you have to go to college, you have to have a career, you have to have your own money, because if you don't, what? What do they say will happen to you? If you don't have your own money, if you don't have your own job, what's going to happen? You'll get trapped. A man could abuse you. What if he leaves you? What if he dies? What if he cheats? But nobody ever asks, wait, what if I spend all of my years going to college to be a surgeon, right? I want to be a neurosurgeon, like a really important job. I'm shooting for the stars. Nobody ever says, well, wait a second, what if you get in an accident and your arm gets broken and you can't do surgery? Or what if you get arthritis and you can't use the scalpel anymore? Like, what if your eyesight goes bad and you can no longer perform surgery? Nobody fearmongers women about all the things that can go wrong when you base your whole life around your career. They only fearmonger women about what could go wrong if they base their life around being a wife and mother. And I just think you guys probably don't ever get a chance to hear anybody say that to you, so I wanted the chance to say it.
I actually really appreciate hearing a different perspective, and I feel like you're very well knowledge, so it's very interesting what you have to say. So thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad that you guys wanted to listen. But if anybody has an objection or a counter argument, or you're listening to me and you're like, well, wait a minute, but what about this, Rachel, or what about that? I'm happy to hear it if you have any objections or other thoughts about that.
I think that it is perfectly fine. I agree with your viewpoint. You should be there in your child's formative years. I also think that I want a choice that where maybe I don't know if I see a future with having kids in it, and if I want to be that neurosurgeon, if I want to be an anesthesiologist, whatever, that I can do that without having to worry about someone saying you're wasting all your childbearing years, or you want to be a stay-at-home wife. Like I said again, my mom's a stay-at-home mom. I love her. I think being a stay-at-home mom's amazing, but I also think that a lot of women, their mothers weren't allowed to have the choice to do what they want or be who they wanted because they were raising them. And I think that if they, maybe they don't want kids and they do want to pursue their career goals, that they should be free too.
Okay, so you guys were talking earlier about South Korea and how it has the lowest birth rate on planet Earth right now, which it does. It's 1.6 child per woman. But did you know that the whole world, except for a handful of African countries and Israel, are well below replacement and have been for a long time? If you guys follow Elon Musk on Twitter, he's probably the most famous person who's talked a lot about the birth rate collapse and what it could mean. And so basically in the year 2024, we've got planet-wide logistics that have pretty much wiped out hunger. The only places where there's still hunger, there's kind of like extenuating circumstances, reasons why that's still a problem. But in all the developed nations, like nobody has starved to death in the United States for many decades. It's not a thing. And the reason that's the case is because we had this big population boom during the Industrial Revolution, another baby boom after World War II, and with all of the time and human capital and brilliance of people, problem solving, and just more people in general, we've been able to eradicate a lot of problems we used to have with things like hunger, getting resources where they need to go. If we experience population collapse, which we are, if it keeps going where it's going now, we're going to start having problems, and we're already seeing that. So supply chains, we're already seeing some supply chain failures because there's simply not enough labor. We don't have enough people. It's one of the reasons there's so much illegal immigration. But even the places where those illegal immigrants were coming from, their populations are now well below replacement rates. So we're running out of people to even import. Places like Japan and Canada don't have enough young people to support the elderly populations. There's just not enough young people to, pay into the social security system or work at nursing homes or work in senior health care to take care of the elderly. So again, we can say it's really nice, I want the chance to follow my dream of being a neurosurgeon. And I'm sure there's always going to be some women who do that. But let me ask, how many of the women here have a college degree? Everybody raise your hand if you got a degree. There's, a lot of you. Okay, what's your degree in? Just go around and just tell me real quick what your degree is in.
Start with you. I have my associates in social and behavioral sciences.
Okay, and next?
Just associates.
Okay, in what? What field?
In like mathematical.
Okay, next. Number 5, you have a
psychology, but I don't really intend to use my degree. I just wanted to get it.
Yeah, psychology is probably the most oversaturated and most female field at the moment, so it's tough to get a good paying job. And then next, what's yours?
I'm currently obtaining a BA in Psych and Brain.
Okay, and next?
Health science.
Health sciences, okay, next?
Poli-sci and econ.
Okay. Are all of you, so one of you said you're not intending to work in the field. Are the rest of you all intending to have careers in the field you're getting a degree in? Okay. And did you probably, most of you said yes. Did you notice that it's usually the same stuff? Like I was saying, it's like healthcare, it's psychology, it's like behavioral stuff. Most of you aren't going to be like structural engineers. Most of you aren't going to be like building life-saving medical devices or, any of those like super essential jobs. Nursing, there's some things you could argue are pretty essential, but men could do those jobs too. So why would it not be smarter to have all of you ladies here, if we had raised you different, if we had raised you to say, being a virtuous woman who is a good mother and a good wife and a good caretaker and a good member of the community. You're doing all the community stuff women used to do, like organizing community functions and church things and programs for kids and just all those support roles that women used to do. Would it be a better world if we were raising all of you girls to do that instead of raising you to start your OnlyFans, go to college, earn a degree? By the way, I bet a lot of you have some college debt. The average woman has like $40,000 in college debt after she graduates. So now you're having to go into your 20s with a whole bunch of debt and a degree that you may or may not be able to find a job in, that you may or may not like the job, right? And you're forgoing all of the childbearing years to chase that stuff. Do you think that that's like a net positive? Do you think that's a smart, like if you were king of the nation or queen of the nation, would that be how you'd want to organize things?
Can I say, I just wanted to say that I get why you're asking this line of question. I just don't see it being asked to men a lot. Like, why did you choose to be a neurosurgeon? Why don't you just, do this line of work instead? Why do you choose to be ambitious? Like, I feel like it's so directed at women. Like, why did you choose to, leave your virtuous woman duties and pursue a career? But I really don't see that asked to men, and I understand why. You know, I understand there's traditional duties assigned to men and women, but, you know, societies change, and I don't understand why we still have to go through this line of questioning.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the current state of things is completely unsustainable. People ask me all the time, what do you think is going to happen? How do we battle feminism? How do we battle the problems in modernity that we have with falling birth rates and broken families, high divorce rates, and people not even bothering to get married anymore, and nobody having babies? What should we do, Rach? How do we fix this? And I'm like, it's a self-correcting problem, because this situation is totally unsustainable. The future, if everybody turns out, if all the young women are raised like you girls and they have your mentality, and this is not a dig at any one of you individually, because I understand exactly the world you were raised in, the propaganda you were raised with, everything from pop music to movies to every TV show you've ever watched tells you you need to be a strong, independent woman and have a career and follow your dreams and all that stuff. I get it. But the future, if everybody follows your path, is there is no future. There's no world, because there's no people, there's nobody to keep the lights on, and humanity dies out. And the reason why, when you say, why do we have to endure this line of questioning, it's because only one of us can have the babies. The men can't have the babies. They can't gestate a child for 9 months and birth it and nurse it and raise it. And we need the men to be making the world livable for the only people who can do that, which is women. So all of the other jobs, all the careers we've talked about, those careers exist to support one occupation, one purpose, which is being a mother. The world around you, the reason it's built is so that future generations can be born. That's the only reason for it. What good is a world full of technology and robots and Wi-Fi and electricity if no one's gonna be born into it, if we're having like one child per woman? In fact, in the United States, we have rising mortality rates for the first time since the Industrial Revolution. We're the only developed nation in the world that has rising mortality rates, meaning more women are dying in childbirth than years past. It's on the rise. Why would that be? Anybody take a guess as to why mothers would be dying more in childbirth in America now than they were the last like 60, 70 years?
They start having babies later on in their life.
You got it. That's exactly right. The rising maternal age is the reason for that. So having babies when you're 35 plus is a lot riskier. It's a lot riskier to the mom, it's riskier to the child. And what happens when we train women to do education and career first and then think about family when they're in their 30s, 40s, you maybe get 1 to 2 children. That's it. So I understand on an individual level, you might be annoyed and be like, well, but my dream of, whatever you wanted to do, I think you said some kind of healthcare related field. I mean, that's cool and everything, but you won't have a world, there won't be a world left for you to do anything in if we don't have kids. So I've asked this question before, but I want to ask you guys going around. If it was the case that you had a choice, you could either do what you want with your life, you could follow your dreams and have a career, and if you do that, if all of you did that, the human race dies out in 300 years from now. Or if all of you decide, okay, we're gonna have children and be moms, but you don't get to chase your personal dreams and your career goals and your material ambitions, but the human race gets to survive, which would you pick?
Personally, I would choose my career just because I don't want children. And although that doesn't really matter to this exact question, I think that we're all gonna die at some point. And I mean, if you're not living your life for you, then what are you living it for? I mean, I don't know. That's my personal opinion, though. Everybody else could be different.
All right. What about number 2?
Well, you said something earlier about how like it's mainly men who are doing the engineering and like the lighting and stuff, but I'm currently in engineering, and there's been like a lot of women in engineering too, and this might be like a sidetrack, but what would happen like to those women who are chasing after that degree? Would they just not achieve it then?
Yeah, so in the hypothetical scenario I just laid out, I'm just asking you personally, if if they came to you and they said, look, ladies, we're recruiting moms because otherwise we're projecting that humanity is going to die out in 300 years. So we're asking you, please stay home and have children. But I mean, we're going to let you choose your career if that's what you want to do. But if you do that, if most of you do that, you know, we only got about 300 years left before humanity dies out. What would you choose? And I'll answer the question about what would happen to the other women in a minute.
I would stay home and take care of my children.
Okay. What about number 3?
I don't know. I feel like that's a really, really tough thing to decide on, but I feel like, okay, can I ask you a question? And then, depending on your answer, do you think it's smarter for women to have their kids and then once they hit 18, then start a life? Or do you think a woman's life should just be raising her kids?
I think we give women bad advice because we tell them to do everything backwards. I think it's inverted. So I think you should spend your early adulthood finding a good husband and having your family. And once your kids get older, say your youngest is like 10 or 12, you can start making moves toward, okay, maybe I want to do this, you know, once they're out of school, maybe once they're all grown up and moved out, maybe I want to do this occupation or I want to go to college for this. Yeah, you can start like going part-time to college, paying it a piece at a time. You can start preparing yourself for other things because there's a lot of life after. I'm 44 years old. My oldest 2 are in their 20s and moved out. The youngest 2 are still at home. And so I can do some stuff like this, you know, now I have a book that I wrote and I can come on and talk to you guys. I can do some more fun things. But I put in, you know, about 18 years of child raising before I really got to that. And everybody told me I was doing it wrong. They were like, oh, it's such a shame. Your life's gonna turn out horrible. You're making the wrong choice. You're gonna regret it. You're gonna wish that you had your own money and your own job and blah, 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 blah. That's not how it turned out for me. And I think that all women could do it that way. And they did. Like, we have a lot of incorrect ideas about what life was like for women before feminism. They weren't all chained to stove and not allowed to leave the house and all that shit. That's all baloney. But what I'm trying to get at here is, like, each of you, when we talk about which choice you'd make, like the career or the babies, we've asked this before, and I'll let you keep going around, but usually it ends up being, well, I'm gonna do what makes me happy. And if humanity dies, it dies. But men don't ever even really get that choice. Men don't ever even contemplate that. Men are like, well, the world needs to be built. You know, men don't get value just from being cute. Like, you guys could do nothing. You could just sit there and every word that comes out of your mouth can be absolutely R-worded, and you can be total airheads and be totally good for nothing. And as long as you're cute, some man is gonna love you and pay your bills and give you whatever you want and do whatever he needs to do to make you happy. Men don't have that. Men have to provide value or nobody gives a shit about them. And even when they do provide value, people still don't give a shit about them. Men have always been expendable. They're always going to be expendable, according to the world. That's just how it is. So men know, like, well, if the concrete needs to be laid, I'm gonna lay the concrete. If the power lines are down, I'm gonna go outside and like figure out how to get them back up. Men don't have this idea that there's no duty for them and that their life is just about them and what they want to pursue. It's just not like how the male mindset works. And the way we raise women now, it didn't used to be that way. But the way we raise it now, most young women have no, like, if I asked you what's a duty you have to the world outside yourself, I doubt you'd have anything for me. But if anybody does, please let me know. Does anybody here think they have a duty to society outside of themselves?
Isn't it to birth kids and take care of them to produce more, like, to grow the humanity or whatever?
I would say, that's what I would say. I'd say we have a duty to continue the human race. But in times past, when I've asked girls on this panel that question, they all say no. They say, I don't have a duty to have kids. You can't tell me I gotta have kids. Chair 1 said she doesn't really want kids. The girl over here in the green top said she probably doesn't want kids. How many of you want kids? Okay, a few of you do, and several of you don't. So, I mean, that would be great if women were doing their duty, but they're not. The average American woman's having like 1.8 kids. And childlessness will reach an all-time unprecedented high within the next 7 years. The majority of women of fertile age will not have children and will just be working in the future. And that's a huge problem. And I think that it's a big mistake to raise women and train them to have this mindset that, well, it's just about me and what I want. It's about me and my dreams. And it's about, like, don't you think that that's probably like a bad idea? Anybody?
I think it might be a little unfair to put this extreme ultimatum on us that, like, I get it, what you're saying, you know, the population has to go on. I just don't want to, like, put this question on me that, like, oh, I'm not doing my part in saving humanity. I don't know.
We might not want to, but that's reality. And, you know, so what if what if we had a panel of men and they were all like, yeah, you know, what I really want to do, I want to start my World of Warcraft guild. I'm just really passionate about Warcraft, you know, and I really don't feel like I should have to get up and go to work and run things. I just really don't feel like, you know, I know the water treatment plants need somebody to, like, provide clean drinking water, but what about me and my dreams? What about me and my goals? Do you think that society would be like, well, that's okay, George, don't worry about it. Just concentrate on your Warcraft guild. And if people start dying from, you know, untreated drinking water, fuck them. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's fine to sit there and say, well, I don't think this is fair to me, but that's completely delusional. That's not reality. I mean, life isn't fair. Where'd you get this idea that, like, you should just be able to do what you want and it's all about you?
I mean, I agree with that statement. Life isn't fair. I want to do what I want. I mean, if that involves being selfish and, you know, signing away humanity, so be it.
Okay, so why should a man marry you then? What? If that's your mindset, if that's your attitude, why would any man on this planet ever marry you? Any guy who ever dates you should watch this podcast.
Wait,
and hear what you just said.
Before you give Rachel the answer, can you just repeat that one more time, just the way you said it?
What?
Something about, well, I'm selfish, and if humanity has to wither away so I can get what I want, so
I'm so selfish for pursuing a nursing degree, wanting to help others. I'm very selfish, and if I want to sign away humanity, so be it.
If the entailment is that humanity ceases to exist, but you get what you want, fair trade-off?
Sure.
And like I said, you can do that. It's a free country.
It's a free country.
But if I were any man who was going to date you, I would hear you say that, and I would be like, nope, because this chick is not going to be loyal. She's not going to think about me. She's going to put herself first. She doesn't really care as long as she gets what she wants. And she thinks that that's fine.
You can go as far as to refer them to this podcast and put them on any future dating profile that I said this, and I literally will not give it. Like, I'm just saying that, like, my main goal in life is not to be a stay-at-home wife or a good wife or any, for that matter of the fact, I don't want to, like,
what's your goal?
If I never marry a man, then so be it. So I don't know what you are saying with the whole who wants to marry you. I don't think I ever put it out that I want to marry someone. So...
All right, so what's your goal? What's this big dream you have that's worth, you know, humanity has to die, I never get married, I end up alone, it's fine because I have my dream. What's the dream?
I mean, I like nursing. I want to be a nurse anesthesiologist. I want to help out in the OR room and with surgeries. I know that you're asking this as a hypothetical question. I just don't really think that the entire world revolves around me and what I do. And so I don't know where you're getting this, I have to, you know, sign away humanity and, like, end the world. I know, but you're putting these pretty heavy ultimatums on me.
If your mindset was the common mindset, we'd all be screwed.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just take you. Let's just say, okay, all the other women are going to have the babies, and you're the only one who decides not to. Mm-hmm. How long do you think being an OR nurse anesthesiologist is going to be fun and fulfilling for you?
For the rest of my life, as long as I want it to be, and then I'll travel. I honestly, I mean, as of right now, I'm not saying my viewpoint won't change later. I just, like, having kids and being a wife isn't my goal. It's not my dream. And, you know, this is America. We can say what we want and do what we want, and that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I'm saying you absolutely can. Of course, you have the option. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not suggesting that anyone pass a law that prevents you from following your dream of being an OR nurse anesthesiologist. But as someone much older than you, I'm going to tell you right now, I will be shocked. I will eat my hat if in 20 years you come back to me and you say, oh my gosh, you were so wrong, Rachel. Being an OR nurse anesthesiologist is everything I thought it would be. I love the grind. It's so much fun. It's so fulfilling for me. I'm sure I'm glad that I never got married and had a family, because now like I can do this and travel. Like I'll just be shocked, because everybody does that when they're 20 or 25.
Ogle donated $200.
Thank you, Ogle.
Chair 7 just disqualified herself from any future partner live on air if humanity ceases to exist, but I get what I want. It's a fair trade-off, WTF.
Thank you, Ogle. We have another one coming in also from Ogle. Appreciate the TTS. Do you have a response to Ogle?
Who said I want any man live on air? Who says disqualified herself from any future partner live on air?
Ogle donated $200. Chair 7 wants to be an anesthesiologist but also doesn't care about humans continuing to exist. Low-key scary combo.
If you were like doing a surgery on like Trump, like would you like fuck up his anesthesia?
No, that's obviously not the duty of any healthcare worker, is to treat every single person as equal.
Okay, just check. I'm just like looking out for Trump, you know, because like maybe. Okay, good talk. All right, we have a chat. Sina, read this one for us.
Rachel cook that rose. These young ladies objectively have never been exposed to the history of feminism, Western and Eastern feminism. Russian chocolates for you and Andrew.
Joe Murphy, thank you for the message, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate it. And then we have Libertariat Prime. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Rachel, did you have more? Did you have a response?
I just think that you guys are taking it so literally when you're like, oh, what I do dictates humanity. I mean, yes, I know I said that in that extreme hypothetical. If it was like, oh, whatever I do says, you know, then humanity's off. But like, I mean, I'm doing what I want to do at this moment. And these are my career goals and my future goals. And I don't see why, like, you're like, I'm going to threaten you with this, you know,
not
this podcast.
threatening you. I'm not even trying to shame you. Like, I get where you're coming from. But how old are you?
I'm 23.
23. And do you have a job right now?
Yes.
What kind of field of work are you working in right now?
I'm a nursing assistant. I work full time.
Okay. Is working awesome? Like, do you get up in the morning, you're like, oh my God, work. Yes, another 40-hour work week. This is amazing. Can't wait.
Genuinely, yes. I work in one of the best hospitals. I love serving the population. Yes, I do.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying, usually by the time you get to be 40, 45, 50 years old and you ask people, do you love working? They're generally kind of like, I can't wait to retire. This sucks. I'd love to retire, even if they started in a career that they love. I'm just saying there's a lot more to life than your job. And I think it's kind of sad if your whole life and your whole identity and your whole self-worth is tied up in your job. I just think there's more to life than that.
I agree.
When you're on your deathbed, are you going to like look back to that like one like super dope like magnus opus like surgery that you did? Like the anesthesia is just fucking on point. Like, fuck, dude, I hit the fucking vein like super proper, and it was like the fucking boom, the vein just boom right in the fucking. They're all passed out like, and you're just like looking back at it. You're like, fuck yeah, I fucking killed that shit.
Hey Brian, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel.
So much. And
Appreciate
by
it.
the way, I don't hold any of anything we talked about against any of you personally. It's just we're all just chatting, right? So thank you so much for entertaining my questions and conversing with me. Totally appreciate it. I'm gonna let Mr. Andrew take back over. So
thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Like that one surgery? Or
if you're asking, am I going to remember a specific surgery when I'm on my deathbed? No. But will I remember the happiness and fulfillment I brought to people when I was serving them and serving the community? Then yes.
Is there like a specific kind of surgery, like practice that you want to do? Like there's, like you want to do shit for like a plastic surgeon or?
I'd probably want to work with trauma.
Trauma, okay. So like
trauma cases.
Like
ER
in Missouri
cases.
with gunshot wounds or something.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. There's like a lot of 13-year-olds getting shot at by police officers
In Missouri.
that need anesthesiologists to. Anyways, good talk. Okay, we're gonna get into some of the more of the show notes here. I'm trying to. We gotta do the bow video. Let's do the bow video. All right. So this is a video of my ex-girlfriend. I took it a while ago. And this is my expectation, like on a first date, kind of like what I expect from a girl. Go ahead, play it. Boom, huge bow. Huge bow, and then she scampers to get the laundry done after. This is after one podcast day. So, and then my dinner was ready. It was a long podcasting day. She had my beer, gets my beer, opens it for me, has my dinner ready. I had to scold her about those just random tomatoes. I don't really.
So good.
I'm not a big tomato guy, but yeah. So that, and then play the bow. Play it. Boom, huge bow. So would you guys, just, I guess, going around the table, would you...
Can I also point out how disappointed I am with your ex here, that, she stirred the noodles in front of you, and it was very light. It was a very light stirring. The seasoning was on, like I saw the seasoning, and she really didn't spread it out like she should have, Brian.
I was upset. So I guess going around the table, would you bow for your man?
No.
Yes. In Thailand, yes. Not here.
In America?
Nope.
In Alabama?
No. Alabama.
In Maine?
No.
I'm thinking if there's a different state.
No. I wouldn't bow to any guy in like any country unless it's in Thailand because it's actually custom.
What about Thai town?
No.
Chinatown?
Well, if it's like family members here, then yes. Okay. I don't mean to a partner in general, like maybe like a uncle or something.
So you went into it. Okay, that's fine. What about you, Chloe?
If it's a custom of some sort, then it's disrespectful not to. And in other certain contexts, maybe. On a day-to-day basis, no.
Don't you date a Korean guy though?
Do you think we're bowing to each other every day throughout the day?
I don't know, but like culturally, it would make sense, like in that culture, right?
No, it wouldn't.
No.
Why not?
Wives don't bow to their husbands in Korea. I don't know why people say that.
It's
No.
to like your elders.
I thought bowing was like common in Asian cultures.
Yes, they do.
If you're younger.
That's not true. Like, that's literally not true. Yes, husbands in South Korea most definitely do get bowed to by their wives. And most definitely in North Korea as well. That definitely is true.
I have not seen that in South Korea.
You don't see them bow to their bosses ever?
Okay, to their boss, it's a respect thing, but not to their spouses.
And it happens in individual homes just like it happens with the boss. If you're a traditionalist family, it does happen. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, well, that's fine. You can say that. I mean, my brother, who was in the Army, came back with a Korean wife, and that chick fucking bowed to him, I can tell you that. And her family was very traditional, and her parents, the mom bowed to her as well. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's probably why he married an Asian woman too, because
he's fucking awesome.
No, because white men who marry Asian women, like actual Asian women in Asia, are like they kind of like the submissive factor.
So you're not submissive?
Good, yeah, good.
Wait, are you not submissive?
Yeah, good.
Huh?
Are you not submissive, Tiffany?
I could be to the right man.
You have a white boyfriend. What are you talking about?
Okay, but
are you throwing your white boyfriend under the bus?
He's not into like
Asian women. He's not into Asian women.
He's not into me because I'm more submissive than other women of other races.
Wait, what?
Exactly what I said.
He's not fetishizing
You're not?
her.
Yeah, he's not fetishizing me.
Okay. But I'm just, like, you're saying that white men date... Okay, I don't know. Whatever.
Isn't it a fetishization to be attracted to an Asian woman? That's not a fetish.
I didn't say it was, but in certain cases, fetishization can apply to any woman, any
but
race.
it can apply to anything. You could fetishize a table. But somebody who says, well, my preference of attraction is Asian women, that's not a fetish.
I'm a table
I
sexual.
think there's a stereotype that Asian women are more submissive than other races, and so sometimes men will definitely go after them specifically because they think they're going to bow down to them.
Yeah, not just them, Eastern Europeans too. And good. What the hell is wrong with a man wanting a more submissive woman from a culture where submission is taught into the woman? That she's not going to be vexing and a headache and a problem and things like this, but rather she's going to do her duty to her family. I don't even understand the problem with that. That seems completely fine to me.
They're both happy with it, then yeah.
Yeah.
Did we go around the table on the bow? Would you bow? I don't know where we left off. Did we get Ellen's answer?
I don't know.
Did you give your answer? Would you bow?
I gave my answer already.
I think she said no.
We'll hear from her when she's back. Would you bow for your boyfriend?
No.
Okay. Would you bow for a boyfriend? No. Into the mic?
No, sorry.
No.
Tiffany, you already conceded on this argument last show.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. I want Ellen's answer when she's back, but none of you would bow for a guy. Just curious, going reverse around the table, should a guy pay for a first date?
Yes.
Yes. I think it depends on who asks the person out.
Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
Yeah.
More often than not. How many first dates have you been on?
I don't know, couple. I don't keep a tally of them.
Can you move your
Who
mic
was more
this
likely to
way?
pay?
Move your mic this way for me. Yeah. Of all the first dates you've been on, more often than not, who pays for the date?
Most often it's 50-50.
Okay.
I don't know. I like
thought
the
you said it depends who asks.
Most often it's 50-50.
Most often, I don't ask guys out a lot. It's happened a couple times. But
that you've asked guys out?
Yeah.
So how many times have guys asked you out?
I don't know. I'm 23. It's been a long time.
So you're going 50-50 on the dates where the guy asks you out?
Yes.
Okay.
If the guy asked me out, then he would have to pay full. And if I asked the guy out, then I would have to pay full, ideally. But if he asked me to go 50-50,
we're getting very conflicting answers here. But so in what instances do you go 50-50? The times where you guys both simultaneously ask each other out.
If he says, I want to go 50-50, we'll go 50-50.
How many times has that happened?
Couple. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to say you should pay for it or I should pay for it.
Sometimes guys will...
Whatever the mood, whatever the situation is. I don't know.
Okay. Ellen, you saw the bow video? I don't know. Did you give your response, would you bow for a guy?
If it was like a traditional thing. And
no, he just wanted you to bow for him.
I don't see why I would need a bow.
Test your respect?
No.
And test your submissiveness, I guess?
No.
Wouldn't do it? Okay. And then who should pay on the first date?
I would prefer if the guy pays for me.
Why is that?
That's my preference.
Okay. What informs your preference? Traditional gender roles?
I would be okay paying as well.
How many first dates have you been on?
4.
Did you pay did you go 50-50 on any of them?
I went 50-50 on one of them.
And the other 3, the guy paid?
Yeah.
Did you say, hold on, sir, no, I insist on 50-50, or did you let them pay?
We just split it. Oh, when...
The times they paid, the 3 times they paid.
I just let them pay.
You didn't protest out of your feminism?
Or I said I can pay, and then they were like...
You didn't insist, though.
But I didn't insist.
You didn't insist, okay.
I did suggest it.
What about you? Who should pay on the first date?
I'm the type of person to fight over me being the one paying. I don't like people paying for things for me. I feel like I owe something to them afterwards. Mm-hmm. So I prefer to pay for myself regardless. Sure. And even dates I go on with my partner, I'll pay the full thing too. And sometimes he'll pay the full thing. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Pause.
I like to play card roulette.
Mm.
So
what is that?
You kind of just ask the waiter to close their eyes, and whatever card they pick, that's who pays. It's just like a fun game.
Oh, come on. At all the dates you've been on.
No, not all
of them that you can tally up. Was the man way more likely to pay than you?
Actually, no, but I don't mind. And the reason why that is because usually I'm the one who picks the restaurant, and I'm like a foodie, so we usually go to more high-end places, and that's why I always offer like my own
Did you
menu.
say you were dating somebody right now?
I'm going on dates, but no.
Yeah. The last date you went on, who paid?
It was 50-50.
And the day before that?
Probably him. I don't know.
And what about the one before that?
Probably 50-50.
Probably, or was?
Well, I don't know. I don't really keep
You don't remember
tally.
who paid on 3 dates ago?
Well, I mean, I haven't gone on many, like, as of recently, so.
You've gone on many. Great. Okay. So if you've gone on many.
No, not many.
She hasn't gone on many.
Oh, it hasn't gone on many.
Yeah.
Okay. But, well, what does recently mean?
Recently, like, a date just a few days ago, but before that, probably, like a while ago, you know?
How long is that? How long is a while ago?
Probably 2 weeks before I got my ankle injury, so around then.
Well, how long ago was that?
Like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. So you went on a date 2 weeks ago, and the date you went on before that was how many weeks before that?
When I came back from Greece, so.
Which was how long ago?
Like 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Okay, so within the last 5 weeks, you've gone on 3 dates, and you're saying that they've all been 50-50? Except, well, I'm sorry, 2 were 50-50 and 1 was not? Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been on, like, many dates. I'm just, like, either at work or I'm traveling or doing my own thing.
All right,
yeah, I'm not concerned with the amount of dates you've been on. I'm just curious as to who has paid when you have been on them.
I mean, it really just, like, differs depending on, like, who chooses or who asks, or, you know, if I want to play that game of card roulette.
Okay.
All right, let's move it on. What about you?
I think the man is more likely to pay. I think also that if it's like a lot of first dates and stuff, I think it might be a good idea for the guy to pay if he wants to like put on this image that he can take care of you. But I think once you're in a relationship, especially for a while, like I've paid for things for my exes, and I've had taken care of the food if we wanted to go out and eat. But yeah.
Sure. What about you, Sina?
I think men should pay.
Okay.
I don't think they have to, but they usually do.
That's been your experience?
Yes.
Okay. Avantika, going back to you, you said that you disagree that women should go 50-50 the entire relationship. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying that, I mean, it's an option, you know, whoever wants to pay can pay. Like if I want to pick up all the bills for the rest of my relationship, but he wants to do something different. I don't like if I want to pay for all the restaurants, but then he wants to pay for all the like movies and other outings, they could do that.
So you disagree with going 50-50 the entire relationship, or?
Like it could be 60-40, you know, 70-30, just depends on what you make it as.
Okay. So I guess my confusion here in relation to the bow video, it's weird to me though, like you guys think that this is some grand ask, but a lot of, not all of you, but a lot of women have an expectation that men do certain tasks, or men have certain duties when it comes to dating, courtship, relationships. Some women might expect a man to open a car door, for example, might expect a man to protect you in some sort of scenario. But specifically when it comes to paying for first dates. So let's assume for a second that and I'm being charitable, I guess, on the cost of a first date. Let's say the cost of a first date is the equivalent to 1 hour of work for the man. Say makes $20 an hour, the date is $20. This is actually probably very unlikely, but I don't know, it takes you out for a hot dog or a burger or tacos or something. Realistically, I think a lot of men are probably going to pay $50 to $100 on a first date. If he works $20 an hour, a lot of men don't even make that much. That's 5 hours of work for him to treat you to a first date. So if women's expectation is men should pay for first dates, or if they're the ones asking, they should pay for the date, the translation there, essentially what you're saying is men should labor for 5 hours to treat me on a date, but I can't do a bow, which takes no effort. That's where I'm confused. So going to you were very much had a strong objection to the request, if a boyfriend were to request that you bow, but you said the guy should pay for the first date. The entailment of that is that if he's working $20 an hour and he takes you out on a $100 date, you're saying he has to work 5 hours. Let's say he works a physical labor job, construction job. He has to physically labor for 5 hours if he wants my time. How is this not worse than a guy asking for a bow?
Me specifically?
To you, because you said, I would never do a bow, but you want a guy to pay for the first date.
I said I'd prefer it.
Let me ask you a question. You go on a date with a guy, he asks you out, you get a dinner, I don't know, it's $40, $60, whatever. The waiter comes and he says 2 checks. Is there going to be a second date with that guy?
If I like his personality, yeah.
So he has to make up for a detriment in his conduct by being more charismatic.
I mean,
or have a better personality. You said you would prefer a guy to pay for the first date.
I would prefer it.
Why?
I think it's just like a nice gesture, but I wouldn't be opposed to paying myself.
Okay. But it is a traditional gender role, right?
I think it's deemed that way.
Let me ask the panel this. For any of you here, if a guy wanted to go 50-50 on the first date, waiter comes, he says 2 checks, you got to pay. Is there going to be a second date?
No.
No?
No.
No? Second date?
No, not if he just says 2 checks. Like, no. If he's like talks about it,
Why would he have to talk about it? He's got to have your permission to go 50-50?
No, I feel like it's more of like a respect thing than just to.
What do you mean respect?
No, we're gonna go 50-50. Then just saying
he needs to confer with you.
No, like if I wanted to pay.
He needs to check to make sure you're willing.
Yeah, if I wanted to pay, or if he wanted to pay full.
You guys it's so entitled, totally entitled behavior. Imagine if I, as a guy, said, you know what? She's got to check with, like, my expectation as a guy is that you pay the entire bill for me, and maybe I'll be considerate, but you have to consult with me first before I even consider going 50-50 with you. You would fucking laugh at that, dude. You'd be like, what the fuck?
I mean, if I want to pay.
Do you pay?
I want to.
What do you mean?
I put my card on the thing, but they they swap it out. It's not.
But my confusion here is that you guys have all these expectations on guys, and it's like, but if we look at something very simple, look, I know some of you are okay with 50-50, some of you would be fine splitting the bill, but there's enough women out there who would be like, absolutely not. If he wants to go 50-50, there's not going to be a second date. It's a done deal. It's like, and those same women will be like, they'll be total feminists too. They'll be like, no, I won't pay for the bill, blah, blah, I won't split. It's like, okay, so you won't bow for a guy, which takes no effort, takes 3 seconds to do, but the entailment of you expecting a guy to pay for the entire bill is that if he's working a $20 an hour job and the bill's $100, the entailment of that is you expect a man to work 5 hours to be able to take you out. So what's a bigger ask? A guy saying, I would like a woman to bow to me, or you saying, every single time we hang out and we go to dinner, you have to work 5 hours of your life just for the privilege of getting to take me out. What's a bigger ask? Tell me.
The dinner.
Why?
Because it's 5 hours versus 3 seconds of your time.
So is the fair proposition then that women should bow to men? If I got to fucking shovel if I got to shovel for fucking 5 hours to take you out,
I would bow.
Okay, but that's on you though.
Why is that on me?
You're not capable enough to make like $50 an hour or $100 an hour.
Bro, y'all are, hold on, the average, y'all are 18. How much money?
Men actually want to pay for dates. men naturally like providing for women they like.
Sure.
Women don't want to bow for men. They don't.
Women don't want to be submissive?
We don't want to be. Okay.
That's a feminist mind
Submission
virus.
does not equal bowing. Bowing is weird. It's like a form of worship.
It's, oh my.
Bowing is so much more symbolic.
It's not a form of worship.
Bowing is not a form.
Wait, so if an atheist.
It's weird. And actually, men don't like maids. When women bow to them and cook for them and clean for them and take care of everything.
Hold on, what?
And cater to them all the time.
No.
That's when men actually go out and cheat. Men like the chase.
Tiffany, what are you talking about? Men, just to be clear, so men don't like it when women do all these things for them?
Yeah. They think they do, but they actually don't.
I would disagree.
No, my God, this is like
they think that they want a non-vexing submissive woman, but what they really want is a woman who acts like a bitch all the time. What were we thinking? We were
that's exactly right. Men love bitches. There's a whole book about it too.
Here I was thinking that men prefer to have women who are completely non-vexing and generally take care of their roles in the home, because that's what all of them report. But as it turns out, I was wrong. What they really want is somebody to be an annoying brat and vex them all day. Geez, I wish that I had known that earlier.
Tiffany, that's fake news, bro. That's fake news.
That is not fake news.
So you're saying men want like quarrelsome, disagreeable, non-helpful, non-submissive women? Is that what you think men want? You said like...
submission doesn't equal bowing.
If I say...
I would argue...
Wouldn't that exactly be submissive? I want you to do this. Wouldn't that be submissive? And you do it? And you don't, I want to have a conversation about it. I want to question it. Wouldn't you just do it? Wouldn't that be submissive?
Men like submission to an extent. When it's too much and the girl doesn't have her own mind and basically will bow down to them, they don't like it.
What, have you tried to do this with a man? Like, what evidence?
No.
So
but
what?
It's just
That's just
how men are. That's just
what
how men are.
evidence do you have that this is true? Did you just make it up in your head?
No,
it just sounds good, right?
It's just common knowledge. It's
good.
Common knowledge.
It just sounds good.
No, it's common knowledge.
From who?
The experiences of many women.
Wait, so just to be clear, one thing really quick.
Yeah.
So when you say experiences of women, so the experiences of women are men will like you less if you treat them well, you do nice things for them, you're helpful, you help them out with certain household duties. You're saying men detest these things in women.
Yes,
and
in some ways.
They'd much prefer dealing with a woman who refuses to do these things.
They hate it. They hate
women who are submissive.
What?
Essentially.
No, I think in a way...
to an extent.
No, I think she's saying like they get bored.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, I have an input. I'm sorry. Okay.
Go ahead.
You're talking about a man. I think you're talking about a boy. To be honest, there's a difference.
Wait, me or
no? Like
her?
You're talking about a man. So yes, a man wants someone to be submissive. Yes, a man wants to take care of home and for his woman to all that. But a boy does not. A boy is who essentially likes the drama and the toxic and the back and forth and all of that. Chaotic
That's actually
shit.
a really good point.
I
think I would tend to. I think
No, but men are
they're two different things. Two different things.
Men
He's
are
not
the
a man
same
yet.
way. That's why in movies we always see the portrayal of when the wife's at home and she's calling her husband at work. Oh, babe, when are you gonna come home?
He's not a man.
I have dinner made for you. And then the guy goes
No, we
and
don't see
cheats.
that in movies at all. What we see in movies and what we see in media is Homer Simpson, and men are portrayed as bumbling fucking idiots that for some reason are just happen to gallivant through life working at a nuclear power plant eating donuts, right? While everybody ignores how incompetent they are. And if only it weren't for that beautiful wife, who is somehow skinny and petite, married to this big fat bald guy, wasn't there to correct his endless bad behavior, why men just couldn't get along. It's like, give me a break with this shit. Men are portrayed in the worst light possible. Let me give you an example. There was a show when I was growing up called Home Improvement, right, where the entire theme of the show was that the guy was an incompetent moron who couldn't even handle the power tools on his own show, and his wife had to run the entire family dynamic. In fact, I can give you show after show after show where this is the case. Tell me the show where the woman is the nice, petite, 1950s-style housewife who greets him at the door with dinner and modernity. Tell me what that show is called.
Also, I don't think Hollywood...
No, hang on. Let her answer. Tell me what the show is called. What is it called?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's called You Just Made It the Fuck Up. That's what it's called.
I did it, though.
Anyway, yeah, they did it. Yeah, they did it in the 1950s with the cleavers from Leave It to Beaver, maybe, but they don't do it in modernity.
Men don't really know the psychology of themselves.
What?
Like, they don't understand themselves.
What stupid book did you read?
That's just how men are.
What's the stupid book you read?
No, it's not a book. That's just
you
how
said
men
it was
are.
a book. It was like Men Love Bitchy Women or something.
It's titled Why Men Love Bitches.
Who wrote it?
I don't know.
A woman?
Probably.
Yeah, men.
Women understand the psyche of men better than men understand the psyche of themselves.
Wait, women understand the psyche of men better than men understand this?
It's by a woman.
It is by a woman.
Sherry Argoy, right? Of course, it's made by a woman. Oh, Sherry, twice divorced, by the way. Twice divorced, Sherry, right? She knows what women want, doesn't she?
I want to ask the panel, do you guys think that men want bitchy women?
No.
Anybody here think men prefer bitchy women over
They only
nice
prefer
women?
bitchy women because they can't get women. Like, if you think about it, like, those boys who are like, oh, like, I don't want a girl who listens, blah, 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 like I'll bow down to this girl, blah, blah, blah. It's because they can't get women. And once they get a woman, they're going to do everything they can to keep her. But a man, if he has so many options, why would he...
tolerate?
Yeah.
No, that's a good point. I mean, there are men out there who, like, can't get anything else, so they're going to... Either they don't know what else is out there, they think that's normal, or they just don't have any other options, so they're just going to tolerate. Men will put up with a lot for some pussy. Like, they'll put up with a lot if they don't get pussy. If they get pussy, they're going to put up with very little, and then you're going to be gone. Or they're just going to keep you around for sex, and then you'll never get a commitment from him. But if you fuck up and, you start whinging or whatever the fuck, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to take this girl seriously. Anyways, where were we? I forgot. We were talking about who should pay on the first date. Oh, yeah, you guys hate the bow for some reason. But you want a guy to pay for the first date. It's like... kind of confusing. We have 2-3 chats we're going to read. Sina, go for it.
The reason why the women say I don't know when they are asked who paid on the date is because they just show up and they never even notice that there is a bill. Female privilege.
Female privilege. Yo, Lol Paladins, thank you for the message, man. Really appreciate it. We do have, let's see, what the heck? Okay, sure. Read this one.
Ask the panel if China declared war under the moral authority of dismantling whiteness and decolonization.
Directives.
Would you side with China or would you stand with the United States of America?
That's a wild question, but fuck it, we'll do it.
Wildly awesome. It's a wildly awesome question.
So, would you side with China or would you stand with the United States of America? Starting with you.
I don't do politics.
You got to pick one, though.
No.
Okay.
What was the full question? Because there was it's not just would you side with China or United States?
Yeah, here, I'll pull it back up again, and I'll have you read it for us. Go ahead.
As the panel of China declared war under the moral authority of dismantling whiteness and decolonization directives, would you side with China or would you side with the United States of America? Okay.
China or the United States?
Can you reword it? I wanted to read it one more time.
Okay, China declares war, and the pretext, the justification for the war is they want to dismantle whiteness, and they think America's a colonizer. And for this reason, they're declaring war, China declaring war against the United States. Do you stand with China or do you stand with the United States?
Okay, then I would stand with the United States.
United States.
United States.
U.S.
Oh, would it be okay if I just don't answer this one?
Are you like, you don't want to like offend the CCP or?
I just don't really like to talk about like political stances.
I mean, I can't force you to answer the question, so, okay.
I don't think I'm that informed on this topic specifically.
Well, there's nothing to be, it's a hypothetical, there's nothing to be informed about.
I mean, I guess the U.S.
Sweet.
Okay, I have a serious question. I'm sorry, I have a serious what is whiteness? Like, honestly.
From the progressive standpoint or the actual standpoint?
What is the question asking? Like,
yeah, so the question's asking from a progressive standpoint. Whiteness would be the idea that white men and women are privileged over every other class, and the reason that they are is because throughout history, inside of the United States, everything has been favorable towards them, and so they have a leg up over all other ethnicities that they wouldn't ordinarily have if it wasn't due to colonialism and essentially white power.
I would stand with China.
The U.S.
Well, for all of you who answered that and said that you would stand with the U.S., welcome to conservatism. Glad to see you over here.
Based. All right, we have Lucas. Sina, can you read it?
Bit late here, but curious what language you'd be speaking today if the unabashed. Go ahead. Solipsism. Exhibited by Cherry 7 during her combo with Rachel pervaded those 17 to 23 boys.
I'll pull it back up.
On June 6, 1944, as they prepared.
Wait, what? Are you talking about the U.S.? Wait, on June 6th? June 6th, that was D-Day?
I think wasn't that the preparation for D-Day?
That was D-Day, right? I mean, but like, what language? We wouldn't even, honestly, Andrew, I don't know, this is a dating podcast, not historical. Even if America didn't actually do a land invasion of Europe, we would be speaking, hold on. We wouldn't be speaking German because
the idea
Russia.
Behind there is you would be speaking German, but
no.
To your point, likely no, you still wouldn't be.
We still wouldn't, but, even if America. I mean, Russia was gonna. Yeah, so it is an interesting question, though. I mean, would we maybe speaking Russian? Like if because with America's help and intervention, we prevented. Like Russia would have just. Look, I don't know. Wouldn't Russia have just taken?
No. I mean, nothing would have happened, right? Like you can't externally invade the United States and win. It's not possible. The whole world could do it. No, the whole world could land on the beaches of New York and invade, and they wouldn't have a chance.
No, I'm not saying that, but Russia would have taken more territory in Europe.
Yes, that's correct.
But but at that point, Russia was part of the Allied powers.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Europe would be speaking Russian.
It would be very different. Okay, we have Lucas here with a follow-up. Go ahead, Sina.
Two to the store and the beaches of normality, duty, obligation, responsibility, accountability, etc., is non-existent in Gen Z women. Truly the
apotheosis
of the feminine.
Female. Yeah, you got it. Oh, hold on, pull it back up.
Narcissism combined with the
malaise
of luxury.
Okay, I didn't even say it right. Damn, bro, he's just throwing out those crazy words just to trip you up, Sina. He's just throwing it out to trip you up. Yo, Lucas, thank you for the chats, man. Really appreciate it. Let's get into the questionnaire then, shall we? Actually, before we get to the questionnaire, for you, earlier on in the conversation, I heard you say, you mentioned, I forgot the context. You mentioned women's rights and reproductive rights. Do you recall what the context was? I wrote those down, but what was the context?
It was just that what I look for in a man, and I said that he needs to be aligned at least politically with me.
He needs to be aligned politically with you. He needs to be supportive of women's rights and reproductive rights. When you, just for clarification for any of the men out there who might be interested in dating you, or just for the sake of the conversation, when you say supportive of women's rights, what do you mean by that?
Women's right to education, women's rights to an abortion, women's rights to be equal with men, women's right to have a career, etc.
Sure. But so are you saying that women don't have those things currently?
They do. I'm just saying from your stand, there's men who want that submissive woman, and that they want that woman that wants to be a stay-at-home wife, and I don't want that, and that's what I want him to align with.
I see. Okay, so you're not arguing that women don't have these rights.
No.
But there needs to be a continuity of support of existing rights.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I guess on that, getting into the questionnaire for the whole panel, I know some of you probably answered in the negative on this, but do you guys think that when it comes to women's rights, are there any do women have equal rights to men? Show of hands. Do women have equal rights? Okay, let me reframe the question then.
We do have equal rights.
Are there any rights that a man has that a woman does not? Starting with you, I guess.
Not that I can think of at the top of my head.
Okay. Going around the table then?
No.
I'm assuming this is like going towards abortion, so I'd say if abortion was illegal, then that would be one right that a man has over a woman, is that a woman doesn't get full say in healthcare.
Well, I mean, men don't have any reproductive rights at all, so it's not wouldn't equality between men and women be to have a national abortion ban? Would that not be equality?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
I'm just not sure.
Well, if men don't have any rights when it comes to their reproduction, wouldn't that entail that in order for there to be equality, women wouldn't be allowed to have any rights when it comes to their reproduction? Ergo, there would be no right to an abortion. Would that not be equality then?
Sure.
Okay, so then you're in favor of equality on this topic?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in favor of walking back abortion rights for women then?
No.
So you're in favor of inequality between men and women, in favor of women having more rights?
Like I just think a woman should be able to decide, and that's just my stance.
Yeah, but that just to be clear, you're in favor of an inequality of rights between men and women, something that favors more rights to women than to men.
I guess.
Okay, sure. A lot of women have that position. Going around the table.
I don't think there are any rights that men have more than women.
Okay.
Are we talking strictly legally or also privilege, like day-to-day base?
I'm talking like rights, but we could also have a separate conversation about, I guess, privileges.
If we are talking from a legal standpoint, I don't think there's much nowadays inequality as far as that goes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I feel like I have to think about this question a little bit more.
You mean, I mean, you've had a minute. while we've gone around the table.
Yeah, then I just prefer not to answer the question.
I mean, it's like I've given you quite a bit of leeway already on refusing to answer. I mean, you've written no opinion on a lot of these things. I feel like you do have opinions. You're just kind of being like it's like intellectual cowardice. You just don't feel comfortable stating your actual opinion. Is that fair to say?
It's not intellectual cowardice. I just don't really want to publicize my views.
So you do have an opinion. You're just scared to share it. I'll accept that, but I mean, at least a concession that you're not willing to state your opinion.
I would just like a little bit of privacy if that's available to me.
I suppose I suppose it's just you've come on a podcast to talk, so it's kind of counterintuitive, but what about you?
What was the question?
It's definitely a nuanced question. I think that yes, on paper, women have equal rights to men. But you know, if you're in a country where, yes, like if we're talking about abortion, you know, your child has extreme deformity, they won't make it out of the womb alive, and you're forced to carry this pregnancy, and it kills you in the end. The man did have more right in this and say in this situation.
Well,
how
wait
so?
a second.
How so?
Wait. Well, and not only that, but any time the abortion argument comes up, the argument is never between the life of the child and the mother for like an ectopic pregnancy or something like that. That's already been relinquished. It's always the default that if it's going to be that the baby actually has the chance of killing the mother from some sort of delivery, at that point, everybody agrees, religious and non, that you would default for the life of the mother at that point, and there's good reasons behind that. So but that's not really what's ever entailed in the abortion question. Almost no abortion ever happens because of those reasons. Almost zero of them.
There have been multiple cases in red states where a mom has identified that her child has an abnormality that it won't live out of the fetus, and it's a danger to herself to deliver this child, and she wasn't allowed the access to abortion.
That's never happened.
You can literally look it up.
Well, yeah, I'll literally look it up right now. Tell me where.
There was recently a 16-year-old, like it was on the operating table. She died because it was a risk to her life, and this child could not be aborted.
Where?
Earlier on. I'm not sure where. I read up on the case. It was a while ago. I don't remember all the details.
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. And by the way, this is a matter of law. They're supposed to default to the life of the mother in the case of ectopic pregnancy where there's a deformity which could kill the mother. They always will do the procedure to save the mother's life. So literally, that just sounds like propaganda. So to be maximum charitable, 16-year-old on operating table can't have abortion, and it kills her, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it kills her. Let's see.
Do you know where this happened?
I don't know. I don't remember. I know it's in a red state where...
I mean, so Andrew, even granting that this happened, I still don't think that this is actually evidence of some sort of, because when we're talking about rights and a comparison of rights between men and women, equal rights would indicate that there's a comparison being made.
Okay, so here I found the case. Okay, at least this is the only case I can find. But this was happening due to a miscarriage. And they were suing because of the miscarriage should have been sped up in order to deliver the fetus.
Exactly.
At that point,
DNC.
hang on. At that point, that was safer, though. The doctors say it was safer to deliver the fetus. They were unaware of any pre-existing condition that would have affected the health of the mother. So she was miscarrying, and they're being sued for malpractice because they didn't do the correct things they were supposed to do. But that really doesn't make your case.
But this case is happening more. Literally in Texas, they're not teaching certain chapters of the OBGYN residency to their residents because it's not in line with their views, and they have to fly out to different states. Like chapters on abortion, chapters on performing abortions.
Andrew, let's just grant it, though.
But for what, though? But for what instances?
The instances, if you cannot physically deliver this child and it's a detriment to you, then you have to...
There is not any nobody is refusing to teach OBGYNs in Texas that if the health of the mother and the welfare of the mother is at stake, meaning she's going to die if she goes into delivery for this kid, that they can't do an emergency abortion. That is completely nonsense. I would love to know. You can even send it to me after the show. But there's no way that that's true. There's simply no way that that's true.
But are they not omitting education?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the education is for. Like, okay, public schools probably omit education for how to build a nuclear bomb. Yeah, so what? Like, good. They should omit that education. So you would need to tell me what the education is they're omitting and how it would be pertinent to this idea.
One sec. Or go ahead.
I'm saying it's pertinent because you should teach everything. I don't know. I know you're asking me to say specific examples, but if you are in any state in the U.S.
Should you teach kids how to build Uzis?
No, because I'm talking about OBGYN.
So we shouldn't teach everything.
I'm talking about the OBGYN residency specifically for medical students because that's pertinent to the situation.
Yeah, why should we teach them everything? If there's a moral dilemma, like, would you teach a doctor how to poison patients? No. Right? So there's all sorts of things that you wouldn't teach people who are in a residency if there's a moral dilemma. So the question is, like, absent whatever the specific education you're talking about in regards to abortion, if it's outside the scope of the moral dilemma, why would you teach it to them?
It's not outside the scope of the moral dilemma, though.
Then what is it?
I'm saying they should have full access to know everything. Whether or not they can perform it, that is up to each state.
Yeah, why? You don't know? You don't know why they should have access to all that? You can't tell me what it is they're not being educated in. You can't tell me what state it's in. You can't tell me any of these specific cases, but you're adamant that it's happening. That doesn't sound like complete fake news to you?
You can
like
literally look it up.
Democrat propagandizing?
You can look it up.
I just looked it up. I couldn't find the case anywhere. The only case that I could find was in this miscarriage. I couldn't find any case of the mother's actual, body going to die based on a previous diagnosis of an abnormality. That's complete nonsense. And by the way, the reason Democrats lost the most recent election is because there was women all over the place saying shit like this. And when people would look it up, they found out it was bullshit. It was total bullshit. When we get down to it, the real moral dilemma of abortion does not come down to 0.1% of them, which happens when it affects the life of the mother. Almost no abortion is done that way. Can you at least agree with that? Almost zero abortion done in the United States has anything to do with the life of the mother.
Okay, but what about if it was a 10-year-old, and then you're not agreeing with the life of the mother? It's not detrimental.
Well, that's true, and I'll directly contend with this.
Okay, then we can agree.
If you were SA'd at a party, sexually assaulted at a party, does that mean that you can go home and kill another one of your kids?
Sorry, what's the question again?
If you were SA'd at a party and you had 2 children, could you go home and then kill one of them because you were SA'd?
Did you or did you not consent?
Can you answer my question before you ask me
that
one?
Child?
I'll answer yours, but answer mine. So to start with, if you are SA'd at a party, does it give you the right to go home and unalive one of your kids?
No.
Why?
Because that's the life you're taking. That exists.
That's right. And so that's the exact counter argument to the argument of you being SA'd and delivering. You don't have a right to then take the life of somebody else, even though a horrible thing happened to you.
But you're forced to carry through with it.
You're not forcing them to do anything. You're saying that they're not allowed to kill somebody else who's external to them.
But you're forcing the woman to go through,
yes,
might I say, a
traumatic
pregnancy.
We force people all the time to not murder people. That's true.
Okay. Well, can we please move on to another
Why?
topic?
Does it make you uncomfortable that there's a counter argument here?
We're having a reasonable conversation. I would say that yes, I would need to do more research on the topic. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
So I mean, even granting all that stuff, you wrote here that you disagree that women have equal rights to men. You also disagree that there is no right a man has that a woman does not. Is there anything, I mean, you brought up the abortion thing. I don't really think that's compelling. Is there any other right?
No.
So just that one?
I mean, that is a pretty major one, but yes.
Right, but so, I mean, considering that men don't have any reproductive rights, it's not clear to me if this is like an inequality between men and women. Does that make sense?
I mean, it takes two people to make a child, so they both should have an equal
say. So if a man wants a woman to have an abortion, but she wants to keep the child, he should be able to force her to have an abortion?
No.
Oh, so he doesn't have a choice then?
I don't know why you're throwing these situations at me right now.
I mean, this is a pretty frequent situation that occurs.
I mean,
obviously men can't compel women to get abortions, but for example, like a guy could be on the hook for 18 years of his life of child support if he, you know, didn't want to have a kid and she lies about being on birth control. It was a casual encounter. She keeps the kid. I mean, these situations do. I'm not in favor of men being, I don't think men should be able to force women to get abortions, but like, I'm just a bit confused there.
I mean, in that case, no, it's not fair to the man.
Yeah,
right, but
that's why it has to be their body, our choice.
Okay.
Okay.
But again, like when it comes to this abortion thing, men don't have a right, any reproductive rights. So you saying that you disagree that women have equal rights to men, there is no right a man has that a woman does not. It doesn't occur to me that they're like, as it currently stands, absent either men being able to compel a female sexual partner to get an abortion or just an outright abortion ban, there is an inequality between men and women, and this inequality is to the, I suppose, well, it depends on your side of the aisle, seems to be a right that women possess that men don't.
In terms of?
Okay, you will agree. Okay, so Roe v. Wade pushed it back to the states. So there are states where women can still get abortions, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there any state where a man has any reproductive rights?
No.
Okay, so in order to create equality between men and women, you have states where women have a right, correct? Like, for example, you have a right to get an abortion in California.
Yes.
What corresponding right do men have in California pertaining to this topic? So you would have to concede then that women have a right that men don't, correct?
I guess, yeah, on your terms.
Right, because men can't get, there is no...
I mean, in your case, are men forced to go through that pregnancy? Are they forced to carry the child? Are they then forced to make a choice whether to adopt or then raise this child for the next 18 years? So you can't really say that we're equal on that standpoint.
No, there's biological differences, but when it comes to rights, what right does the man have in this situation that the woman doesn't? The woman has the right to abortion. The man has a right to... Nothing?
On paper, yes, what you're saying is right. I'm saying this is much more of a nuanced take than you're putting it out to be. It's very black and white how you're saying it right now.
What is the nuance? I'm failing to see the nuance.
That women reproductively, we have a uterus, that we're forced to carry this child if, yes, it's in terms of
well, you're
rape,
not always
essay.
Forced to...
Okay, I'll give you that. But if it's rape, essay, or too young, then you're forced to carry out this pregnancy and then decide if you want to keep it or not. And men can just walk away.
I mean, hold on. In California?
In any state. I mean...
You know what? Agreed. Let's just make the concession, for the sake of argument, that if you're essayed underage, or essayed at all, or you have an ectopic pregnancy where it would affect your life, in those instances only, we will go ahead and grant that you can go ahead and have an abortion.
You're saying, do I agree with that or not?
But you still want abortion absent those things, right?
Yes.
So you only are arguing those things as the outliers because you're demanding, based on those outliers, that everybody has the right to abort anyway. So we'll just grant it for the sake of argument. What could your argument possibly be then?
That there's no rights infringing upon abortion. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that even if Brian were to grant for you, okay, under cases of SA, and if the mother's life is at risk, you can have an abortion, but all other abortions are outlawed. Why is that problematic?
It's because I believe in the woman's choice. That's it. Yes. That's it.
Okay.
That's my take.
But so I'm just, again, confused because you said you disagree that women have equal rights to men. There's no right a man has, the woman does not. Is there anything besides it's not clear to me that this abortion conversation, it pertains at all because men don't have any sort of reproductive rights. Is there anything else when it comes to women not having equal rights besides this?
No.
Okay. So do you have equal rights to men in California?
In California, yes.
In California, yes. Okay. What do you think about, just really quick on this topic, then I'm going to move things along. The man doesn't want to have the kid. The woman wants to keep the kid. What do you say to the man?
If the man doesn't want the kid and the woman is...
What's his remedy, if any?
They should sit down, have a conversation. If that's not working...
The woman is steadfast and she's made a choice that she's going to keep the child.
Then he should concede his rights to the child.
What do you mean concede his rights?
Like give up his rights, give up his parental rights and walk away.
Okay, so a man, and this applies to every single state in this country, he can revoke parental rights. He can revoke those rights. He's still on the hook for child support. You realize this, right?
Yes.
Doesn't seem very fair, does it?
No, and I would argue in that case that you should not have to pay child support, but that's the way the system's built.
That is the way the system's built.
I agree.
Yeah. Why don't you think there's more feminists fighting to abolish child support? Given the unfairness of it for men.
I'm not sure. I mean, I would say that if he wants no part in raising the child, then I don't want his money either, and that this is my choice to keep the child. I don't know. I don't know why that's not the case.
All right. We have a message here from...
Could it be that it's the case? Oh, sorry. Go on.
I'll just read it really quick. Brian, you ruined the theme of my D-Day question. Yes, I get it. The USSR, after Stalingrad, were likely on their way to victory. Point was that those young boys did their duty without question, equivocation. Okay, that's a fair point, Lucas. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the message.
So couldn't it be the case, then, that the reason that the state intercedes on the behalf of making the man pay the child support is because if he doesn't, and the woman who decides that she's going to keep the child, even in lieu of the man not wanting the child, the state says, well, that burden shouldn't go to taxpayers who are not his father or mother. It should go instead to the parents. So then would you then support cutting off public assistance to women so that men who equally do not have any paternity over this child should not have to then pay for this child who is not theirs?
I understand the question. I mean, I know it's very controversial. I think that in the stance that we want to lower the abortion rate, and if the child does come out, I think that the mom would need to get some support in some type of way.
Yes, but now she's reliant not on herself, but is reliant upon the taxpayer. So the reason the state intercedes and says that the father has to pay child support is so that the woman's not reliant on the taxpayer, but instead gives the responsibility to the parents themselves. So if that's the case, and you feel like it's unfair that men pay child support if women get the right to choose, then how come the taxpayer doesn't get the right to choose?
I would say it's unfair. I would say that if the mom chose to keep the child and, the taxpayers really care about the welfare of each and every child, fetus, whatever life that gets brought into this world, then they will pay for that child to be raised. And I think it should remain that way.
Yeah, but this bugs the question.
Ogle donated $200.
I got to move on. I'll let you ask your question, Andrew.
Someone who's actually smart but has been brainwashed. It's sad to see, and I sincerely hope she wakes up sometime. Life tip: hang around with people who disagree with you.
Ogle, thank you for the TTS. Andrew, I do have to move it on, but I'll have you ask your question, and then we'll get...
Yeah, just very quickly. The entailment's the same. If you say a man shouldn't have to pay child support because it's not his decision to bring the child into the world but yours, then why would this necessarily fall to other people in order to take care of this child other than the father. That makes no sense.
Well, you keep bringing up the point that, you know, this is a sacred life that we're bringing this world. Then by your stance, everyone should, you know, help.
Yeah, but I'm talking about your stance. Your stance is that the father should have no responsibility towards the child if he chooses not to, and so shouldn't have to pay child support because the mother's choosing. If that is the case, then the entailment there is why should other people then have to pay if they don't want to, because it's not their child, right?
I think that if the father doesn't want to pay, then I am in support for the government to pay, and I support the taxpayers paying.
Well, it's not the government paying; it would be other.
Taxpayers.
So then in your scenario, here's how it works. Honey, I don't want you, or I don't want this child. Well, I do, but luckily you don't have to pay any child support whatsoever because that's what the law says. So then you go ahead and have the child, and then the taxpayer has to fund the child that you chose to have. How's that fair?
That's my stance.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it, guys. Okay, let's see here. We are going to get into the questionnaire, more of the questionnaire stuff. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Starting with you, go ahead.
I would say more than me.
Okay.
Not a specific amount, just.
Do you know how much you'll be making around
more
the time?
equal than me.
Do you know how much you'll be making?
I'm not sure. Could move around, but I would say equal or more than my amount.
All right. Sina, what about you?
7 figures.
So what is that? Because, I mean, 9 million is different than 1 million.
Like 1 mil.
1 mil's fine. 1 mil a year? Or did you say month?
A year.
Okay, all right.
No, is that all?
Yeah, that's just, yeah. What about you?
I'd say eventually 150K.
All right. But you're not expecting that much early on?
No.
Okay. What about you, Pos?
I was actually going to say the exact same thing because I think it's a little bit more realistic.
So 150K, but
Yeah.
not early on? Okay.
I think, considering and assuming we're both going to be working, as long as they're able to provide for their half and I'm able to provide for my half, and we're not stressing about it, that's all that I care about.
All right. Ellen, what about you?
I would prefer if they're like working up to around 6 figures.
Okay. What about you?
I would say I prefer that they're working up to 6 figures.
Yeah. And you said 100,000 plus because you will be as well. All right. What about you?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Really?
Yeah.
They can work at McDonald's?
Been there.
So no then?
No.
Okay. Tiffany.
Like 100, 150K.
You said 100 to 200K here.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. And then height question. How tall are you and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
I'm 5'8", so I'd prefer somebody like 6 foot and above, especially because I'm always wearing heels too. So.
Sure. Okay.
5'2" and 5'11" and above.
All right. What about you, Lexi?
I'm almost 5'2", and I'd say 5'10" and above.
Okay. Minimum height 5'10". What about you, Pos?
I'm 5'2". I think my minimum height, like shortest, would probably be like 5'8", something around that.
Oh, really quick, just going back here. Last boyfriend, how tall was he?
He was 6 foot.
Last boyfriend, how tall was he?
I'm not sure. 5'10".
They use centimeters in Canada. I don't know. Lexi, how tall was your last boyfriend?
6'2".
6'2". Okay.
6'2".
6'2". Chloe, height?
I'm roughly 5'3".
And then you prefer?
Yeah, I prefer people closer to my height, preferably like 5'4" to 5'8".
Current boyfriend, how tall is he?
I think about 5'6", 5'7",
Okay.
something like that.
Ellen, how tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
And you would date anyone above?
5'7".
Okay. How tall was your last boyfriend?
I think he was around 5'11".
Okay. You're 5'6", or
No,
no,
I'm
sorry,
5 foot.
you're 5 what?
5 foot even.
You're 5 foot and you want to date 5'6". How tall was your 6 month?
He was actually like 5'4".
Good for him. All right, Alyssa, you are 5'3".
Yes.
And you'll date minimum height is 5'6". Tiffany, what about you?
5'5". I would date 5'9" and above.
All right. And then moving on to one of the last questions before we get back to the disagreements. Would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest? Starting with you, go ahead.
I really don't know what that entails, but I would say a man. I mean, it's just a man.
So random man, random bear, essentially.
What does that, like, what do you mean by that?
So you got the whole U.S. population of men, the whole U.S. population of bears. Could be a random man, could be a random bear. Could be a black bear, brown bear, grizzly bear.
Oh, and then could be like a serial killer.
Sure. Okay. It's a random man. It could be a serial killer. It could be Kyle. You pull up the meme really quick. Actually, hold on. We'll wait for the meme. Man or bear?
I would say man.
Okay. Sina, what about you?
I said that it depended on what type of man.
Well, it's random man.
A random.
You don't get to pick, right? Random man, random bear.
A man.
Okay. Lexi, what about you?
The man.
You says depends on what type of bear.
Well, since you said it was like random bear, random man, I feel like the odds of you coming to like if it's a brown bear, that kind of sucks. If it's a black bear, if you're just loud, it'll.
Sure. Okay. Pause.
When I first came on, I said bear, but after talking about it a little bit, I'm changing it to man.
All right. Chloe?
A bear.
Ellen?
I think I wrote a bear, but...
Bear, yeah.
Bear.
A bear. A man.
All right. So I think it was, let's see. Bear, 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 bear. Let's talk to you guys a little bit. Why do you pick bear and why don't you pick man? Go ahead, Chloe.
I trust animals more than I trust people. I think there's more solid reasons why animals do things than there are people do things. But I will say part of it's just my delusions. I like to think I'm a little animal charmer, so I like to make believe and think I could be friends with it. But
okay. And why don't you pick men?
I don't trust them.
You don't trust men?
Yeah.
Okay. Just don't trust them, that's it.
I think the average man is less trustworthy than the average bear.
That's a pretty big indictment of men, but all right, Ellen, why do you pick bear and why don't you pick man?
Wait, like, where's the setting? Is it like a forest?
Yeah, forest. Yeah.
Like a deep set forest or like a camping ground, like Yosemite?
It is the Argonne forest in France. So there's probably still some landmines.
So there's still like people?
No. So you're either scenario, you're fully alone.
Fully alone.
Fully alone with either the man or the bear.
If it was a deep set forest, I think it's the bear because I don't see why just like a regular man would be.
Well, let's assume there's a hiking path.
Oh, then the man.
Then the man.
Because then there's like a reason for somebody or the man to like.
Well, there's also a reason for the bear to be there too.
Oh no, there's like a reason, or there's like.
That's where they live.
No, but it's just like the general population goes there, but like, I feel like a serial killer would just go to the random. Like,
how about this? Let me give you this one. So you randomly spawn in the forest. You just get dropped there randomly.
Okay.
Then there's two buttons that get presented in front of you. You can randomly spawn a random man. Or two buttons, or you can hit the other button, randomly spawns a bear. So there's not motives as to why they're there. You just random man of the entire U.S. population, random bear of the bear population in the U.S.
Then a man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why did you pick bear initially?
Because I thought it was like a deep, like dark forest, and there's like no reason for a human being to be there unless they're like kind of crazy.
Okay, all right. That's an interesting interpretation of the question. What about you? So why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Just don't trust the man's intention. I mean, even if it was a woman, I don't think I'd trust any person's intentions.
You'd rather be in the forest with a bear over a woman, even?
Yes, because I don't trust anyone's intentions in the middle of the forest.
I think you guys are letting the forest part do a bit of heavy lifting here.
I mean, if it was public, or...
Even in a forest, you'd rather come, and also the scenario, you're going to cross paths. You will cross paths with either the man or the bear. There's not like, you can't hide from them. They become aware of your presence. So bear?
Yes.
Because you don't trust people in general.
I mean, a bear can't, assuming the worst, a bear can't like torture you and rape you and everything, you know? And I mean, they'd probably maul you and kill you, but that's like, aside from like, I don't know, psychological torture. I'm just talking about like the capacity each one has.
Okay, so just to be clear, even a woman, you'd prefer to pick a bear over a woman, a random woman?
Yes.
Interesting. This is a new one I haven't heard. And then you picked bear. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
I just feel like I would be better off with a bear than a man.
All right. So I guess those of you who you changed your answer, did you change your answer too, or you're still bear? Yeah. Okay, bear. You said you don't trust men. I guess a lot of you are concerned that the man in this situation, while the bear could murder you, the man could try to torture you before, he could try to essay you before. That seems to be a lot of the things that women will say on this one. I guess, what percentage then of men do you think are inclined to assault you in this way, to pick bear over man? Starting with you, Chloe, go ahead.
I actually wasn't even thinking about them doing something per se. I don't like the majority of guys. Like, really people too. I do agree actually with you. Even a woman spawning there, I just don't really like people all that much.
You dislike people to the point that you'd rather encounter a bear?
Oh, I'd love to test my luck. I love animals.
So the choice is like have a like gossip about some shit with like a bimbo. Like that could be a scenario. Like she's just like Paris Hilton or some shit. It's like,
No, I don't want that.
You'd pick a bear over Paris Hilton?
Yes. If I wanted to talk with someone and like hee hee ha ha and chit chat, I'd go to like a salon or go somewhere where I'd want to talk to people. If I'm in the woods.
Can I ask you a question? If you didn't eat breakfast today, how would you feel?
What do you mean?
If you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
I'd be a little hungry.
Okay. All right. So you pick a bear over any human. What about a baby? There's just a baby in a crib. It's crying, maybe. You pick the bear then?
I'll pick the bear because I don't want the baby to spawn in the forest. The baby should be at home with its family.
All right, good. That's a great. Okay, cool. All right, and then why? So you. What's the percentage chance of a woman doing something bad to you to the point that you'd rather pick a wild animal that's like 4 times as big as you over a woman? Like, what are you afraid that a woman's going to do to you?
I mean, with an animal, it's clear cut. You know, they're either going to eat you or they're not, or they're going to go somewhere else. You don't know a person's intentions, especially in the middle of a forest.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 women here. I mean, like, you would rather spawn with a bear than any of the women here at the table?
I mean, excluding Paws.
So all the other women here at the table, you'd rather be in a forest with a bear than any of them?
I don't know who they are.
You don't know them,
I don't know
right?
their capacity.
You don't know them. Like Ellen over there, she could fucking stab you, bro. She could fucking pull out her knife and just start shanking you live on air.
Yeah, I don't know.
She could be violent.
Right.
Okay.
What if you changed it from a bear to a lion, just by a show of hands? Would anybody's answer change? Random bear or random lion or random man?
No.
No.
Is this because like lions are maybe perceived as more aggressive?
Yeah, like 20-fold.
Yeah. It doesn't change? Okay. All right.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, random Tyrannosaurus Rex or a random man?
Yeah.
Anybody's answer change?
T-Rex or
No, yeah, maybe a T-Rex because they can't really get to you.
What?
They have tiny arms.
Yeah, but they have... Oh,
I mean, they're like big and they can like run
rewatch
fast.
Jurassic Park, bro.
Random, okay, show of hands real quick. Random velociraptor or a random man? Show of hands.
Velociraptor or man?
You can just like climb the back and they can't reach you.
Okay, pause. I'm going to get you in a cage with a velociraptor. Let's see what I got. Does it change it? Velociraptor or man?
No, it doesn't change.
It's still velociraptor.
Yes.
Velociraptor? Look, I'm gonna be honest, I'm damaged. So I would probably still the
Velociraptor or man?
I don't know. Velociraptors are cute.
What the fuck? Right,
they're like,
what the fuck?
I used to call my little sibling a velociraptor. I don't know.
That's great. Okay, a couple more clarifying questions then. Okay, going to the men though. To the men, I know you said you don't even want the woman over the bear. What is the risk assessment on, like, what percentage of men do you think would choose to, like, essay you out of the random of the male population in the United States?
I don't know, but am I willing to take that risk in the middle of a forest? You know, someone who would essay me?
I mean, typically when you're doing a risk assessment, if, like, the risk of something is, like, 0.0001 versus, say, like, 50%, you're going to, like... You know.
If the man chooses to essay me and I have to live with that for the rest of my life,
there's no guarantee in this situation that it's not a guarantee you get essayed.
Okay.
Do you think that, or do you think that it is a guarantee?
No, I don't.
If you're alone with a man, he's going to essay you.
I don't think that it's a guarantee.
Okay, so what's your risk assessment? What's the percentage?
I'm going on the worst possible scenario. So if it's like the man's going to essay me and torture me.
What is the percentage of the worst possible scenario happening?
I would say like in the forest. If we're talking about just in the forest, it's a 50-50 because you don't know what type of person they are. They could be a hiker. They could be someone who wants to get a person alone and do whatever they want with them.
What do you think a Tyrannosaurus Rex would want to do?
Kill me.
Do you think that you could like calm it down?
I could do it.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't really.
I don't know.
Wait, so 50% of men though would
in the forest.
In the forest. Okay.
Well, let me just ask this real quick, Brian.
Yeah.
If you were assured death or a random man in the forest, which would you choose?
Probably death. I just don't know what the person is capable. Like I said, not man. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. If I'm in the middle of the forest with them, I just don't know what they'll do. Versus if a bear is mauling me in 2 seconds, then I'm already gone.
So what is the percent risk of anybody trying to essay you, trying to hurt you in some way? What's the percent risk?
I would say it's 50-50. Anyone.
50% in the forest.
In the forest.
What about in urban settings?
In urban settings, probably I would say like 75% they're not going to do anything, and maybe 25% they are.
How about this? You're alone in a room with a man. What's the percent there? What percentage of men would do something?
If I'm alone in a room
with a man.
With a man.
Yeah.
I would say it's hard to say. I don't know. Maybe like 60% that they're not going to do something. 40% they are.
40%.
I don't know the true intentions of someone.
Okay. So 40% of the time you've been alone in a room with a man, you've been essayed.
No. I mean.
So how do you?
I'm not in a. I can't calculate probability.
Have you ever been in a room alone with a man?
Yes.
Have you? I mean, it sounds like from the previous statements you've made, you have had casual sexual encounters. I'm assuming these were consensual. Maybe not all of them, but.
Yes, and it's just been with one person who's had good intentions.
Wait, you've only had that with
I'm not
one
saying,
person?
I'm not saying like that. I'm not like saying that like, oh, it's like 100 people and then it's like 25% of them are like wrong. And you know what I mean? I don't.
Okay, so 40% of men. So just to be clear, do you have any male siblings?
No.
You have male cousins. You have a father?
Yes.
All right. 40% of your immediate family are essayers?
No.
What makes your family superior to the general population?
I mean, I don't know, because I know them on a personal level. I don't think they would do that. But I'm not saying it's limited to a man.
Isn't it the case with some of these statistics that it's more likely to be somebody you know who does this to you?
You're right on that. I'm just saying if it's any random person, I'm not limiting this to a man or not. I'm saying there's like a 60-40 chance percent of them being good versus bad.
What's the population, the adult male population of the United States? It's 165 million. 40% of 165 million. Sorry, I'm fucking terrible. Of 165.
So let me ask you a question real quick. Just another curiosity question I was wondering about. You agree with me that people can overcome horribly traumatic experiences? They can overcome those? At least some percentage of people can.
Some percentage, yes.
Yeah, at least some percentage. Can they do that if they're dead?
No.
No. So if you had to choose on behalf of other women who were not you did not know the woman, but you had to spawn them in the forest with a random man or a random bear, which one would you choose then?
I don't know. Look, me personally, yes, I would choose the bear. For them...
Yeah, no, but this is not you personally.
For them,
this is you choosing for somebody else.
I don't know. I mean, I guess if... I don't know. Like, you're asking me if I'm choosing between them being dead or having a traumatic experience they're going to eventually overcome, like...
Well, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking if you had to choose on behalf of another woman who was not you, did not know what the choice would be that this woman would make, but you could spawn her into a forest with a random bear or a random man, which one would you choose then?
I guess the man. I'm just saying I couldn't deal with an extremely traumatic experience. I'd rather choose being mauled and like being dead in like 2 or like a couple minutes. If it was another woman, maybe she might be stronger than me. I don't know.
Well, just on your risk assessment really quick here, you said 40%. Are you prepared to say that 66 million men in the United States are inclined to this kind of crime?
No, I didn't say a hard fact like that.
Well, you said 40%.
Yeah, that's based on my belief of whether or not I trust a person alone in a room or alone in the forest.
Right, but the question was, what percentage of people would be inclined, or what percentage of men would be inclined to do something like this? And you said, to which you answered, 40%. So you have to say that 66 million men in the United States are inclined to do this.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I am more cautious of their intentions. That's my belief. I don't think that a lot of people are. I think that's not the case.
And then those of you who said bear, I guess final thing, then I'm going to move it on. Does it change anything if it's 10 men versus 10 bears?
I don't know. I still think it's kind of fun. I don't know. I don't know. I just like them. I would take my chances for a little adventure.
Well, it would be fun, like expecting to play around with the bear.
Yeah.
But what if they're all attacking you at once? Could you survive like 10 bears versus 10 men?
For me, it's not so much of a concern of whether I'll survive or not. If I do or don't, that's just what happens. But
so what's stopping you from just like right now? Do you just not care about like living? Is that?
I just like my life experiences, and I would really like to experience possibly being able to befriend and cuddle a group of bears. I think
at the risk of death?
I mean, I would try to like play with all the wild animals near me as a kid, so it's
what's stopping you right now from going to a zoo and jumping in the gorilla enclosure? There's literally nothing stopping you from doing it.
When I was a kid, my biggest dream in the world was being able to like hang out and spend time next to a hippo. I knew how dangerous they were, but they're just so darn cute.
Maybe like a baby hippo.
No, like an adult, like the big chunky ones.
Want a hippopotamus for Christmas.
That was my favorite song.
Only a hippopotamus will do. And I don't care if it bites me in half. I don't give a fuck. What is wrong with you? What do you mean? You gonna go hang out with the hippopotamuses? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're gonna be dead, son.
Like one time I tried to befriend this coyote that was near us.
DED.
And he wasn't so
dead.
nice, but we came to a mutual understanding, I think.
That's good. Does it change anything for you if it's 10 men versus 10 bears?
I would take the 10 bears.
What about 100 men, 100 bears?
I would take the 100 bears.
I'm a little confused though. So you said 60%, like even using your own number that you provided, you said 40% of men would try to do something crazy, 60% wouldn't. So if the 60% of men, even granting to you the ridiculous statistics, no offense, 40% of men are evil and they want to attack you, whatever, there's 60 men versus 40 men. If 60 men saw you being attacked by 40 men, the 60 men would outnumber the 40 men. You don't think that they would intervene in this situation? They just let it happen?
That would be kind of crazy to watch.
Do you want to answer the question though?
I don't know. I'm just saying I don't like. It's based on each of them. I don't know. Like, I still would choose the bears. Yes, that's my final answer.
You don't. All right.
What if the 40 men had guns? That would change it, and then they shoot me. I don't like.
It's just like average.
What if they had knives, and then the good men can't stop them? Like, we're putting crazy hypotheticals in this. I'll add even more crazy hypotheticals.
It's just interesting to me because there's this fear here. Well, if you're alone, that you're alone, but like you move through your life with other people around. You walk by men all the time in the street. They don't do anything to you. You've probably encountered thousands, tens of thousands of men. They've done nothing to you. They just walk right past you.
Are you assuming that? Because, like,
am I wrong?
People, yes. Like,
okay, so the majority of men that you literally just walk past,
not the majority,
fucking slap you in the face.
Not the majority, but there has been times where I feel that people are like,
I don't care how you
past
feel.
Me, like, stalked me. Basically,
I don't care how you feel. Did they or did they not?
They made me feel uncomfortable. Yes.
How did they make?
Catcalling, harassing, walking behind you for like 10 minutes straight, trying to figure out where you live.
The majority of men
I'm
do
not
that?
saying the majority
or like
of
it
men.
Happens
You're
like
twisting my words.
It happens once a season. Some guy follows you. How often have you been followed home? It happens to women 100%.
I literally work in LA. Like, yes, I'm scared.
Okay, so homeless people?
I'm not saying homeless people. I just say, like, I'm scared on my walk back to my parking lot, like in a city. Yes, it's scary to me.
Okay, so
I don't know what their intention is.
But I grant that this happens, but like, how many men do you walk past and there's no encounter whatsoever?
A lot of the times.
Tens of thousands of men you've walked past your entire life who've done nothing to you.
Let me flip the question. How many times has a man been scared that anyone's going to do anything from him on the
Actually, there's statistics to...
I mean, like, if he's in prison?
I'm not talking about prison. I'm just talking walk back to your car. In like a crowded, like, suburban area. Actually,
as a man, men are more likely to be victims of violent crime. So, yeah, I think about my safety all the time.
I just feel like this question's asked a lot more towards women, not men.
What do you mean? I just answered your question.
I know, but I fear for my safety. That's all I'm...
Cool. I fear for my safety too.
Okay, I'm glad we both agree.
Okay. I don't know if that was a really productive exchange there, but I mean, like, you think men are just like oblivious to their surroundings?
I'm sorry. I don't think it was a productive exchange for you to ask me if I was trapped in a room with 100 men and then 100 bears.
No, I said
and
the
then
forest.
The forest, fine. 100 bears, 100 men. Like I don't know where this conversation's going exactly.
Well, the reason I bump up the amount of people is that there's a component here of like, well, if you're alone, but like even using your own stats that you said it was 60-40, if there's 6 men who are good men, and then there's 4 men who have bad intentions, that's still more men that would intervene on your behalf to protect you from these 4 bad men.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's why I ask it.
Yeah.
Despite this, you would still risk the bear over... It's just kind of crazy to me. Do you guys think that this is a sexist position to hold, to pick a bear over a man? Is it sexist against men?
No.
Not sexist. Okay.
I'm just saying, I've
It's
said
not,
any
okay.
person.
Do you think it's sexist?
No, I didn't choose a bear because of that reason.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's sexist?
What was the question?
Do you think if you pick the bear over the man, do you think it's sexist?
Well, I'm thinking the bear because I think it'll be fun. I'm not thinking it because,
okay, well,
like,
just engage for realsies.
What do you mean? You asked if I would pick a man or a bear. I said a bear. I have my own reasons for that. My reasons are I think it would be really fun.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip over.
No
not sexist. Question: if we were to change this to be like include race, so if people were picking bear over black person, would this be racist?
I feel like it would.
Why?
Well, because people are scared of black people, so to say, is the statistics. And so I feel like more people would choose the bear because they would.
Okay. Would it be racist to pick a bear over a black person?
No.
It wouldn't be racist.
I would say that about any race, any gender.
Okay, I guess she's consistent. I guess.
What if I would normally choose a man over a bear, but if it's specified that that man is black, I would choose a bear. Would that make me racist?
Like if you're saying, you'd normally choose any other race man over a bear, and then the bear, the man is black.
Just a normal man doesn't.
Okay. Well, if you're switching the question in that way, yes. If you'd yes. But I know I've kept it consistent.
It is interesting. Okay, all right. I'm gonna move it off of the bear then. Let me see. We do have a chat here. We have Low Paladins. This woman is literally on the. Oh my God, bro! On the same mental capacity as the 4-year-old girl. Can I pet that dog? Can we get Brian to play that clip?
I love that clip.
You know what? I don't know what that is. Can I pet that
dog? She's just a really cute little girl. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love it so much.
All right. Okay. Well, we're gonna get into the rest of this. Try to get through it as quickly as possible. Gianna. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna start from the bottom and move my way up. Okay. You disagree. It's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
It's not. It's straight for a man to date a trans woman. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you think it's straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you disagree. It's not straight. Going to Sina, you think it's 50-50. What do you mean?
Well, like, if that was a trans woman or a trans man?
So it would be a man dating a trans woman.
If that trans woman is like fully transitioned, I'd be like, it's straight. But if it's
when you say fully transitioned, do you mean had bottom surgery?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be, what if they didn't have bottom surgery? It would be what? Would it be gay?
I mean, it depends on the man, right? Like, if he thinks that's okay, if he likes that, then...
I'm going to come right back to this. I have 2 chats coming in.
Ogle donated $200. Chair 4 is one of those people who thinks being counter or quirky is cool, but it's not.
You mean Chair 5?
Only an idiot would say it'd be fun to be with bears hanging out.
I think you mean Chair 5.
She's not taking this seriously. Just skip her.
Yeah. You're right, Ogle. I have another one coming in from Ogle. He does clarify. Yo, Ogle, thank you for the TTS, man. I really appreciate your support. Good to see you in the chat, dude. I knew somebody named Ogle a long time ago. I don't know if it's the
Ogle
same.
donated $200.
Last
Chair 5, my bad. $200 penalty for clicking too fast.
Hey,
Sigh.
Thank you for the clarification, Ogle. I do appreciate it. You're a legend, sir. Thank you for the TTS and your support of the show. Appreciate it. Okay, you said it was 50-50 on that. Okay, Lexi, you did a little 50-50 squiggly thing. So, care to provide clarification?
I just feel like if the other person doesn't have any surgery or whatever, it's totally up to their partner to say like, oh yeah, I am gay or I am straight. I just think it's their business.
Wait, sorry. Are you saying there's a duty to disclose, or what do you mean?
Like, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna tell someone, like, if you're dating a trans woman, you're gay. I just think it's whatever he wants to be. I don't really have a
Well, you might not say that to them, but like if you were to have, like, if you were actually to analyze the situation.
I don't really have a stance on it, I don't think.
But you do have a stance, and your stance is that
I'm 50-50. Like,
you're 50-50, but you're not prepared to outright say that it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
I think it depends on a lot of factors. I don't know.
Yeah, such as?
Surgeries and what the people are comfortable.
Sure. Let's assume that the trans woman had bottom surgery, had a neo-vagina, I guess they're called. Would it be straight then?
Yeah.
Okay. Pause, nothing on for you. Going to you, Chloe, you said you disagree that it's not wrong or transphobic to not want to date a trans person, and then you were 50-50 on it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
I think people are entitled to their own moral beliefs, and I'm not in a position to say, oh, you're wrong for not wanting to do that. But as far as whether or not it is not straight, it is, for me, more so dependent on if they've had the surgery. So going off what you said, if they've had the full surgery and whatnot, then I think that would be straight. Otherwise, though, it's not so much, in my opinion, about them being trans per se. It's just, if you're assuming you're dating someone or seeing someone and they are trans and they have not gone through with that surgery, and you engage in sexual actions with them, then you're doing that, I assume, because you enjoy it and are attracted to them, which means you're therefore then attracted to them as they are, which includes their unchanged genitalia, which would then lead to question, are you fully straight because you like what you're doing?
And then you also did say, would you object, for example, to a man not wanting to date a trans woman because they were trans?
I don't think I took it as in, like, because they are purely trans. For me, both of those questions were 50-50s. It's very dependent on...
You circled fully on 29, which is, do you disagree it's not wrong or transphobic to not want to date a trans person?
It's not wrong or transphobic if that is not what you are attracted to. Everyone has their preferences. Like I said before, it's not my decision to decide whether or not it's okay for someone to.
You did not mean to circle that then?
It's not that I was like, oh, it's good for you to not date someone just because they're trans.
No, but it wouldn't be, for example, if a man didn't want to date a trans person because they're trans, regardless of if they're fully transitioned. Let's say they're fully transitioned, they still don't want to date them. Is there anything wrong with that?
I think there can be tons of reasons for that. I'm not going to say someone's wrong for that. I wouldn't not date someone just because they are trans. But there could be religious reasons. There could be moral reasons. Maybe their family wouldn't approve, and maybe that would affect them. They don't want to go through that. There's plenty of reasons.
Okay, but it wouldn't be wrong.
It wouldn't be completely wrong.
Ellen, you have no opinion. Do you want to keep... no opinion, or do you want to weigh in on this one?
I think I'd like to keep my answer.
Avantika, you said you disagree it's not straight. You disagree with it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
I think it is straight.
It would be straight for a man to date a trans woman? Yes. Okay. And is there any differentiation between what if a man is dating a pre-op trans woman? Is that still straight?
I would say if they're still feminine presenting.
Yeah.
Then, yes.
But still have a penis?
Yes.
Straight, okay. She's up. Tiffany, you have no disagreements on that. I guess my confusion here, whether post-op, pre-op, some of you had differentials on there. And any of you are welcome to, if you have going to you, I don't know what your answer was to this. No, you did not disagree on that. Would you guys agree that homosexual means same sex?
Yes.
Yeah. And straight is short form slang for heterosexual? Yeah. And so when we say homosexual, we mean same-sex relationship. You would agree that trans people have not changed their sex, correct?
Are you saying based on surgery or?
So just for the sake of moving the argument forward and not like getting too bogged down, I'm going to go ahead and grant, this isn't actually my position, but I'll just grant for the sake of argument that transgender women have changed their gender. So they used to be a man, but now they're a woman, their gender. But you wouldn't say that they used to be male, but they are now female, correct? They have not changed their sex. Would you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so still male.
Wait.
So they're a transgender woman, but they're still male, correct?
No, I'd say now they're a female because they transitioned.
They're female. Okay. I'll before I respond to that, I'll get everybody here. Are they a transgender woman? Is she male or female?
By gender identity, they are a female. By biological identity, they are a male.
Well, no, by gender identity, they're a woman. They're not female. Female pertains to sex.
Okay, female, woman, semi-interchangeable words. I say these are my female friends.
Right, but I mean female points when I'm in the context that I'm using it. In fact, I mean in any context, male and female pertain to sex.
If I have trans friends, though, I might call them, these are a part of my female friends. I'm not going to be like, these are my woman friends. No, I just say these are my female friends. It's not going to...
Well, I suppose that has to do with the flow of language, less so than like the actual definition.
Right, so I say female, and I don't tend to say woman.
Okay, but assuming when we're talking about male and female, assuming we're talking about sex, do you grant that the transgender woman is not female?
Biologically, due to what is all going on in their body, unless in some ways they might be this weird in between because estrogen.
Well, there's intersex, but I'm not talking about intersex.
Right, I mean more so because parts of you change and stuff like that, your hormones and stuff like that goes more female biologically when you're on estrogen. So it really just depends, but base by base, they would be biologically male because if they had to go to the doctors and get something done, or if they had something, it'd be viewed on a male basis standpoint.
Lexi, going to you, is a transgender woman, are they male or female?
I honestly don't think I know much about this topic to have an opinion.
Okay, sure, that's fine. You would, I mean, perhaps I can reframe the question a little bit. You would agree that when people change their gender, they're not changing their sex.
Can you, I just don't know. I don't really know the concrete definitions of gender and
How about
sex.
this? You know, like chromosomes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is there any procedure to change your chromosomes from male to female?
Not that I know of,
but... Sina, transgender women, are they male or female? As it relates to their sex?
I guess the way that you said it, they're still male.
Mm-hmm. What about you?
Female.
They're female?
Yes. Okay.
So they change their sex then?
However they see themselves as now, I would go as well. So if they see themselves as female now, they're female now.
If they see themselves as female, but what if they're not female and they're male, but they see themselves as female?
Well, are they male or are they transgender female?
They're transgender woman.
Uh-huh.
But are they male or female?
I would say female.
So if you were to do a test, for example, and this is a test that you can do, which allows you to determine somebody's chromosomes, would they have XX or XY chromosomes?
They would have male chromosomes.
So they're male then?
But I would say female.
But you can't change your sex. So, okay, how about this? A couple more questions on this. So, if two males are having sexual intercourse, is that heterosexual or homosexual sex?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, we'll go around this way. If two males are having sex, is that heterosexual or is it homosexual?
Homosexual.
It's homosexual, okay.
Homosexual.
I agree.
I guess you.
If it's two
males.
If it's two males who both say they are males.
No,
then
well,
yes.
so hold on. It could be two males. One is, I hate this term, cis man, and the other is a transgender woman.
Well, then that changes it for me.
Would that change it for the rest of you too?
No. I don't know that term. What's the term?
Cis.
Born male, still male.
I don't like the term,
cis.
but normal? I don't know. I don't know what's appropriate, but
born male.
Like a regular man. I don't know how to not be offensive,
No,
but
I
like
guess that wouldn't change.
how do we differentiate between transgender, like a not transgender? We have to refer to normal male as a not transgender man. I don't know. Man, I suppose. Going to you. If two males are having sex, is this heterosexual or homosexual?
If they both identify as male and then their sex is male, then it is homosexual.
No. One is a man and the other is a transgender woman, but they're both male.
Then no, it's not homosexual.
But they're both male.
Medically, yes. Biologically, they're both male. But
So just to be clear, are you arguing that you can change your sex?
no, I guess I realized what I said previously. I would say no. From a medical standpoint, you can't change your sex.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's really any context you can change your sex, because sex points to your
I know
underlying...
you were asking me earlier.
Okay. I'm just confused. So, like, how can two males who are engaged in a sexual relationship, how can that ever be classed as anything but homosexual?
If a guy says they like anyone who identifies as female or are female, then he would call himself
I'll engage
straight.
a bit further then. So, how do I want to frame it? Is it straight for a male who is not trans to have sex with a male who is a transgender woman?
Is it straight?
Is it straight?
Yes. Because you are saying that you like someone who is identifying as a female and presenting as a female.
That's an interesting one. One sec. What about a man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis? Is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Still heterosexual. I mean, my strict basis, and it's not going to change no matter what position they're in, is that if I like someone that is identifying as a male or any male, then it would be straight. It would be straight.
Okay, so I guess going to you, and you. I'll ask this question also. A man.
Hey, well, just real quick. So sucking your girlfriend's dick is straight?
Yes.
A man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
I think partially depends on, are they liking it as
it's consensual.
a penis? Well, I'm not questioning whether it's consensual or not. You can have consensual sex but not like part of maybe someone's, let's say, a kink even. But if he is there and genuinely, like, he's going at that, he likes doing that, and he'd prefer having that rather than have her go through a surgery or something like that. If he is holding a preference of, I'd prefer to suck them off rather than, like, I'd prefer to do this, then that's one thing, because that's a little
But I mean, so is a transgender woman still a woman pre-operative?
They're still a woman identifying.
So you said it would be straight for a man to date a pre-operative trans woman.
Right.
Ergo, sexual acts between them must certainly also be heterosexual.
Right.
So again, I ask the question, a man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Like I said, I think it depends.
On what?
For example, I've known someone who is trans. They were with this guy. And there are some guys who are basically closeted. they're closeted and they're gay, but they want a straight relationship. They want to be straight so bad.
Well,
In that
help me out
way,
with something,
it's
perhaps you guys can just assist me with this. Let's say two guys are going to engage in sex, right? Oral sex with each other. And one of them just really likes to dress up like a woman while his boyfriend does the deed. The other one identifies as being a woman while the boyfriend does the deed.
Bro.
Can you actually tell me what the threshold breaker is here for why that's not literally the exact same thing?
because for the trans person, that's their life, that's their day-to-day. That's not them dressing up for an act or something like that. Whereas for the male, it's just a kink.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't understand. The act seems to me to be the exact same act.
No, because they're doing that just because that's it's not their preference. It's not that they're like, oh, I am a woman. They just enjoy dressing. And are you saying they like to specifically dress up as a woman during,
if a guy dresses up like a woman and has another guy suck his dick, and then another man dresses up like a woman the exact same way, but then says, I actually believe I am one, and a guy sucks his dick, how are they both not gay? I don't get that.
I assure the trans woman goes about their day-to-day life dressed as a woman, whereas if this guy were to go into work, he's probably not dressed like a woman.
So the only difference is the self-identification?
Self-identification, their day-to-day life, that they have, that trans women have to harshly commit to having that.
Got it.
Tons of
Let's
stuff
test to see if this is true. So let us assume for a moment that there's a man who does not identify as a woman but dresses all day long as a woman and acts as though he is a woman. Is he a woman?
Not if he doesn't identify that way. He
Well,
can be
then
flamboyant.
it's just a matter of self-ID. So this would mean that I could literally roll over in the middle of the night and my wife could be like, I'm a man, and she would be one.
Well, there also comes body
So I would
dysmorphia.
be engaged in homosexual sex if my wife said, I identify as a man in the middle of sex. Would I then be a homosexual?
I would question the timing of her bringing that up.
Why? Well, but I don't understand. If a man can spend his entire day dressed as a woman, doing all the things a woman does, but not identify as a woman, and he's not, but another man can do the exact same thing, and the only difference is he identifies as a woman, then the only thing that makes you a woman is that you identify as one.
Well, but it's not a choice. You just have always felt that way.
Prove it. Prove it's not a choice.
People as young as like 8 or 9 have said and expressed that they are not the gender they were born as.
Does that mean? Oh, I see. So let me get this correct. I just want to make sure I got this right. Do kids lie, and are they often confused about sexual matters?
Not like that.
Yeah, like that. How would you know? How many kids have you had? 0? Like when you were a kid, there wasn't kids who were around who had all sorts of questions about sex and were super confused about all sorts of different things in regards to sex?
I didn't have kids myself, no, but I have a plethora of younger siblings who are quite young still even now, and no,
and they have
don't
no
just,
confusion whatsoever about what sex is, how it works, nothing like that. They just
Not
have it all
really.
figured out, huh?
They don't
They
really
just
have
came
the
out of the
questions.
womb knowing about sex and how it all works.
I mean, to be fair, when you have that many siblings, you kind of know how it works.
Okay, gotcha. So if it all comes down to self-ID, why couldn't somebody just, in the middle of their journey as being a woman, literally decide right there on the spot to take the wig off and dress in men's clothes and not be a man?
Because are you saying that it's a random decision they've made, or
No,
are you
I'm
saying
asking you a
that
question. If a man was going through their life acting as though he was a woman, doing all the things that you think a woman does, and then in the middle of that journey decided to take off the wig and the dress and put on khakis instead and act in every way a man does, wouldn't he be a man then?
Well, the thing is, they're not, you say acting, but they're not acting. If you truly are trans, that's not an act you're putting on.
How would anybody ever be able to know?
Ogle donated $200.
We have one
Isn't
more
the
coming
entire
up.
point of the left's views on this that gender and sex are different? Because one is immutable, sex, where gender is fluid, but now they're saying you can change chromosomes. WTF.
It's just rare to hear. I mean, even like trans activists don't make the claim that you can change your sex. So I just find that an interesting argument. I guess you guys don't defend people, but
Libertariat donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate
Grinding away in RFC in the guilt, but anyone here can see Chair 5 is a pick-me trying to pretend that her bangs look cute.
Damn,
my
roasted.
bangs are to cover up my family's notorious big forehead. They're not cute.
Oh,
They're a
shit.
cover-up.
Rip. R.I.P. Andrew, did you have more, or?
Yeah, just very briefly, we'll wrap it up very quickly. If it's all based around self-identification, why then, if a man or if a person was going through life as though they were a man and said, this is my identity and everything that I think my identity is, and then halfway through go, oh wait, you know what? It's actually not. And then put on khakis and a shirt, wouldn't he then be a man?
If that's what they choose and they discover that later on, then sure.
Then all that really makes you a man or a woman is if you say you are.
If you say you are and then put in the work to go about your life as that gender.
Yeah, okay. So then that would mean that if you wanted to be an elf, all you would need to do is go out to the forest and make yourself a bow and a little house and call yourself a Sildor, and you could be an elf, right? Why couldn't you be?
Elves don't exist.
Well, wait, I'm sorry. If a man can be a woman, the woman, ex parte here, hang on, the woman does not actually exist. The man exists and is saying they are a woman. And if they are a woman, based on the fact they ID as one, then we have now made a woman who was not a woman before. Why couldn't we make an elf?
To put it in retrospect, in this world we live in this plane we call the universe and the earth, there is men, they exist. There are women, they exist. Elves don't exist in this realm of universe.
Yeah, but do you agree with me that a woman who does not exist does not exist?
I don't agree.
You don't agree that a woman who does not exist does not exist? So a woman who does not exist exists?
If someone is trans...
No, answer my question. Don't reframe it, actually answer it. Does a woman who does not exist exist?
Yes.
That's a literal contradiction.
The thing is, if you're trans...
By the way, that's a violation of the laws of logic, the law of non-contradiction. It's incoherent. It's nonsensical. You might as well say something like, the sun and Mars and the Earth are all the same thing. It's total incoherent babble. Let me ask you again. Can a woman who does not exist exist?
If you are wording it like that, then yes. But in my opinion, trans women are always women. They have been women since birth. Their sex may be male, they may have XY chromosomes, but typically, if you are a trans woman, you have always felt that way. You've had body dysmorphia your whole life, and you have always been a woman inside.
What's a woman?
That's for every woman to decide.
What's a dog?
A dog is a dog.
Yeah, what is that, though?
An animal.
Okay, what else is it? Give me a definition of a dog.
I gotta let this in really quick. Think about the definition, though.
Mrs. Ogle donated $200.
Mrs. Ogle.
I'll be changing my gender.
Mrs.
Call
Ogle.
me Mrs. Ogle now, please.
There you go. All right. Good to. Pronouns she, her, they, them.
Just real quick, what's the definition of a dog?
Oh, he's back again. I'll give you more time on the dog definition, okay? Just because.
Who's back again? What are you talking about?
Ogle's about to come back in. You still nothing on the dog?
Ogle donated $200.
Thank you, Ogle.
Since they think immutable characteristics like sex are now modifiable based on what one feels, can they say if it's possible to transition from white to black race as one feels throughout the day?
I mean, since the beginning of this, I have said, biologically, sex-wise, they are still male. I'm talking about gender identity. That's what I've been saying the entire time.
Can someone change their race?
No.
Okay, well, I don't understand. What if they identify as not being the race that they are?
You are the race that you are. Unless you have some crazy past
Why are you the race
life
that you are and you can't identify as a race that you're not? Hang on, let me ask the question. Why is it that you have to be the race you are and can't identify as the race you're not, even though you might have been born experiencing everything that you think that race experiences?
You can be culturally one thing, but not racially another thing.
Okay, so then you can be a trans woman, but you're not a real woman? Is that the same logic there?
No.
Okay, well then I'm so confused again. I'm sorry. Why am I not black? How come I'm not black?
You have a black wife, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm a black ex-wife. But why am I not black?
Ex-wife, my bad.
I guess
Can
you
you
weren't
explain it?
blessed like that. I don't know.
You don't know why I'm not black? You actually don't know why I'm not black, really? I just want to make sure that we're
say
clear.
I don't know.
You don't know why I'm not black?
I feel like stupid questions get stupid answers. Like, ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. So.
Are you black?
No.
How do you know?
Because I know.
Yeah, how?
I look at myself in the mirror.
Oh, okay. So through these features, your features that you can clearly see that you cannot change, you are that thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you then change? So can you ever be black?
Let's do a hypothetical extreme. If you were to undergo a crazy amount of procedures to try and achieve a look of a certain race, you still would not look that race because you would be so botched up. So no, you can't.
Okay, well, let's do the hypothetical the other way. If you could do all sorts of surgeries and look like that race, and I can give you examples where people have done this, would you then be that race?
But you can't.
Yeah, but if you could.
But you can't.
Yeah, but if you could, though.
I'm not going to answer a completely
You're not going to answer because it destroys your whole stupid-ass position. So real quick,
it doesn't destroy my position because it's not real.
If you could get a bunch of surgeries done that would change your race, would you then, or change the appearance of the race, everybody who saw you would perceive you as being a black person instead of a white person, and medical technology had gone far enough that they could cosmetically make you look that way, would you then be black?
It doesn't exist.
Can you answer my question?
I just did.
Hypothetical, the entailment of a hypothetical is not whether it exists or not, but whether to test the logic of whether your logic exists or not. So I want to see if your logic exists.
Re-ask me the question when that becomes the case and that becomes a thing that exists.
If it were the case that this could happen, would you then be that thing or not?
Re-ask me when it comes to fruition.
Why would that have anything to do with the answer to the question?
Because I'm not going to answer.
Don't weasel. Just answer the question. Stop weaseling.
I just did.
You said no. You answered the question by saying when that becomes a possibility, it's a hypothetical.
I'm not going to think about something that's
would
not
he be
possible
bulletproof?
currently. It's not worth my thoughts.
Yes, if Superman existed, would he be bulletproof?
It's not worth your thoughts because it destroys your worldview?
No, because it's not something that can currently happen, so I have no need to think about it.
Okay, great. That's fine. If Superman existed, would he be bulletproof?
He doesn't exist.
If leprechauns existed, would they have a pot of gold?
They don't exist.
If unicorns existed, would they have a horn?
They don't exist.
So
in
just
media
I
shows.
saw one once.
Got it. Hang on. If a rocket ship existed that could take us to Mars, would you go on it?
She's scared of
When
heights.
one comes to be made, I might
So
think
you
about
can't
it.
answer if a rocket ship existed that was going to go to Mars, would you go on it? You can't answer that because a rocket ship currently does not exist that goes to Mars, really?
No, I wouldn't be able to
In
answer
fact,
because I don't
how
know
could
the
we ever
statistics
envision
of
any
that.
sort of non-existent technology, how people would use technology that doesn't exist, how anything in the world that's not created right now could ever be created if all we did was go, well, it doesn't exist.
Because I don't need
No,
to.
it doesn't. Hey, you know what I want to do? I want to make this this kind of invisible cabled system where people can instantly send messages to each other. Oh yeah, well that doesn't exist. Like, does that make any coherent sense to you at all?
And those people can do that, and I cannot.
Because it doesn't exist.
Because I don't want to.
Do you have any dead family members?
Sure.
Do you ever talk about them?
No.
Why not? Because they don't exist?
Yeah.
Oh,
you fucking
boy.
retarded as fuck. Oh. Dumb as a box of... No, but I'm not going to insult rocks like that.
Don't. Okay, all right. Here, I'll finish up on this then. Going around the table, the question was, is a man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual? Lexi?
I have no opinion on this.
Come on, you've got an opinion.
No, I don't. I'm not a man, so
What do you mean? Okay, here. A lesbian woman being penetrated by a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
I still don't have an opinion on this. That's my answer. I'm sorry.
Okay, a straight woman scissoring with a transgender man, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
I don't even think I'm following along with where you are right now.
All right, clearly. Sina, what about you?
Homo.
Huh?
Homo.
All right. Gianna, what about you? A man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Hetero.
That's straight. Okay. And then really quick, I guess one more follow-up. A man having penetrative anal sex with a transgender woman, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Hetero.
Sina?
I don't know.
Lexi?
Oh.
Are you what? Just you're Catholic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Pause. Oh well, yeah. Well, you didn't have anything on this.
Same opinion.
Heterosexual for a man to be having
Same
penetrative,
opinion, as in it depends.
for a
Moving
man
on.
to be having penetrative anal sex with a transgender woman is heterosexual.
Depends. Moving on.
What about you?
In my opinion.
Which is what? Into the mic.
Which is that if you're one gender and someone presents as the opposite gender, whatever act you do with them will be heterosexual.
Okay, look, straight is short form slang for heterosexual. So I don't know how these acts could ever be heterosexual if it's two males engaging in the sexual act. This is a really novel position. Perhaps you guys want to be politically correct. Even transgender activists don't hold this position. I know you guys are trying to be woke and politically correct. Even transgender activists don't hold this position. I don't know why you guys have dug your heels in so far on this. In any case, you guys don't believe in science. That's all I have to say. I mean, you guys just outright reject science.
Yeah, we have to correct.
You're literally
misinformation
science
from the
rejectors.
Yeah,
You're
science deniers.
You're science deniers. I don't know how else to say it. Like, biology this is not up for negotiation. You cannot change your sex. If two males are having sex, it is homosexual. It cannot be heterosexual. It cannot be straight. And in fact, as a straight male, I find it offensive that you guys are essentially attacking my sexuality. How the turntables have turned. How the tables have turned.
The turntables have
How the turntables have turned. No, but it is interesting.
Turntables are turning as they turn.
Like, if I were to say to like a man who's gay, I was like, no, you're not gay. You're actually straight. You'd guys be like, whoa, that's like gay conversion therapy. That's totally unethical. But like, for you guys to sit here and tell me, a straight man, that you're questioning my sexuality and you're saying that a sex act between two males is straight, you're attacking my sexuality, and I find it deeply offensive.
Wait, I have a question.
In fact, furthermore, hold on, Tiffany.
he's on a roll.
Hold on. I want to add that because all of you believe that this all comes down to ID, I choose to identify as the correct person on this matter, and I wish for all of you to affirm my identity as correct on this matter and all matters moving forward. Please affirm my identity.
You want me to just...
I want you to affirm my identity as being correct on this matter and that you were wrong. That's my identity. Go ahead, affirm it.
I'll say your identity is affirmed.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Do you
welcome.
affirm my identity, Sina?
Affirmed.
Thank you for affirming. Lexi, do you affirm my identity?
I don't know.
It would be bigoted for you not to affirm my identity. Pos, do you affirm my identity?
You are straight.
The most bigoted.
Yes.
No, not as a straight man. I don't want you to affirm my identity as a straight man. I want you to affirm my identity as the correct person on this matter.
Okay, yes.
Thank you for affirming. Chloe, do you affirm my identity? Wow, that is a bigot right there. Ellen, do you affirm my identity as the correct person on this matter?
I just don't really have an opinion on this.
Oh my goodness. Do you affirm my identity?
Do you affirm his identity that you can't have or not have an opinion on this? Do you affirm that identity?
Do you affirm my identity?
I would just prefer not to speak on this topic.
Do you believe in science?
I believe in science.
Can you tell us the scientific method?
The 7 scientific like that?
Yeah, just the scientific method, yeah.
I can't list it off for you right now.
Okay.
Wait, I have a question.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
What if you were to have sex with a trans man? Would that be gay?
No.
Yes.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
No, it wouldn't.
No, a man. I thought she said a man. She said
no, she said trans, so it's a female.
Oh, yeah, it's a female. No.
It wouldn't be gay, but it would not be
It'd just be like
ideal.
having sex with a butch chick.
It'd be like having, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
How about this? Would I prefer having sex with a trans woman or a trans man? What do you think about that one?
That's a good question. Answer it.
Yeah.
Trans man. Well, hold on.
I think if you have sex with
trans man.
anybody who says that they're trans, you're gay. That's my take.
That's fair. That's actually kind of fair. But like, so
because here's my reasoning. They're all part of the LGBTQ, right? That's what they say. So then necessarily, wouldn't they be gay?
The Hulk Hogan argument. Like
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan with a vagina or Megan Fox with a penis. Yeah, I mean, if it's between trans man, trans woman, he'd pick the trans man. You know, just. Anyways, okay, fuck it, whatever. Moving on. Oh, final thing on this. Going around the table, just because I feel like it's important. What is a woman?
A female.
Oh. Wait.
A woman
Is that
is
a W?
female.
A woman is a female.
Yeah.
Oh,
Simple.
Okay.
A female creature.
A creature. Okay.
Can you come back to me?
Sure. What is a woman? Pause.
How would I describe it? Like feminine.
Okay.
Maybe?
What is a woman?
A woman is a woman.
Typically in the dictionary, you would not like a
I'm
cat.
not the dictionary.
Huh?
I'm not the dictionary.
Okay, but so what is a woman though?
A woman.
Try to define woman without using the word woman.
I don't want to.
Why can't you?
Because I don't have to.
Well, you don't have to, but Ellen?
Like an older, more mature girl.
Wait, so an adult human female?
An older or more mature girl. It's just like a later stage in life.
Which sex do they belong to?
But you asked me to give you the definition, which I gave you.
Right, but
Yeah.
I'm asking for.
That's true. To be fair to you, that is true. You did give a definition, but when you give a definition, usually you're pointing to some kind of information which tells us what the thing is. So if you say a woman is a girl, right? We ask you, well, then what is a girl?
I answered the previous question. I would like to leave it at that.
Oh,
damn, bro. All right. What is a woman?
A woman is someone who identifies as a woman and is feminine presenting. A biological female is a biological female.
Can you
I think that's a pretty good standard progressive answer, I think.
But can you define woman without using the word woman?
Feminine presenting.
Feminine. So like a non-transgender man who is feminine is a woman?
I'm just saying.
So this could be a straight man who's just feminine.
No.
Is he a woman?
No.
Oh, because you just said feminine.
I'm just saying they have to be feminine and identify as a woman.
What if a transgender woman is not feminine? Are they?
Okay. Well, you asked me not to include the word woman. I was trying not to.
All right. I got some chats here. We have Ogle.
Ogle donated $200.
Do you mean chair 6 or chair 5?
Why not just kick chair 5 off if she won't participate anymore? My EDS sister, I'm disappointed in you.
Boom.
Did you guys ever hear that Shania Twain song, I Feel Like a Woman? Anybody?
Feel like a woman. I don't know.
Have any of you girls ever heard that song? Yeah.
Feels like a woman.
Yeah.
Is that how it goes?
I mean,
I don't know. Sing it, Andrew.
Yeah.
Sing it for us.
Well, I mean, no.
In
I
falsetto.
I would leave that to
In
much
falsetto.
more vocalist than myself. But when Shania Twain is saying, "I feel like a woman" in that song, do you think she's saying like, "I feel like a dude who's dressed up like me"? Like, do you think that that's what she's getting at in that song? And she's like, she's talking about, somebody with a penis who's dressed up like a woman and acts like a woman, or do you think she's talking about something else when she said, "I feel like a woman"?
That's crazy, All right, I'm gonna let some other chats come through.
Hail and well met.
Yo, thank you, Paladins.
Lol Paladins
Thank you,
donated $200.02. A woman is a woman who would define the word woman by using the word woman, and also say women when talking about a singular woman.
That sounds really regressive, Lol Paladins. Why are you giving us regressive definitions? Like a woman points to a woman is a woman, and that's what a woman is. It's anything that says it's a woman because that's a woman. That sounds regressive, like the opposite of a definition, like something that should be rejected as a definition, but what the hell do I know?
Okay, we have also, not a simp here. Chloe, you read this one for us? Did we get an eye patch photo, by the way? Damien? Chloe, can you read it?
No, I genuinely can't see.
Okay, Andrew, I don't like how you get so mean to people in these debates. I don't really care, though. But if you ever hurt my goth mommy... Oh, no, that's her. Goth mommy, the knuckle sandwich you'll get. I thought he was talking about Chloe.
Why? She's been awesome the whole panel. She's engaged in every question. She seems like she's interested. She's been great to talk to.
The goth mommy?
Yeah, she's the one... Well, the one he's referring to, yeah. Okay. Usually, the only time it ever gets aggressive is if people are like... being evasive or refuse to answer basic questions. I can understand if there was a loaded question or like, tell us your mom's name and your address, and you're like, I refuse to answer. That seems totally fair to me. You know what I mean? But it was just like, did you go out on a date 2 weeks ago? And you're like, I don't know about that. Answering that seems a little less like correct on a dating podcast. You know what I mean? So yeah. It can get aggressive back and forth in some of these debates. I agree, but I don't take any of it personally. I don't think most of the women here take it personally.
I wonder if this is a differential between men and women insofar as like men are willing to have these kinds of conversations and like women are not willing to offend because like they operate. What's that? Oh, did you see, Andrew, have you seen that? It was this post about like women filter things through a consensus filter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I'm never, the thing is like, I'm never too sure on those things. I think that they sound good to us, but I've noticed that if you talk to women like by themselves when there's not other women around, they're kind of based. A lot of them are kind of based. They're like, yeah, that ain't no fucking chick. Like, what are you talking? That ain't no guy over there. But if they're around a group of other women, they're like, well, I'm not really sure if I'm in. So maybe there is some truth to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, so you're talking to them solo, suddenly they're like, oh, hell no, that ain't, it's a strange phenomenon.
Okay. We have Brian Rookard. Hey, thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. To the future anesthesiologist, there are differences in dosages between men and women with respect to certain medicines. So biological woman comes in but identifies as trans man. You give her male dose, kill her, but you were just bowing to her wishes. Do you want to respond to that really quick?
I realized that I misspoke earlier. Like when you were asking me, can sex be interchangeable? And I said yes. I misspoke. I didn't understand the question, so no.
You meant gender.
Gender is fluid. Sex is not. Like biologically, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Earlier. Yeah. They're easy to confuse. I get that.
So, by that definition, if they're biologically male or female, yes, in medicine, they would be treated differently based on dosages of medicines and biologically how they are. So no, I'm not going to give them the wrong dose based on what they identify as.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. If there was a virus that only took out women and only killed women, right? Would trans women die?
A virus that only killed women?
Yeah.
If there was a virus that only killed biologically female
No, it only killed women. Would trans women die?
Does a virus...
Hang on. If it only killed women, would trans women die?
Does a virus understand gender identity? I don't
Yeah, so if there was a virus that only killed women, would trans women die from that virus?
A virus that only killed women. That would mean a virus that only killed biologically female.
So then we've
By under
established
that
that a woman. So
definition-
then we've established that a woman is a biological female.
No, I'm saying from a medical
No.
standpoint, which is what the previous person was asking, a biological female is a biological female. So if a virus was going to attack a biological female, then no, the trans person
Yeah, but
would
what
not
was
die.
my question? My question was, if it was women only who could die by a virus, would trans women also die?
I just don't think that your question makes sense in a science way.
Why?
It's because we clearly defined that sex is sex and gender is gender, and now you're
Yeah,
saying
I know, but we never defined what a woman is. So if I were to tell you, for instance, tomorrow there's going to be a virus that has escaped from a lab in Wuhan, okay, and it only affects women and takes out women, right? Would you worry about any of your trans neighbors?
if a virus suddenly became sentient and understood the difference between sex and gender, then yes.
No, there's viruses which specifically only attack women and some that specifically attack men. That is true. There are some viruses that are that way. So if you had a virus that only attacked women, could it attack trans women?
I think that I pretty much answered your question. That sex and gender are different.
Yeah, but it's a category error, right? So if it can only take out women, but it can't take out trans women, then we'd have to establish that trans women aren't women.
I don't think a virus can do that.
But if it could only take out women, if it only took out females who we call women, then necessarily would trans women have anything to worry about?
I don't really want to follow this hypothetical because I was strictly viewing it from a science standpoint. So.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, moving off of that specific topic, going to Chloe here in your notes, you said you were 50-50 on if men are physically stronger than women?
Yeah, I think men and women carry their strengths in different areas of their body.
So it means, physically stronger.
Yeah, women and men carry their physical strengths in different areas of their body. Women are going to be stronger in some physical aspects than men are, and men are going to be stronger in other aspects.
Such as?
Women are, for example, it's no denying women have more strength in their legs naturally than guys tend to have. We are more prone to having more natural strength in our legs, whereas guys have a naturally more stronger upper body portion. Women dominate sports.
Erroneous!
Women dominate which sports?
I'm not specifying a single sport. Women dominate sports that have to do with leg strength, or flexibility.
Like soccer?
Yeah, actually.
So,
so just to correct this, remember, make sure that we're on the same page. Females have a higher proportion in lean mass in their lower limbs, so they have stronger limbs by 0.1%. Men still have a significant amount of muscle strength difference in their legs than women.
Women are stronger in some aspects physically than men are, and men are stronger in some aspects more physically than women are. That's what I'm stating.
Well, if this was...
So according to WebMD directly, the question was asked, is it true that women have stronger legs than men? The response from a doctor, I would assume, no. Men have generally stronger leg muscles than women. The only disparity between men and women is in limbs. That's it.
Women are stronger in some ways physically than men are. Men are stronger in some ways physically than women are.
What ways physically?
That's simply what I'm stating.
The legs?
Yeah, but what ways physically are they stronger?
In my personal viewpoint, I have seen many women beat a man physically, and I've seen, not beat them as in beat them, but beat them as in beat them in a physical aspect. Just as I have seen a man.
I don't disagree that there's not some women out there who couldn't beat up some men. I totally agree with that, right? I mean, I've seen videos of it. I'm sure that it happens. I'm sure that there's some women out there who can beat up a good majority of men even. There's some women who could do that. But if we're talking about the average, if we're just asking about the average.
I'm talking about
on average, are men or women stronger?
I'm talking about the totality of it.
So an average would be the totality of the mean, right?
The totalities in are all men stronger?
No, that's not the question. That's not. Can you repeat the question?
So the statement is, and it's asking if they disagree or agree, men are physically stronger than women.
It doesn't say most. It says are men.
I mean, is it wrong to say the sky is blue? Sometimes the sky is gray.
So then when the sky's gray, the sky is gray.
Right, but so typically when you make a statement like this, for example, do humans have 10 fingers? Yes. Do some people have birth defects that they're born with an extra digit? Yes.
Or have a finger cut off?
If someone were to ask me, do humans have 10 fingers, I would say sometimes, most of the time.
Most of the time. Okay. So, generally speaking, are men physically stronger than women?
In my personal encounters, I've met more strong women than I've met strong men. So my standpoint.
Okay, if we remove.
No, you haven't.
Yeah.
In your personal experience, you've met more strong women than you have men. Really?
I mean, she could be hanging out with a bunch of like soy boys, so I mean,
naturally strong.
It could be true, bro.
It's not possible.
It could be true, bro. Like all her male friends are soy boys.
How much more ridiculous bullshit are we gonna have to listen to from this woman? You know, most in your life, you have most definitely met way more men who are stronger than way more women.
No.
Yes.
And if you don't want ridiculous nonsense,
okay, well, let's find out. You grew up.
on.
I still have your little hometown here, right? I still have your little hometown here. Would you
One
say
of the
that
many towns.
on average, the black women in your hometown were on average stronger than the black men in your hometown?
Was I hanging out a bunch with people? No.
You said you were. You said that, in fact, you said you hung out with them so much that you wouldn't even date within your own race.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't say.
That, yes.
No. I said I wouldn't date within my own race.
You said you went to a school
No.
which was overwhelmingly black. My assumption is then that most people that you associated with were likely black. Am I incorrect there?
I went to a real school for a very short period of time because, as I also said before, I was mostly homeschooled, so no.
Hail and well met. Lol Paladins donated $200.02. Even Soy Boy California Burrito Fatty Eater Brian could do more push-ups than the entire rest of the panel combined.
Oh boy.
So when you went to this school,
I don't know,
was it your experience at the school that more women at the school were stronger than the men?
Didn't go to a real school for a long period of time, so I'm not talking about
Yeah, I know,
about
but for the period of time that you did go, was your
I didn't talk to
observation that the
anyone. I
women
went
were
to
stronger
like
than the men?
not even a full year.
Yeah, I know. So within that time that you were there,
I didn't
within
talk
that
to
time
people
frame,
there.
Yeah, so within that time frame,
There's no
was it
time
your
frame for
experience? Yeah, so within that time frame, was it your experience that the men or the women were stronger on average?
My standpoint still stands. I'm not changing it.
Let me explore it really quick if that's fine, Andrew. Unless you have more, do you want more? Or?
Well, I just this is unfathomable. Like, you don't even have to double down on these positions. They're so stupid. Even the women who are listening to you are like, "What is this chick talking about? It's insanity." Here, just like look, let me demonstrate it. Show of hands. Just quick show of hands, easy. Can anybody raise your hand if it was your experience when you went to school that the boys were usually stronger than the girls? Just by a quick hand raise.
I don't know. You might get the sisterhood on this one.
No, I don't think I'm going to get the sisterhood on
You got the sisterhood from her.
No, she raised her hand too.
Oh, okay. All right. So, here, I'll explore it really quick. Just like get a couple examples out of the way. Soccer.
Mm-hmm.
You said like lower body strength. Women have more lower body strength, leg strength. So you would expect to see like soccer, which is mostly
That's
like
kind of like
lower
lung
body.
capacity, though.
Okay, so not soccer then? Like the women outcompete the men in soccer.
I think women are better at soccer than men, yes.
And let me, real quick, Brian, I just want to make sure you get this correction. Women are not, so I just had this researched out because I didn't know the answer. Women are not stronger in their lower body. They're only stronger in their lower body in proportion to their own upper body, not in comparison to men's lower body. Okay.
Yeah. No, I know exactly. And also, Andrew, I mean, I know you say it's ridiculous, but like, remember that one girl who said that her mom could beat up Brock Lesnar? I mean, it's not as ridiculous as that, of course.
Yeah, but the thing is like, when I know that a person knows themselves that they're full of shit, I just lose interest, right? It's like, once I know
Then
that the
move on.
person themselves knows that they're completely full of shit, I just, you know what I mean?
I'll skip it. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to trigger that. Go
Oh, I
ahead.
was just saying, once I know that the person themselves knows that they're full of shit, I just lose interest. It's like no longer interesting.
All right. Ogle coming in here. It's going to take a sec to come back. Ogle, thank you for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. So women better at soccer.
I think so.
Okay, so what if I told you they've actually like done this experiment? Ogle's about to come in. They've done this experiment where they'll match up like a professional female soccer team with like 50.
Ogle donated $200. Chair 5 is such a strong argument against homeschooling.
Were you homeschooled?
Yeah.
Okay, we have Lol Paladins coming in here in just a sec, but so they've run this experiment. They'll set up a women's professional soccer team. They might have even done it maybe with I don't know if it was the Olympic team, but like Olympic team, maybe not in the US, but they've done in various other countries. They'll pair the professional adult women's soccer team with like the 15-year-old boys, and the 15-year-old boys will smoke the women. Yeah. Smoke them.
And I've said this whole time in my personal experience.
Right, but sometimes your personal experience doesn't map on to like
But
reality.
we're asking about my opinion, so that's my opinion.
Right, but like you could have your own personal experiences and still be able to like for example, like as a woman, you could be the strongest woman in the world, right? Not you, but like you, okay. Picture the strongest woman in the world, right? She's the strongest woman in the world. She's actually probably runs into men. There's a good chance that she's actually stronger than a lot of the men that she encounters. She would still be wrong to say that women are stronger than men, right?
I'm not saying women are stronger necessarily than men all in all, or that men are stronger all in all. I'm saying they're each stronger in their own ways.
Well, yeah, but we're asking how, and you're not really presenting a compelling argument.
Because they are.
So you said women's lower body strength. So like, for example,
in my experience.
Do you go to the gym at all? Do you work out?
Yes.
Do you do squats?
Not squats, no.
Are you familiar with the exercise?
Yes.
So you know how there's like world records for like
I don't pay
lifting?
attention to that.
Okay, so if I were to tell you that there's no woman, the world record holder for the woman's squat across all weight divisions, no woman lifts more in the squat, which has to do with your lower body strength, than even probably the top 100 men who are the top in terms of their squat.
Well, there's also different types of physical strengths. That would be gym weight strength. Whereas there's also practical strength. There's also strength as in fighting. There's strength as in...
Hey, actually, that's fair. You know, if women on average are as strong or stronger than men, as you previously stated, I know you changed your answer just now, then why did you pick the bear? You can just kick the man's ass, right?
I picked the bear because I want to play with a bear.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hold on. Lol Paladins is coming in here. Thank you, Lol. Sorry for the
Hail
wait.
and well met. Lol Paladins donated $200.02. The only thing keeping women safe is the fact that the vast majority of men are actually not bad men. If any man wanted to hurt you, they could. Take comfort that men do not want to hurt women, not 40%.
That is an interesting point. The benevolence of men. Wait, so hold on. Going back to this, you said like for fighting, women are stronger. Like women can.
No, I simply stated there are many different kinds of physical strengths.
But you mentioned fighting.
I said there's practical strength. I said there's weight strength, as in like going to the gym. How much can you weigh?
So what would be an
lift?
example of practical strength? Lifting up a box?
How long can someone stand on their feet all day when they're working a shift? There's tons of stuff.
Women have higher pain tolerance.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna save time.
Strength, though.
I'll just move it on.
And Brian, I'm at 3 a.m. my time. So I got my heart cut at 3.
Shoot us a raid, man. Thank you. By the way, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm going to send the raid over, of course.
Create your World of Warcraft character, Andrew.
We're doing it. When are we playing next?
They're playing.
You just hop in whenever you feel like it?
Yeah, just create your character. You're what, undead mage?
I think I'm going to do a priest.
No, Andrew.
I'm kidding. I'm dead mage.
Well, I mean, look, we need healers. We need healers. So
yeah, you always got to have healers. All right. I appreciate it very much, Brian. You have a good night. It was very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you, Andrew, for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
I really appreciate it.
All right. Have a good night, Andrew. Thank you for joining us. Oh, wait, Andrew.
I'm here.
Oh, really quick. Last thing. Really quick, did you want to address, you wanted to respond to Michael Knowles?
We'll do it another time.
Tuesday? We'll do Tuesday.
Yeah. We'll do
perfect.
Tuesday.
Sounds
all
good.
Right, sounds good.
All right, man. Good night.
Good night.
All right, we have 2 chats here coming in. Sina, I'm going to have you read it. Go ahead.
It's funny that she has to differentiate the scientific belief, which are different than her religious beliefs. She knows scientifically that men and women are different, but against woke
dogma. Thank you, Lol Paladins. Appreciate it, man.
Who's he talking about?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Lucas, go ahead.
Dear God, this girl is a tard. Can you track down those videos on YouTube where men compete against women, especially the 4x400 mixed relay?
Someone has strong feelings about the 4x400 mixed relay. That's what I'm gathering from this.
I mean, question for you when it comes to racing, right?
Racing,
yeah,
as in running?
Running, yeah.
Okay.
What about sprints? Do you think men or women?
I think that fully depends on how much you train for it.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I think that fully depends on how much you train for that.
Okay, so a woman who trains the hardest versus a man who trains the hardest.
Well, then it would depend how much you're born with natural talent in it. And that's dependent on every person, not gender.
Who currently holds the world record for...
Don't know.
Don't know? If I told you it was a man?
Then on that standpoint, then he was that during that moment.
You do realize that the world record holder for the women's 100-meter sprint, she wouldn't even qualify to compete with the men. You understand this, right?
I don't watch running.
Right, but so I've just presented to you with a fact. The world record holder of all time, when it comes to the women's 100-meter, she would not even qualify to be able to compete against the men.
I think that partially has to do with expectations. All throughout time, let's take gymnastics for an example. Gymnastics used to be a much simpler sport than it is today. But as sports develop...
Running, point A, point B, straight line, as fast as you can. What?
I'm getting there.
The expectations of the 100-meter sprint.
Very big thing that you have to train even harder for. Men, well, for one, I'm sure, I don't know the actual statistics of this or the facts of this, but I'm sure men have done sports for a longer time competitively than women have.
What? Women have been in the Olympics since...
I'm not talking about the Olympics, I'm talking about in general. Anyhow.
Okay, so just to be clear, a woman who's been sprinting her whole life versus a man who's been sprinting her whole life.
I think we place more importance usually on men's sports in our society. That's seen by soccer as well. You always hear about male soccer stars. You don't really tend to hear as much about...
That's because the men are better.
No, not really.
Yes, really.
So the expectations
the market dictates reality.
The expectations...
Do you watch soccer?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Name a woman soccer player.
I can't name any soccer player.
Really?
I don't pay
because if I were to ask a man who watches soccer, he could tell me 100 male soccer players. You can't name one, and you watch women's soccer?
Can you name a team?
The Barcelona team. I watch them play.
The Barcelona team?
Yeah.
Do you watch the United States team?
No, I don't watch stuff.
She only watches what's the name of the Barcelona team?
FCB.
Huh?
FCB.
Barca. Men's soccer.
No, they have a women team.
Is it? I don't know. I don't watch women's soccer.
Barca.
It's still called Barca
yeah,
for the women. They don't have different names.
Barca's women. There's Barca men's.
Can you name one female soccer player?
I can't name a female or a male. I watch them play.
Really?
I don't care
Messi,
who they are.
Ronaldo?
I can't name one other than one you hear constantly in the media, no.
And the one
Bruh.
you hear constantly are all male, no?
How
I
are the
hear
girls at this table
two
not like, what the
names.
fuck are you talking
I
about?
hear two names constantly, Ronaldo, whatever, and
Holy
Messi.
shit.
But I usually hear that from people
So
just
female
arguing about it
sprinters,
for no reason.
back to this, female sprinters have not had the same opportunities as male
I
sprinters.
didn't say opportunities.
So is there sexism in sprinting? Is that
No,
your
I
argument?
said expectancy.
So if there was more expectation on women to run faster, they
They would train harder. They'd have to.
and they would be able to beat the men.
Possibly.
Ellen, do me one solid, bro. I know, Ellen, you don't want to like talk about this shit, bro. Just like look at her and be like, just tell her like, yo, you're fucking retarded. Just say it for me, please. Don't say, I'm kidding. Don't say that.
That's such a not really polite statement to say to somebody. Like, even if
you believe she was retarded.
I mean, she can hold her own beliefs. I have my opinions.
What are your opinions on this? You don't have to call her the R word. That was wrong of me.
I just feel like she can hold her own opinions. I don't agree with them, but that's
Is she
her
wrong
opinion.
though, factually?
I mean, there's my opinion, there's her opinion. I can share my opinion, but that's the limit.
Why, just curious, why don't you want to like risk offense?
You know, I would like have like high career aspirations, and I don't want to offend anybody. Like,
You think it would impact your career prospects for you to say that, generally speaking, men are stronger than women, and when it comes to various sporting events, women just cannot compete with men?
I told you I have my opinion, and I just don't.
I don't think that's even controversial to say. It's just reality.
Why'd you come on this podcast if you don't want to say controversial stuff?
If I'm being honest, I came here because my friend invited me, and I didn't want to say no. Honestly.
Wait,
okay,
your
whatever.
friend who?
Here. So, okay, whatever. Look, I don't know. There is something to be said about like the unwillingness to like speak the truth. I just find that interesting.
To be fair, when joining the podcast, I had this pretense that it was going to be majority about dating, where it's
we've
mostly
substantially about dating.
Substantially more so about politics, in my opinion.
I agree with that. I think
and that has been very misleading and kind of.
I mean, Chloe,
sets
you've
you
been
up for
trying
something.
to get on the show for like, I don't know exactly when you first messaged us on Instagram, then you got sick and you had to cancel. You've been trying to get on the show for a while,
not
so
like
you've been
I've
aware
been sitting here being
March 24th is when March 24th you sent us a message on the Instagram page.
Oh, and then after that, I didn't
you got
wind
sick.
up.
In any case, I mean, you have plenty of time to investigate the nature of the podcast. But we
when
are
I'm
exploring.
told something, I take it as you say it's a dating podcast. It's going to be about dating. It's going to be about that substantially and majoritarily, especially since the name of it and whatnot is literally a dating podcast. You don't come on expecting to mostly talk about whether something's gay or not gay,
That
or
has
whether.
to do with dating. The genesis of the question was, is it straight for a man
But
to
it's
date
more
a trans
politically
woman?
aligned,
I
and
don't-
it's not so much. That has to do.
How'd you
no.
find out about this podcast?
I simply saw that they were looking for people online. That's all.
All right.
Sleepy Bear donated $200. She's only proving that she's the type of liar willing to lie to cover a lie. There's no way she believes women are stronger than men.
Here, we actually, there's a thing you can pull up super quick on this. It's in the, I'm trying to find where it is. It's called, you can just type the URL, boysversuswomen.com. And like, I don't know if this is going to be compelling to you, but it's like, I think it could maybe change your view on
I never
this.
talked about the general aspect. I've been saying this whole time. In my personal experience,
go ahead, pull it up.
The women I know have been stronger than the men I know.
Okay, that's fine. So this is boys
that's
versus
all I've
men.
said this
So
whole
this
time.
is male high school athletes,
Mhm.
male, high school athletes versus female Olympians.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe this is comparing U.S. high school athletes, not international, versus female Olympians from every single country.
Mm-hmm.
The overall medal count would be as follows. If you had just the male high school athletes compete against female Olympians, scroll down. Track and field, scroll down a bit more. Track and field, scroll down just a teeny bit. Yeah, that's good, that's good. It's gonna reorder it. Okay. So if you had boys compete against the Olympic women's finalists, the boys would take the first 8 places for the 100 meter, the 200 meter, scroll down. Scroll down. This is not male Olympians versus female Olympians. This is high school boys. 400 meters, they take the first 8 places. 800 meters, they take the first 8 places. Scroll down. 5,000 meters. So women do beat out the boys, in the 5,000 meters. There actually is something to indicate that, like, for distance, women can sometimes like edge out men a little bit. 400 meter hurdles.
So interesting.
But the comparison here is between boys. I believe if it was women versus men, the men would still win for the 5,000 meters if they were both male Olympians. 400 meter hurdles, they take all the first 8 places. Scroll down. 4 times 100 meter relay. We're going to skip down a little further after this one to, they take the first 2 places, then 8. Scroll all the way down. Let's go to swimming, pole vault, high jump. Actually, wait, go back up to the one up. High jump, pole vault, the high school boys beat the female Olympians. Scroll down. Scroll, more. Scroll down, track and field, swimming. Let's look at swimming for a bit. All right. They take the first 8 places, they take all the top places. Scroll down. This is for the 200. You're a swimmer, right, Ellen?
I am a swimmer.
Okay. All right. The boys outcompete the female Olympians in the, what is the LC?
That's long course.
Long course. Okay.
Meters.
They take all 3 medals in the 400 long course. Scroll down. This is the 800 long course, 100 long course meter backstroke. They take first and second. Okay, next. Scroll down a little further. Just keep going. Breaststroke, butterfly. Okay, scroll down. Scroll down further. I'm just going to skip some of the swimming stuff. Is there anything else? No, that's pretty much it. So it's track, field, swimming. Is this compelling to you at all?
Like I said prior, this is about my opinion, which relates to my experiences, and I've answered that is through my experiences. So my answer still stands. Through my experiences, that answer still stands.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move off that, but it's certainly an interesting take. We're going to do just a few more here, then we're going to wrap up the show. Women should be drafted. Sina disagrees. Gianna, she's in favor of the female draft. Good for you. Lexi disagrees with women being drafted. Pos disagrees with women being drafted. Chloe, you disagree that women should be drafted. Ellen, no opinion, no surprise there. You are in favor of women being drafted. Good for you. You feminist, you. Alyssa, you disagree that women should be drafted. Tiffany, you disagree women should be drafted. Don't you think, for the sake of equality, Lexi, that women should be drafted? That seems fair, right?
Yeah, but if everyone is being drafted, it's kind of, I feel like there would be a pretty big discrepancy if we're talking like war, right?
Yeah, war.
So if there's a big decline in women, then when there wouldn't be the population.
Why do we value women more than men?
Because probably for the sake of childbearing.
That's interesting. Okay.
But we can't have children without men. So. That's why I think women should as well. But
all right.
that's just me.
I'm going to move off of that one for the sake of time. Lexi, you were iffy on women are not oppressed. I'm trying to see who else was on. Women, no opinion from her. You said, Avantika, you said women are not, you disagree that women are not oppressed. Just curious, how are women oppressed?
I maintain the same standpoint that I've always had, that you know, there are still certain expectations of women. They're like, I feel that, you know, like women, they can't, I guess, have the same career goals, aspirations.
What do you mean they can't?
I mean, they're told not to.
What do you mean? It's totally the contrary. Everything in society, you think like the messaging that Andrew's wife is saying?
Are you talking about women in the U.S. or across the world? Because across the world, not universally.
I can't speak to the specifics of like Ethiopian gender politics, but yeah, within the U.S.
Within the U.S.
Yeah. Are women oppressed?
I think in terms of reproductive rights, right now they are being oppressed. On another basis, no.
Anything else? Just the reproductive? Are men oppressed on the basis of reproductive rights in the United States?
Based on the previous line of questioning, yes.
Okay, you're consistent. Lexi, any thoughts on that? You said that you're maybe iffy about the women's oppression?
I don't think women are really oppressed in the U.S.
In the United States, okay. All right, let's see what else. Going back to Avantika, I apologize. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Men are the primary victims of war. You disagreed with this.
I'm not saying that. So the question is saying that men are the primary victims of war. I'm saying that there's children, there's families. I feel like everyone is equally affected by war.
Does anybody, I will open this up to anybody else. Does anybody think that men are not the primary victims of war? Okay. So there are other victims, right? Of war, certainly.
Yes.
Women, children, etc. But the question is primary victims. So explain to me, men are not the primary victims, then why do you say that?
It's never just, men are fighting, of one nation are fighting other men of the other nation, and they're the only ones getting hurt. You know, there's entire civilizations, there's women, there's children, there's future families. So on that basis, no, men are not the primary victims.
Okay, let me ask you this. When the United States sent men to World War II, were men or women, specifically with the United States, specifically with World War II, let's do World War I also, when it came to the United States demographic, were men the primary victims of war?
In the United States? Yes.
Why is that?
In Japan, no, because women and children got bombed.
Men also got bombed?
Yes.
And
so that'll make them all the victims.
So if I grant, and I do grant that in military conflicts, there are civilian casualties, and this is going to encompass this is going to encompass women and children. In fact, it may very well be the case that perhaps more women and children are civilian casualties. I'm not sure if that's actually true, but I mean, just granting it, this would be the case because the men are elsewhere in the war, and these men are typically dying.
Sorry, can you ask that question?
Well, here, how about this? Let's say there's a war, and this war, 10 million men die, and then there's like 5 million civilian casualties. And when it comes to the civilian casualties, well, between the children, it's 50-50 because the children don't fight, right? So it's 50-50 between male and female children. When it comes to the women, however, what if I just say, okay, well, it's like 70% female civilian casualties and 30% male civilian casualties?
Can I change my answer a little bit?
Sure.
I'm going to say anyone that is in front line of the war, so yes, men, and anyone who gets injured or dies due to war are the primary victims. And secondary would be their wives and their family and their children. So those would be the secondary.
Okay.
So I changed my answer. Yes, men are the primary victims, but also anyone who is on the front line and anyone who gets injured or dies are also primary.
Yeah, but the question kind of suggests like a collective degree of victimization, right? So I would agree with you. Like, for example, a civilian who gets bombed, and the civilian happens to be a woman, is a primary victim of the war. But if we're like comparing the, I guess, suffering toll or the victim toll, do you think that this is men or women when it comes to warfare?
Well, I guess yes. If you, like I said, I changed my answer. But since we're putting on technical terms, more men are fighting in wars.
Okay.
You know, and
Sure.
so more men are the primary victims, and then come whoever's affected by that.
Okay, so you're changing your position on that then?
Yes.
Okay. So men are the primary victims of war?
Anyone who's on the front line.
Which is primarily men?
Primarily men, yes, in this scenario.
In all scenarios?
Well, what if women are drafted more and suddenly it changed?
Are they though?
No. So in this scenario, yes.
How about all wars that have occurred throughout human history?
Well, all wars that have occurred throughout human history have been primarily like
fought by men?
Yes, fought by men and dictated by men. So yes, they are the primary victims.
Okay. All right. Trying to see if I want to bring things back to dating related topics for a bit here. Let's see. Where should we go? One sec, guys. Why don't we, how much time? We got a few minutes. Before we do that, actually, can you go to Twitch really quick, Damien? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. That's twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Also, can you pull up our Discord? Guys, go to discord.gg/whatever if you want to join the Whatever World of Warcraft Guild. We're killing it in Ragefire Chasm right now. They're killing it, boys. And it's a good community. Andrew's going to be part of the guild. It's going to be dope. Andrew is going to be. So that's our behind the scenes tab. We got the bingo card. Pull up the raid signups on World of Warcraft. Guys, Molten Core, December 12th. Guys, get to 60. You can join. You can raid with Andrew Wilson. You can raid with me. Check it out, guys. Okay. And then let's see. I'm going to get back to the pre-show notes actually on here. Gianna, you said you don't date around. You prefer to have very few relationships, but the one time you did let a man take you out, other than your boyfriend, he became your stalker, and you had to get a restraining order. But that's an even longer story. LMAO.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay.
You want me to dive right in?
Well, you said you don't date around. You prefer to have like very few relationships. Yeah. So the one time you let a man like take you out on a date, he became a stalker.
Yes, he did. So
good times.
Right, very good times. He followed me, I guess. Oh no, he dropped me off home, and then I actually had him drop me off a few houses down, because I didn't really know him that well, and I am very like to myself, so cautious, I guess. And then I waited till he left to go to my house, and apparently he didn't go too far because he saw where I went. And then a couple weeks later, started spamming my phone. Neighbors showed me videos of him staying at my house because I lived in an apartment not too long ago, and stuff like that. So yeah, I am very, very, very cautious with who I go out with and who I
sure
spend my time with.
Moving to Avantika, you said what was the movie story?
Have you heard of the movie Evil Dead Rising? So a guy from like school asked me, it was a couple of years ago, to go to the movie screening. Well, I chose it because I love horror movies. And we were at the movie theater, and we were the only two people there. I don't know how it happened, in the whole theater. And then he got really scared. He started crying, and it was just kind of funny.
And you also said that he loved movies. I thought that he said he loved you. But he started crying. Like when you say crying, like just a singular tear, or like full blown, like crying.
I think if you've ever seen the movie, it's like ridiculously gory. And so like, I feel like I was pretty shocked.
Did you suggest the movie or did he?
I did, but I kind of just dived in. I don't really see the trailers for the movies, so I just dived in. And,
so he started crying.
Yeah.
And he was scared. Did he like reach for your hand? Like,
kind of,
oh
yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Okay. And he tried to make a move on you after?
Yeah, like it was so weird because after.
Because he cried?
I don't know. After like he left a little bit, like I think 10 or 20 minutes earlier, and then I left. I thought he left, like left, and then I saw him there at the end, and then he was like, "You're like, do you want to take this like somewhere else?" And I was like, "No."
Was it because he cried or?
No. I guess like the implication was sexual, and I just wasn't feeling it. I'm gonna watch a horror movie.
Oh, okay. All right. You sure it wasn't because he cried?
I've cried at movies. I cried at like sad dog documentary. Like I cry at anything basically. So that wasn't really that.
All right. You said maybe this is a different guy. His family was part of a cult, and you found out 3 months in.
Yeah.
What was the cult?
It was Scientology.
Oh, okay, nice.
And like I guess I try to put it for a juicy story, but a lot of people are part of that cult. So it's not really too juicy.
Okay. You said you went on a date in Oregon. He drove 50 miles to the middle of nowhere. And there was a zoo?
Yeah, like my family was in Oregon, and then I kind of like snuck out, and I met him, and he's like, let's just go to a place. I was like, I don't know, I was young, dumb, I was like 19. And so like we went to the middle of nowhere, and his family had a farm, but like not a regular farm. There's like giraffes and zebras and like wild like other animals. And
like a petting zoo or something? Or?
It wasn't even like, I don't know any petting zoo that has like a giraffe.
So a safari?
It was like a private zoo?
It was almost like a private zoo, but it was like in the middle of like a random state. So.
Nice. Did you end up dating him or?
No, because I don't live in Oregon, so I don't really do long distance.
You drove with him 50 miles to the zoo?
I mean, I'm guesstimating. It was like
but
30,
it was just
30,
like,
40 minutes.
It was you
drive.
and him?
It was just me and
him.
him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just curious, would you rather watch a Evil Dead Rising with a bear or with a man who cries?
If you're talking specifically, that's a good question actually. I don't know if the bear would have.
I feel like is a man who cries
it.
Like really a threat?
Yeah, exactly.
A man who cried like
with that specific guy, no, like he's not a threat.
Okay. All right. Going to Ellen. Ellen, you said you wanted to talk about pre-relationship quotas. What does that mean?
Oh, just like certain things that you should do before you are like in a relationship.
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Just kind of like personality aspects, I guess.
Like what?
They have to be like a gentleman. They have to be
gentleman. Okay.
You have to be kind and considerate.
What are some like gentlemanly things that a guy can do or should do?
I think it's really nice if like they open like the car door for you if you're gonna go on like a date.
Open the car door? Why?
Yeah, or I don't know. I just feel like it's like a nice gesture. Or like they like.
But are you not capable of opening a car door? Like you don't possess the strength to do it, or?
No, I have the strength.
Don't you think it's a bit sexist that a man would assume like you can't do it yourself?
I mean, I guess another thing that I think is just like a kind gesture is like if they like walk you to your door, because you know it's probably like.
That's an interesting one. So why? I
just feel like it's like a considerate act.
In case somebody jumps out of the bush and attacks you?
I don't know. That's what I've been told.
But you would want this on the first date, right?
I think I don't expect it, but it would be nice.
You would like it though.
I would like it.
Okay. If a guy didn't do it, you call into question?
No, I just think that it's nice
it.
Gestures.
Yeah. But what's the entailment there? So like you want the guy to walk you to the door, make sure you get home safe. What would the expectation be, for example, if there was somebody who jumped out of the bush and he did walk you to the door? Would you want him to physically intervene on your behalf and protect you?
I mean, I would just kind of grab him and like run away or like try to get into the house as fast as possible. I'm
allowing him to deal with the violent threat.
No,
on his
no,
own.
I'm with him. Like, I want us to both get to safety.
But you would want him to attempt, like, let's say you couldn't, would you want him to physically confront the attacker or just let him beat you guys up?
No, like, I would fight back too. I wouldn't just expect him to fight.
Let me ask you this, the guy walks you to the door, some crazy violent person jumps out of the bush, starts trying to attack you. He runs faster than you and he just runs away, leaving you to be attacked. Would you feel like, whoa, I can't date this guy?
That's just not what a good human being would do. They would,
But earlier you said like you would try to run into the house and he would stay to defend it.
No, I would run in with him into the house to get us both to safety. That's the priority.
Okay.
That we're both.
But so if he ran away and like just.
That's a horrible thing to do. If somebody's in danger, you should help them.
Even at the cost of his life?
I mean, I feel like if somebody was, getting beat up, I would go.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Have you ever, you go out and party out here?
Yeah, sometimes.
Have you ever seen fights between two men?
No.
You've never seen do you go out to the parties at all?
I do. I've never seen.
You've never seen a physical altercation between two men?
Not on the nights that
How often have you gone out to party and stuff?
Like, decent number of
You
weekends.
walk the main street, the street I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You've never seen a physical altercation or fight?
Maybe I'm just not there at those times.
But in general, have you ever seen a physical altercation between two men?
No, actually.
I mean, you are young, you are 18, but, or no, you're...
I'm 18.
Oh, no, you are 18. Sorry, I got my numbers mixed up. I mean, perhaps one day you'll see one. So you think you see two men fighting, you're going to intervene?
I mean, but like, why are they fighting? Just like...
I don't know. Maybe one guy's beating up on the other. I don't know. Who knows?
Why would I intervene on the
You
fight?
said a good person would intervene.
If somebody's in danger.
Yeah, being in the street fight's dangerous.
I mean, you gave me a scenario earlier and I responded to that. Like, if somebody walked me to the door and somebody jumped out at us.
But you said you would like engage in the fight. But have you ever been in the fight?
No, I haven't been in a fight, but I'm just saying, like, if somebody was attacking me and somebody that I was with, obviously I would fight back or I would run away with the person that I was with.
I mean, I think the scenario would play out something like this. You probably wouldn't start fighting this man who started attacking you. You would look to the man who's with you to defend you.
I would look to run away first if I can. I mean, I don't...
So you would run away, but the man would stay and fight.
Why wouldn't the man just run away with me?
Fights are like... There would not be time to like have a sidebar conversation with your date and be like, what should we do?
If somebody's coming to attack you...
He's throwing the punch. The man has to like...
Then you dodge it
moment,
and then you run away.
What?
You hope to dodge it. I mean,
and the guy keeps chasing you.
Then we keep...
And he's faster and he catches up. Are you going to start throwing punches or is the guy going to have to turn around and start fucking the guy up?
I hope he does. I don't...
Oh boy. All right. Okay. I mean,
I would leave the guy and run away myself.
Well, she's honest, I guess. The reason I'm going here is because you say you want the guy to walk you to the door. So basically you're saying you want a guy who's willing to protect you. But that protection is one directional.
I'm not saying I want him to walk me to... Look, I think the gesture is nice. I don't
That's the kind of underlying... Go ahead.
I think the gesture and like it's about like the kindness behind it, not necessarily like I don't know how often these physical altercations
Okay,
really happen.
What are some of the other gentlemanly things you want a guy to do?
Like more like just personality traits.
Okay. What kind of like, so where is the reciprocation from the woman's part?
Like, what do I do?
So you're saying men should adhere to these traditional gender roles. Should women adhere to traditional gender roles?
I never said they should adhere to it. I said that it would be a nice gesture.
You would be, but okay, I mean, there's more than one way to say something.
But that doesn't mean that I expect it. That's the traditional gender role.
What's
if you
a nice gesture for the women to do?
A nice gesture for the woman, maybe I would make him like cookies. I don't know. That's active.
Okay. But like, I guess my confusion here is that like if you had two men and they were like both pretty similar, but one of them did these like romantic or gentlemanly gestures, it would occur to me that you would like, if you ended up picking one, you would pick the one that demonstrated these like romantic or gentlemanly gestures.
I'm sorry. I'm like not really running on much sleep, so but I think Tiffany can answer that.
Okay, Tiffany, you want to answer on behalf of your friend over there?
Wait, what was the question?
Well, look, the reason I'm kind of like exploring it a little bit here is you had like a really massive objection to the bow thing, which seems pretty benign, but like you want a guy to like, okay, look at, if you actually like explore the physical requirements, okay, the guy picks you up in his car. You want him, or you would prefer, or you would like it, or you would get extra brownie points, however you want to frame it. You want him to get out of his car, walk all the way around, open the car door, milady, walk back around, get back in the car. Like, it's gentlemanly, right? So you have that expectation on men to take that physical action, right?
But you're saying that it's an expectation, but I've never said that it was an expectation.
Do you have no expectations for men? I doubt that.
No, but you're saying that these are the expectations that I hold, but these are not expectations. I clearly stated that they're gestures. They're kind gestures.
They're kind gestures. So you don't expect kind gestures.
What are some expectations you do have?
I just expect them to be good human beings, and that's really it. Like, I'm just looking for a good person. I don't really.
So the guy gets extra brownie points if he does these
things. It's kind. Okay. It's gestures.
All right. So if men were to say, well, women who do these things earn them extra bounty points and they're more likely to be picked over a woman who doesn't. I mean, isn't this kind of dancing around what an expectation is? Like, I know you don't like the framing of what expectation entails, but if it's like, okay, if as a man you do X, Y, Z, you have a greater chance of getting me. As a girlfriend, as a sexual partner, whatever it is, you have a better chance of getting me. Isn't this essentially de facto an expectation?
Expectations are requirements. I never stated that these things are requirements.
Right, but if a pattern of behavior means that this individual is more likely to pick me as opposed to the other men that she's entertaining, then like, I mean, isn't it like maybe it's not an expectation, but there's a significant social pressure on men to do these behaviors that's enforced by women?
It's not enforced by women per se. It's a kind gesture, just like I would look for humor in a guy. I think that would bring him brownie points if he was humorous. Like, what's the difference between like different, I guess, like brownie points?
Yeah, I suppose, but plenty of women perhaps might not want to date like a more serious individual who doesn't have the capacity to make them laugh or isn't funny.
Is that a statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Look, it's just interesting to me. You guys we went around the table. I asked kind of what do you bring to the table? What do you expect from men? Or what do you want in a man? And you listed all these things, but like you guys really object to certain things. Like, I don't know, it's just like men should pay for first dates. Most of you, maybe you on a personal level don't want that. You're like, fine, 50-50. I'm cool with 50-50. But like, I'm sure you could at least acknowledge like there's a large subset of women who have this expectation of men that men pay for first dates. If they don't, there's not going to be a second date. They're just going to be like almost mocked if they don't pay for the date. It's just really interesting to me though, like when we say men should do this, men should do X, Y, Z, men should do whatever men should do, that's not really met with much objection from y'all. But the moment men start saying women should do this, you start getting really in your feels and in your emotions and in your feminism and being like, well, hold on, no, women shouldn't have to do any of these things.
If a man said a woman should have my babies, I would happily have his babies.
Yeah,
if it's something I want to do, I do it.
The
guy wants to provide. It's in their biology. And do nice gestures for women.
So men want to provide. It's in their biology. Is it in women's biology to follow men and be submissive to men?
No, but
yes, but that does not include bowing.
Well, you said that men like bitchy women.
So what does that have to do with anything?
What Brian just said that, like, would you be submissive to your men? But you wouldn't, right? Like, you wouldn't bow to them, but you would expect for them to pay for the first date. So what do you give your man in return? What do you provide for your boyfriend in return?
Have his babies, be a mother to his children.
Well, that's in the future. What would you provide for him now?
My presence, being me. It's the potential, though. It's a woman's an investment, right?
What? But why is it okay to say that this is in men's nature? I don't disagree with you, Tiffany. I do think it's in men's nature. But why is it then wrong to say certain things are in women's nature? It seems like it's only sexist or, in one direction. Like, it's only sexist if there's, like, expectations on women.
There should be expectations on women.
I think women
like
should
what?
do kind gestures as well.
Like what?
That's what I asked you. What do you think women should do?
Bow. Do my laundry on.
I know bowing is not part of it.
Do my laundry on the first date.
I'll do everything except bowing.
Going to the bow thing really quick. Just show of hands. Who would your I don't know, first date for some of you might be
weird.
Man, chill out, bro.
Like, you're making me seem like a psychopath for saying that.
You're a psycho, bro. You're Tiffany. Bro, you got Kanye tattoos. That's psycho. You're psycho, bro. Psychopath over here. Freaking psycho. Okay. Who here objects to a man saying a woman should do his laundry on the first date?
I object.
Object. Any objections? Object. You would do laundry on the first date?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you do a guy's laundry on the first date?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Would you do laundry on the first date, Chloe?
Why am I going to this man's place on the first date?
Exactly.
You've never been to a guy's house?
Not on the first date, no.
You've never had a one-night stand?
No.
That's cap.
I've never had a one-night stand.
Okay, fine. Whatever. That's fine. All right. Pause.
I've done it.
You've done laundry on the first date?
This room was so messy.
Lexi?
I also wouldn't be at their house.
Come on, Lex. You've never been over to a guy, like you just met, fucking went over to his house?
No.
Okay, all right. Sina?
I mean,
into the mic?
I wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't mind.
Mind doing laundry? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I wouldn't do it on the first day. I would do it in the relationship, not on the first date.
Sure. Question kind of following up on this. Who here has, within the same 24 hours as meeting them, who here has had a carnal knowledge with a guy? Pause. Starting with you, I guess.
Wait, what?
So within the first 24 hours of meeting a guy, have you had carnal knowledge with a dude? Sex.
Oh.
P and the V. Sexual intercourse.
Yes.
Okay.
And no.
Really?
No.
Bro, you gotta live.
Sina?
Yes. No.
Lexi? No?
Mm-mm.
No.
Yes.
Wait,
I know you said that.
You said you had casual encounters. Is she?
It's casual account. It's not like that. It's more like.
Pause. Is she being honest, bruv?
It's like we've been friends.
Yo, pause. Has she smashed, bruv?
Do you want to describe San Diego?
Damn, bro, you gonna lie on my podcast? What the fuck, bro?
I knew him before that. I met him before that. You said first 24 hours with the knowing.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm using technical knowledge.
Oh, okay. Joshua Tree.
I met him before that too.
Like the day before.
Yeah.
Was that within the 24 hours? I thought it was just
If you met at 5 p.m., did y'all smash before 5 p.m. the next day?
No.
Oh, okay, so like, how about 48 hours? Does that change anything?
I guess yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, what about you, Alyssa?
Yes.
Okay, it's Tiffany.
No.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll say this much. You won't bow for, a lot of women won't bow for a guy, but you'll do all kinds of sexual acts. Bro, it's like, okay, the same girl who won't bow for a guy or do his laundry on the first date, like you'll huck to a, you'll spit on that thing. You'll gluck like that. You'll have sex, bro. You'll let him blast on your face, bro. You'll do kind of crazy. You'll peg a dude, bro. You pegged a dude. You pegged a dude on the first date, bro. Is it true? Did you peg? You pegged a guy, right?
Yes.
It was a first date, right?
No.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Second date.
Something like that.
Oh man, see, it's crazy. You won't bow. You won't do his laundry. You won't cook him a meal. You won't be
Is that
submissive.
a nice gesture?
Cooking a meal?
No, pegging, guys.
No, that's very rude. It's a very rude gesture. Even if he wants it, don't do it. Go ahead, Tiffany. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say all that for just paying for a date is kind of ridiculous.
No, I'm not. What do you mean?
Expecting a girl to do your laundry when you're only paying for one date? I do your laundry if you provide me with a house and a car.
The fuck? That's not fair, bro.
That is fair.
I could get like one of these services to do my laundry for like, I don't know, $30 or something.
Then do that.
Well, then you guys use a sperm bank.
Okay.
And get sperm donor. How about that?
Okay.
That doesn't
Boom.
seem very fun.
Roasted.
Not really. I'd be down for that.
You'd be down for a sperm bank?
Yeah, before I was
Dope.
in my
Good for you.
relationship, I was thinking about going to a sperm bank and having a donor.
Really? At fucking 20?
I want kids before I'm 25, so.
Okay. All right. That's cool. What were you saying, Tiffany? You got a house to do the man's laundry. You need a house and a car and a ring.
Yeah, and a ring.
Wife status.
Damn, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. All right, we're gonna lower the TTS to. We're gonna do a roast session. We're gonna lower the TTS to $20. Then we're gonna do the roast session. Then we're gonna wrap up. While I'm getting that set up, any final thoughts from any of the panelists here? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Go ahead, Tiffany. Like, go crazy, or don't go crazy. Damn, bro. Y'all see these TikToks where the girl's like, "Oh, I'm on a date with a guy," and it's like he doesn't really talk. Is that really dudes who are like that, or is that y'all? Just throwing that out there. Like, is it really guys that aren't carrying conversation? Like, there's 9 of y'all. There's 1 of me. Hello.
We carry productive conversations. Guys carry unproductive conversations.
That's the biggest baloney I've ever heard. Major baloney. Baloney sandwich. You know how I know this? Typically, this is actually a studied thing. Women talk about other people, and men will talk about like ideas and concepts and things. When they're together, like when women are together, they typically talk about other people. When men are together, they talk about things and ideas.
A full group of men I have been friends with in the past, when they get together, they play belly bongos. They don't talk about
you hang out with a bunch of soy boys, so there's no surprise there. $20 TTS, boys. $20 TTS. Read them and weep. Get them in, boys. I need to change a couple things on my... Sina, what you got for me, bro? Go ahead. Talk about Canadian dating or some shit. Canadian bacon.
Bacon?
Yeah, go ahead.
Canadian bacon's pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, okay. Going around the table, do you guys think that body count... Do you think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
No.
What about you?
No.
Okay. Lexi? No?
I think sometimes.
Sometimes? Okay.
Depends.
Okay.
Depends.
Okay.
I know I wrote something different. I would just say it's based on your values. If you want a low body count, seek someone who has a low body count. If you have a high one, then don't.
Also, don't expect someone else to have a low body count and be offended if they have a high body count, if you yourself have a high body count.
Wait, can you clarify your position on that?
If you have a high body count, you can't be like, oh, a girl has to have a low body count. That's ridiculous. Then you should have a low one.
So you're saying like a person with a high body count,
just hold
they're only allowed
yourself,
to date?
No, I'm saying you shouldn't care. Hold yourself
Why?
to the same standards you're holding everyone else to.
Really?
Yeah.
So do you believe in perfect symmetry between desires between men and women?
That is a weird question. What do you mean
okay,
by
let me
that?
see that. Here, I'll reframe it. In order for you to desire a trait in a partner, need you also possess said trait to desire it?
I don't hold any expectation of someone I date unless I hold myself to that, yes.
Really?
Yes.
And question, what's your orientation? Like, are you straight, bisexual?
I'm straight.
Okay. Perhaps this could be the case for you where there's perfect reciprocity and perfect symmetry when it comes to your own characteristics and then what you desire in a partner. I think this is probably dubious, but even granting this, do you think that this is the case for most women?
Is it the case for most women what?
Do you think it's the case for most women that the things they desire in men, they also possess all those same traits?
I think not just women, but I think in general, it's not the case, no.
So you think attraction, in terms of what we're both attracted to, is perfectly symmetrical. Whatever women want in men, men also want exactly that in women.
Like I said, in a general case with everyone, no, I don't think that's the case. In my case, yes, that's the case.
There's a bit of a delay on the TTS, guys. Well, because I guess my confusion here is that I don't think that there's symmetry in what men and women want. And also, I don't think it's either hypocritical to desire a trait in a partner that you yourself don't possess. For example, just curious, show of hands, do you guys like men who are funny? Everybody, right? Are you guys funny?
I think I'm funny.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm funny, but I make people laugh anyways.
Right, but like, I guess what I'm trying to get at here, I would not fault a woman who was not like, who didn't have like the comedic timing or who wasn't funny. I wouldn't fault her if she wasn't funny at all for finding somebody who is funny attractive, because that is an attractive characteristic to possess, at least for a man. I don't think it would make her a hypocrite. I don't think it would make her wrong, despite her total lack of humor. Perhaps she has a sense of humor. That's a bit different, though. She can detect, she can sense the humor, but she can't actually like make people laugh. Like, she's not funny herself. I don't think it's hypocritical. And I feel like most of you would agree, it wouldn't be wrong for a woman who's not funny to find funny men attractive.
I think
Fair
that's
proposition?
a strict borderline. I think that when you're in a relationship, I feel like you should think your partner is funny. Like,
really?
Yeah. Because you understand them, and you should naturally, if you like someone, I think humor and sharing that sense of humor comes in a big play in that. So I feel like whether it's you're funny yourself or you understand the humor and you can joke about it together, sharing that is a mutual thing. If you're someone who is funny and you're a jokester and you're constantly making jokes, and then your girlfriend never laughs at anything you say because they don't understand it even, no, I don't know.
Okay. But do you think everybody is equally funny then?
No, that's why it's base by base.
So then certainly there would be, like, for example, a girl who partners up with a guy who's just like objectively funnier than her.
Like I said, for other people, I don't think it's the case. For me, I would want my partner to think I'm funny, and I want to have a funny partner.
You gotta like remove, like, you gotta look big picture here.
This is about our opinions, though, so.
What's a bad opinion?
Our opinions about various things, and again,
right, but like,
opinions
I'm asking,
are based off your experience.
We're having a conversation about generalities. Like, I could just, if you're having a conversation with somebody and you can always point to like some exception to the rule, it's not really productive.
Okay, and I've said this is my personal opinion. I've also stated generally, do I think it's like that? No, I've said that multiple times.
Right, but so with the body count thing, you're saying, well, like as a guy, if you have a high body count but you desire women with low body count, that's like hypocritical or not acceptable.
It's not about desire, it's about requirement. If you require a female,
yeah, what's wrong with that?
Then why didn't you have a low body count?
I don't see how it's even hypocritical.
I think it is.
Okay, I mean, so just to be clear, so everything when it comes to what you desire in a partner, you two must possess it. Otherwise, you're
I'm
hypocrite.
specifically talking currently about body count.
Okay, so all women who want men to pay for dates are hypocrites because they wouldn't do it themselves.
I do it myself.
That's cool. But we're talking about women who their standard is they want men to pay for first dates. Are they hypocrites because they don't want to pay for the first date? Or is this an asymmetrical expectation that cannot be reciprocated due to the asymmetry of the standard?
If a woman wants to follow in line with, let's even go as far as to say, traditional male-female gender roles, and a woman requires a man to perform those gender roles, let's say paying for the date is one of them, and it is a genuine requirement, not a preference, anything like that. It is a requirement, then the woman should have no problem too with also being in that gender role too.
Wait, so the woman with the traditional gender role should not, of men paying for first dates, she should also be in the male traditional gender role?
No. Women who require men to perform their traditional gender role should be with men who want the woman to be in their traditional gender role too. That's how it is.
But that's asymmetrical.
No, that's equal.
Not really.
They want the men to be in their traditional gender role, so they should have a man that wants a woman in their traditional gender role. That is the same. That's exactly the same.
Right, but there wouldn't be it's not the same thing. There's a difference.
No, there's not. I just stated the same exact thing, but said man and woman.
What? Yeah, but the traditional gender roles themselves are different. You have to concede that.
Okay, but we're talking about the generality of it, are we not? That's what you just said.
I mean, I suppose I see what you're doing.
We're talking about generality. If we're going to talk generality, it's full generality.
A man who desires a traditional woman, she would be desiring a traditional man. That's still asymmetry.
Should.
Right, but then the actual entailment of those traditional gender roles are still different and asymmetrical.
We're talking about generality. You brought up generality, non-specifics. So if we're talking about generality, that is the case.
Look,
yes.
when it comes to the body count thing, and you saying, well, it's wrong for a guy with high body count to want, to desire, or perhaps to even exclusively date women with a low body count or who's a virgin, I don't think it's hypocritical. I don't think it's wrong. Just because this is just the nature of dating, men and women don't have perfectly symmetrical expectations and desires in partners. For example, women typically don't approach men. They want the man to make the first move. It would not be hypocritical for the woman to be like, oh, I don't want to make the first move, but they expect the man to make the first move. Does that make sense?
Then they should date a man who likes to make the first move. That's the same exact thing.
And a guy who has a high body count can go ahead and date a low body count woman.
I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying to make it a requirement. To specifically seek that out is weird.
Why?
Because it shouldn't matter. It clearly didn't matter to the guy when he was racking up the body counts. So it shouldn't matter to him that a female has them as well.
Well, he's made a determination. We all want to get the best that we can get in a partner. And he's come to the conclusion after his extensive experience that women who don't display sexual promiscuity actually tend to make for better partners. And for this reason, he's making just a logical determination that despite my past conduct, I determine that women who have a low body count or who are virgins are going to make for a better long-term partner. Ergo, I'm going to pick the best option that I can get.
That in and of itself is rooted in hypocrisy as well.
How is that hypocritical?
If we're going by the line that, oh, well, if you have lower, let's make that assumption. If you have lower, that means you're going to be a better partner or long-term partner. And you have to experience things and try out your options, whatever you worded it. Then females should be doing the same thing, and they can't paint it as a bad thing then that
No, I'm not.
they have
I'm not
a
advocating for male promiscuity. I'm saying he happens to have a high body count.
Okay.
And this isn't central. This isn't core to the argument. But because of actually his experience, he has actually come to a determination that actually, when it comes to like long-term relationships, women who have low body counts make for better romantic partners.
Then I would say that in that case, men with lower body counts make for better partners, and that woman should not date him.
I mean, that's up to her determination, but it occurs to me that there's also an asymmetry insofar as men have a much greater issue when it comes to female promiscuity than the reverse.
I would not agree with that, but I'm not going to talk on that.
You disagree with that?
I disagree, but I'm not going to talk on that. Firm decision.
Oh, why? Just curious.
Firm decision.
Is it triggering for you
No.
to talk about body count?
Firm decision. I talked about body count. I'm talking about promiscuity and stuff like that. No, I don't really care about that.
Okay. Well, going around the table, those of you, a lot of you said body count, whatever, shouldn't matter, not a big deal. Going around the table, what's your body count starting with Pos? Go ahead.
Oh, I feel like most people already know this, though.
But there's new viewers, there's new people at the table. Go ahead.
Range between like 50, whatever.
50 to 60.
Yeah.
Okay. Since your last appearance, how many bodies?
I've been up 2.
2 bodies since last time? Okay. And you're 21, right?
Yeah.
21. Like, have you like thought about like I'm just curious, the math or whatever? Like by the time you're 30, like what do you think the like is it going to be like 100 plus, you think, by 30?
No, I think right now I'm just like
you're slowing down
a little bit more picky. Yeah.
Okay.
But before I was more like, I did not want to like not be with multiple guys at once. To like the point where like once I threw a party and I had like every guy I was talking to show up, and I had everyone like wear the same colors so I knew who they were, go to each one of them, be like,
Wait, you did this?
Yeah.
Wait, you invited all the guys you hooked up with?
Yeah, just all at once. I can just like get it over with.
Wait, you did
and, like
this?
Meet everyone. Yeah, I had everyone wear the same colors so I knew who they were. Pink.
Wait, you actually did this? Did you say this on the last show?
I don't think so. I don't know.
How many men showed up?
I only invited 7.
Wait, so 7 dudes? Was there an orgy afterwards, or?
No.
So you invited 7 dudes who all had carnal knowledge of you, and they all wore pink, and then they just like had a bro sesh and kicked it?
I don't think anyone like actually knew about it because I always throw like themed parties, so it wasn't odd for me to like tell people like dress code or whatnot. So.
But you only told the dudes that you hooked up with to wear pink.
Yeah, everyone else
could wear something else.
Yeah, like a different theme to like the party I had.
And did they know?
No. I mean, they probably know now if you're seeing this.
That's wild. That's crazy, Pos. What the hell? All right, I'm going to let the roasts come in, and then we're going to hopefully wrap up here. There's quite a few, so yeah, we'll get to it. Thank you, Vector.
Vector donated $20. Brian, I think Chair 5 is sitting in the same chair as the woman that said she could beat up Brock Lesnar. The chair is pretty woke. Best take a blowtorch to it. I am offended by that chair.
Yeah, blowtorch, good idea.
Vector donated $20. The environment is worth protecting more than having children. What a selfless generation. So selfless that the Earth will have the greatest contribution ever made by humans, going extinct. Aaron TB donated $20.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Vector.
Guys talk about building futures. Girls talk about spending resources.
Yo, Aaron, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
The _TD_ project donated $20. If Chloe's lying skills were measured on a scale, it would read to be continued. Her delusion is next level. Wow. FYI, the US women's soccer team got thrashed by a bunch of under 15 boys.
Yeah, it's bad.
Libertariat donated $20.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Chair
it.
1 need to roll a lock BC. She's a straight up succubus.
Warlock, do you want to join our World of Warcraft guild?
I like video games. Is that a video game?
Okay, W. I'll get
Okay.
you set up. We'll play World of Warcraft with you.
Snapmore donated $19.99. Seat 5. When your worldview gets challenged, don't shy away and hide behind your scapegoats such as "this isn't dating and but from my experience." Your anecdotal scenarios can't lift your crushed ego. Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20.
Thank you, man.
Holy shit, Brian. Can you believe chair number 4's mother reproduced 11 retards like her? It's amazing most of these girls love to argue about things they know nothing about. Kamala's daughter in chair 7 big. Aaron TB donated $20. Girl with glasses, if you're broke, then you shouldn't demand a man to pay for anything for you or criticize him for being broke.
Yeah, I mean, really quick, just on that, like when it comes to the double standards or hypocrisy, like, for example, plenty of women who have no status want to date high status men. Like plenty of women who are nobodies would jump at the chance of dating an A-list celebrity, a professional athlete, a famous musician. I bet you all have a celebrity crush. It wouldn't be like, I don't think there's a asymmetry. It doesn't mean you're a hypocrite if, like, you as a woman who's a nobody wants to date a really hot, attractive male celebrity. That doesn't make you a hypocrite.
It's fine to want it. You shouldn't expect that as a requirement. That's all I've said. You can want anything you want.
I don't even think, even if you expect it, I don't think it makes you a hypocrite. Whether you can get it or not is a different thing. But I mean, look, it's like, how many, like, I would, a woman who makes $40,000 a year, if she followed your worldview, is she supposed to turn down a billionaire? Otherwise, she's a hypocrite. Heaven forbid she be a hypocrite.
I said that they can want it. They can get it all they want.
You gonna pass on? Are you a billionaire? Would you date a billionaire?
I just stated.
Would you date a billionaire?
I just stated.
Answer the question.
I'm not answering the question like that.
Would you date a billionaire?
And I'm trying to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
I stated, again, many times at this point, clearly you are not properly listening. I have stated that
you've stated many times.
Yes, I expect someone to have the same things as me. I do not require.
Yeah, I don't even think I claimed require, though.
Okay.
But your position was to even desire or want.
No, I specifically said you can desire and want all you want. You cannot expect it as a requirement. That is explicitly what I've said this entire time.
I don't even see it. So you're saying a guy who refuses to date women with high body counts, but he has a high body count himself, and he's like, here's my standard. I only want to date low body count women or virgins. That's hypocritical. It's not hypocritical.
It is.
I disagree.
Look up hypocrisy, please.
Would it be hypocritical for a woman who does not have a penis to only want to date people with penises? She doesn't have a penis. All you women here who are straight, you fucking hypocrites, maybe some of you are bi or whatever, you fucking hypocrites, you women and your attraction to male genitalia, it is fucking disgusting. I'm disgusted by all of you right now. How dare you desire a male with a penis if you don't possess a penis yourself? I'll allow, if you have a big clit, you get the pass though. I'll allow, and big labia. Big labia, if you have a large labia, I only date women with large labia. You also, I guess, you are also not a hypocrite if you desire a man with a penis. But if you have a small labia, an innie, as they're called, not an outie, an innie, or you have a small clit, you cannot desire a man with a penis. You can date a man with a micro penis. I'll allow it. Anybody here into micro penises? Good talk. That was good. Thanks, guys.
Marlon Gonzalez donated $20. Fifth girl in center. I'm still lost. Why would you go to a sketch doctor when your friend was wrongfully shot by a cop and didn't take them to court and go to a real doctor?
We were kids.
Jack_M donated $20. Chair number 5, you lost the battle and you're sore about it. Number 7, I will make sure you never are in OR I'm in. Brian, I know you want a GF to do the chores, but take this trash out.
That's
Realize a
pretty personal
network
day.
donated $20. How can these girls even take themselves seriously when none of them know the difference between woman and women? What does plural mean? Higher body counts than IQ. Meg Griffin in Chair 5BS Stories.
Oh wait, we were doing body count, right? Pause. You say your body count is what? 60?
Something like that.
Something like 60. Okay. Going around the table, body count.
Can we do a range?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, mine's in between 0 and 5.
Okay. So 4
Around there.
or 5? Okay.
Around
All right. Sina.
3.
Okay. Lexi.
Do I have
You have to. You have to. I'll get. Yeah, you have to.
Okay, 2.
Okay. Cool. Chloe.
Simply those I've dated.
Huh?
Simply those I've dated.
So how
And
many
so if you were to
people?
add those up in a calculator.
Not answering that.
If you were to add those up in a calculator. Plus.
Not answering.
Is it over 100?
No, it's under 5.
It's over 9,000!
Under 5?
Yes,
That's
it's
fair.
under
I'll
5.
accept that. Ellen, hold on. Ellen, you got to do us a solid here, okay? You've been omitting all night. You got to come in on the body count question.
But this is a private question.
Ellen, bro,
This is
bro,
definitely
Ellen,
a private question.
I've been so generous all night.
And I
letting you-
appreciate your
letting you skip.
generosity.
Ellen, was it like 1, 2? Come on.
It's very, very. I just think it's
Low?
like.
It's
no,
very
I
low.
just.
That's it, boys. It's like 3 or less.
I just think it's private information that shouldn't be publicized.
I think it's public information that should be publicized in various newspapers. I have connections with the New York Times, the Atlantic, Washington Post. I will publish it in print if you'd like me to.
I would not like it. I would not like to disclose.
I'm just kidding. It's just on the whatever. I don't have any connections with any of these journals. Scientific America, can I publish it there? Sorry. Range, will you do a range? Do me a solid, Ellen. Be a homie. Are you my homie? Are we homies?
I think you're really kind.
Wait, really? You're not. She's just saying.
I think you're a kind person for being so generous, for letting me, skip over questions if I don't feel really
fuck this guy. Ellen, range. Do me a solid, Ellen. Do me a solid. Range.
0 to 5.
Beautiful. Okay. What about you?
I don't want to answer for
Actual
2
number?
reasons.
2 reasons? Okay,
One,
go ahead.
because my family might watch me, and they're kind of religious.
Yeah.
2, I think I have chose to answer most of the questions, so I just want a fair pass on this one.
All right. How about range? Will you do range?
No, because I answered like 90% of the questions.
What is it?
I honestly don't know. I stopped. I'm
You
26.
you
I
forgot.
stopped counting.
You're 26?
A long time ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So.
Do you want to do range like 30 to 40?
Yeah.
Is that fair? 30 to 40? 50?
No.
6? Maybe
Not
like
30.
100 plus?
No.
Just like 100 plus.
No.
It's okay. It's cool. Here, I'm going to write it down. 100 plus. It's official now.
Look, no, I mean, there's only like 2
I'm a
people on
lefty, by the way,
OnlyFans,
so it's also
there's not.
more official because I'm left-handed. Tiffany?
0.
All right, cool, Tiffany. Rock and roll. I'm proud of you, I guess.
Wait, you have a boyfriend though. You guys.
They are waiting for marriage.
Ah.
Yep.
I'm Christian.
Ah.
She's a Christian, and she also is a Kanye fan. Big Kanye fan, so that has everything to do with her virginity. Whatever the answers are.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
For all of you. Ellen, if I give you a $2 bill, will you answer? This offer is extended to you and Chloe. Did Chloe? $2 bill. Do you know how much this is worth, Ellen?
I actually used to collect $2 bills, so I have a plethora of them at home.
This is a crisp one, though.
No,
Ellen.
but mine's like brand new. Mine's are brand new.
This is brand new.
No, but I would like to keep my private matters private,
All right.
personal.
$2 bill? You have a collection of $2 bills also?
No.
All right. Okay. All right. Hey, some things can't be bought. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Okay. More chats. The fuck, bro.
In not wrong
By the way, this is the roast session. Roast session.
Donated $21. 5 is literally the lowest IQ to have ever been on here.
That's me, bro.
Facts
I
and
have the lowest
opinions are
IQ.
different. 7 is just a notch below the mental inability. Chair 4 has been the most honest. This
W pause.
episode has been awful.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Awful episode. I disagree. I thought it was good. I thought it was okay.
Woody donated $20. Chair 5 with the lived out grandma glasses. What is your prescription, or is it a claim to marginalization because you're a white woman?
Yeah, do you have lenses? Actually, do we have the eye patch photo, Damien? Did we get an eye patch on her? In the Discord? In the research tab or whatever? Aw, damn, bro. Okay. Shit.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Funny how Ellen can criticize men but can't tell the idiot next to her she's wrong. I'm for the draft with this generation. They need to be eliminated.
Damn, bro,
so
what the
we can
fuck?
start from a clean slate.
It's a roast session. We're doing a roast session, guys. And, they're going to roast.
Lol Paladins donated $20.
Thank you, guys.
I have a body count of 500 and I only have sex with virgins. Definitely not interested in anyone on this panel. Boom roasted.
Damn, that's crazy, Lil Paladins. And that guy's like a pumper, too. Like, that guy, he's killing it in Season of Discovery. Yeah, like, he's really good. Like, he pumps, like, he parses. Like, he's sweaty with it, too. Like, full consumes, full world buffs, like, 300 engineering. Like, he's sweaty. Good talk. All right, we have Michael Jones with the $100 super chat. So, ladies, thank you all for being here. Look, if a madman ran into the Whatever podcast right now, you would all expect Brian to get up and intervene, protect you all. Why? It's because that's what men do throughout history. That's what men have always done. Thank you, Michael Jones. I know it took us a while to get to the super chat, but I do appreciate your super chat. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We have Dragon's Talon. A woman's probability of divorce with 7 years is 76%. If you had more than 10 male partners, why would a man want to take a chance on you? Question for the ages. Dragon's Talon, thank you for a dope name, bro. Thank you for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. More roast coming through.
GMD Jim donated $20. Well played, Brixan. The cognitive dissonance level was off the chart today. Have you ever considered a panel of all primates to see if you can get a higher level of intellectual honesty?
You know what? I do want to get a panel of all, maybe not all because it's going to be hard, but like female incels, femcels. If there's any femcels watching, any female incels, not femcels, female incels. Because like femcel, there's all kind of language tricks being played. If you're a female incel, I want to hear from you. I want to have you on the show. It's. I don't even think that's a thing, but just for the if you self-ID as a female incel, I'd like to hear from you. Let's see. We have really quick. To those who said bear, would you guys be willing to? We'll film it. I'll have a cage with a man and then a cage with a bear. I will pay you $10,000 to get in the cage with the bear for 10 minutes.
What kind of bear?
There will be we will roll a dice or some shit. Proportionate to the amount of bears that are in the United States, we will roll a dice, and proportionate to the amount of bears there are, it could be a grizzly, it could be a black bear, it could be a brown bear. Random bear. And then we'll select a random man who's geographically located in this area.
In California?
In California, geographically located. And then you'll be presented with the option. You can go in the cage with the man or the cage with the bear. For 10 minutes. That
seems fun.
And I will pay you $10,000 to go in the cage with the bear for 10 minutes. For the man, you get a hamburger if you do that.
I mean, at least you get something.
So there's more incentive to pick the bear, not just your fear of men. Down?
Down.
So I'll pay you $10,000.
All right, let's set it up
to
right now.
fucking kick it in a cage with the bear.
Yeah.
And Chloe, you'll do it?
It's fun sounding.
Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all crazy, son. That's crazy, dude.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20.
No, sorry, they're going to roast you
The
guys.
level of retardation in this room is outstanding.
Oh.
I have never heard so much misinformation and disinformation in my life. Your usefulness to this nation is null, along with your U.S.
Damn,
citizenship.
bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you, man.
Kitso donated $20.
Yo, thank you, man.
Saying hi from Algeria. Big fan of the show.
Appreciate it, bro. I got family, or I had family. I had family from Algeria back in the day.
Smexy Jelly donated $20.
Thank you, man.
The only B word you should call these women are beautiful, because BTCHS love when you call them beautiful.
What the
You
fuck?
can't expect a wifey treatment if you don't give husband treatment. Owen donated $20. Chair 6, complaining about this podcast talking politics. Have you not seen the 4B and other TikToks where libs dump cons in response to Trump's re-election? Proves that politics and dating are linked.
It is
Labia Munger donated $20. If a bear wants to eat you, it doesn't kill you quickly first. A bear will start eating you alive right away, and it will take you many agonizing minutes to bleed out. Use wisely your power of choice. Sean Davis donated $20. Hey Brian, hello from New Zealand, again. What a beautiful panel of girls. I have really enjoyed the show. FYI, I am well off financially, and cannot find a woman that is not so self-absorbed.
Damn, sorry to hear, man.
Derp
New
Derp
Zealand. You gotta
donated
leave.
$20.
You gotta leave. It's too woke.
Ratings from right to left: Goth Mammy 7, ABG 6.5, Blondie 7, Manny Pacquiao 5, Delusional Raging Feminist
I like how
5,
he used my name.
Chair 6, 4, Indian Girl 4,
Wait, what?
Tatted 304 5, Tiffany 5.
Oh, was that a rating?
Yeah, that was the rating. You're Manny Pacquiao.
I missed it.
Yeah.
I was
good talk.
confused.
Isn't he Filipino,
Jack
though?
underscore M donated $20.
And you're Thai,
Chair
right?
number
Yeah.
5, how
What
are
was
babies
mine?
made? Disturbed, this is for you.
Do you
I gave
remember
both
what
of
mine
us a
was?
4.
Oh, okay.
Damn, bro. Oh boy, they're really coming for you. Oh boy. Random bear. Random bear. Just my personal opinion. You, Chair 5, RA blank, Weird Al called and wants his haircut back. W. Brixan for putting up with this idiocracy. Look, she was good. She was good. Can we pull the bear meme? Damien, can you pull up the bear meme?
Termiatops 4 donated $20. Chair 1, I'd like to watch the movie The Ring where you're the girl that comes out of the well. Chair 5, your crazy leftist upside down views are broken and nonsensical.
Boom.
Reality does not bend to feelings.
Can you put your, do you know The Ring?
Yeah.
Can you just do your hair like that right now? It's the end of the show, so it's like, we're about to wrap, so it's like, fuck it, you know? Holy shit, I'm kind of freaked out. No, more. Yeah, get that straight in the front.
Okay, is it straight? I can't see.
Wait, can you do it too?
Me?
Yeah. Fuck it, it's the end of the show, right? Fuck it, might as well, right?
I have bangs.
You know, I can do
Fuck this shit up. Damn, wait, every girl at the table, can you do the ring hair? Lexi, come on, bro. She is blonde. I feel like it's got to be darker hair, you know?
My hair is tied. Though.
Boss, let's see it.
Just do like a.
Damn,
I
sketch.
just look emo.
Ellen, hook it up, Ellen. Come on, we're homies now. You got, hey, Ellen, ring hair.
What even is ring hair?
The Ring? Have you know the horror movie?
Oh.
It's like she has her hair like, so just go like this with your hair and just like pull it directly. No, you're totally
But my
fucking it
hair's
up.
not straight. Like their hair is like straight, so it looks
Okay, fine. It's a wavy ring girl.
like,
Oh, come on. Full send
Like
it, Ellen.
here?
Full send it. Keep going. Just get that fucking.
okay, I think this is like
That's really good. I'm kind of terrified right
the
now.
max.
I'm so scared. Okay.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20.
Thank you, man.
You are useless, entitled, good-for-nothing feminist parasites
Bro,
in U.S.
what the
society
fuck,
being voted out of office. Enjoy your misery for the next
Oh my
4
God,
years, as well
bro.
as your woke coat panic and feminism's death.
Chill out, guys. Chill out. Holy shit.
5th chair as an idiot donated $20. First, didn't she say a woman that doesn't exist, exists? Wouldn't that mean all those things that don't exist, exist? Second, her personal experience equals bananas. She's bananas. I said it.
What the fuck?
Brett Cooper's daddy donated $20.
No,
Chloe,
bro.
please do not
Bro.
have children. For the love of God, please don't. Chair 8, holler at me.
Chair 8? Who's that? Is that you?
What's up?
Oh, what's up? He's trying to
Josh donated $20.
Trying to be a stepfather.
Brian, how do you sit there and not correct these bimbos as they say woman when they
don't
should say
use
women?
that. They are not
It's
bimbos.
unreal. They can't even refer to their own gender properly. It's torture to listen to.
Look, you know,
In Not Wrong underscore on underscore X donated $21. Chair 4 has too many bodies. Most of you are actually retarded. Number 9 is fine and semi-smart. Most insufferable panel since Nala. Semper Fi Roasters.
So like a week ago?
Stay classy. Dariel underscore Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair 8, you're a hypocrite. You said unfortunately your BD is still alive after killing 2 babies and almost the third one.
Oh, no.
That's probably why he ghosted you. Hashtag send dot the dot
You guys want to fire? They coming for you. You guys got to
Ryan's
fire back.
Neckpain donated $20.
Come on, Chloe, fire
Chair
back.
5, you said you wanted to be a mom via artificial insemination. You should use a trans man's sperm. FRTO, please don't procreate.
Chloe, fire
Militariat
back,
donated $20.
Fire back, Chloe.
A micro penis is just an A cup. All are welcome here in whatever.
Huh?
First off, I just want to come to the defense of I am part of the small titty committee. I think it's wrong. The bigotry that the attacks of the women with small boobs get is really unfair. I'm against it. I am in solidarity. I am with you guys who have small boobs. I'm on your. I'm a ally. I don't. Actually, I've gained a bit of weight, so I actually kind of like. It's not just I'm an ally. I got a dab out, right? I'm kind of like I got to lose a bit of weight, you know. So I also. I know what it's like to have small boobs. Okay, good talk. You know, look, I got to lose some weight. It is what it is, you know. But I think it's wrong that they be coming for you guys sometimes, you know, if like you got pots, it's not because I'm not looking at you. I'm just saying like women with small boobs, like,
You know, I'd rather have like small perky boobs than like big saggy boobs.
like some like knee slapper.
Yeah, like you walk and you can like hear it. Like
Here's what's crazy. I upset a girl a previous show because I was like, I feel like I'm even gonna upset the small boob girls. Like, okay, so I think there's like something kind of elegant about small titties. You know what I mean?
I agree because being skinny is class.
I wasn't going there. I was just like,
Why do you think?
does anybody here have fake titties? Do you have fake?
I don't.
You don't? No fake titties? Okay.
No.
Anybody?
Unfortunately, not.
Look, I'm just saying, like, you look at Greek and Roman sculptures, they didn't have like giant fucking can crusher titties on like Greek and Roman sculpt. Like, they were very modest, like B cup, A cup. I'm just saying, the Greeks were onto something. You know what I mean? Okay, good talk. Let's see. We have
Submersible Honky donated $20. Chair 1, would you please say the following? The night is dark and full of terrors.
Oh, it's not weird. It's Game of Thrones. It's not a weird
Is
thing.
that?
Yeah, it's just Game of Thrones. It's not like a weird.
What is it?
The night is dark and full of terrors.
The night is dark and full of terrors.
Wow, that was great. Good job. Good job. Melisandre character from the show. Any Game of Thrones people here? You guys are missing out. Although, well, not really because the end sucked. So.
Zyem201299 donated $20.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
Hi,
it.
Brian. Big fan of the show. Been watching for a while and enjoy the podcast. Appreciate the work yourself and the whatever team do to bring us the great content.
Thank you, Zyem. Appreciate
Cheers.
it, man. Thank you.
Vector donated $20. Chair 5, have you ever misgendered someone who identifies as gender fluid? My sprinkler goes like this and comes back like this.
Ooh, whoa, that was new.
Chair 5, please don't kids donated $20. Chair 5, did you eat a lot of paint chips as a kid?
Shoot back. Fire back, Chloe. Go ahead. Fire back. Call him a dork or something. Okay. All right. Just trying to help, you know. All right. Oh my God.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Brian, you need to be handed a medal for listening to this level of unrelentless grabbage. Thank you, retarded South Korean race traitors. You just gave Brian enough viral clips to last 2025.
Wait,
Lol Paladins donated $20.
is that about me?
I need to hear what Michael Knowles, who is an old simp and also stupid, said about Andrew Wilson.
Andrew's going to address it on Tuesday's show. He'll address it on Tuesday's show.
The affirmed fellow donated $20. Chair 5 could have told us she woke up this morning thinking she was John Lennon and we would have believed her before her gender argument.
He had a really good song, John Lennon. Imagine? Do you want to... You're a singer. Can you sing Imagine?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Lol Paladins donated $20. Brixan, you are a liar. You say you are a member of the Itty Bitty Committee,
I am.
but in reality, you always put the girls that get the views in seat number 1. Don't deny reality like your panelists.
I put the girl with the color hair in seat 1, not because of boobs. You are wrong, sir. It has nothing to do with boobs. It has everything to do with hair color. You are mistaken, Lol Paladins. Rude.
Thor donated $20. This panel guest is so boring tonight they probably give unenthusiastic hand jobs. Chair 1, can I get that surprising BJ with that black lipstick?
What the fuck, bro? Thor, what the fuck? Also, like, as a guy, do you even want an enthusiastic hand job? You know? Like, if a girl was like, let's say I was like, I went out with a girl, right? I went out with a girl, and she was like, look, I don't really want to, like, do oral. I don't want to do that. But, like, I'll give you a hand job. I would just be like, I'm good. We can just kick it. We can just talk. You know, I'd turn down. I'd be like, nah. Chill out, lady.
There definitely is something different, like, with giving someone a hand job versus, like, putting your mouth on it. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, like... from like my guy friends, or like everyone always forgets to like take off their rings or like you know, all of this.
No,
but like
even if there are no ornaments on your hand, even if it's totally good and.
Oh, I guess with the mouth you can like suck a little harder.
One time I was dating this girl and she played lacrosse, and I was hooking up with her and it was dark and she was giving me a hand job.
Oh, was it like the rough hands?
It felt like a dude.
Oh.
Like I was like damn, it was
calluses.
Like, yeah, it was like
okay,
rough, son. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, then don't.
And I was
date
like starting
to
question myself, like, am I kind of gay? I was starting to think, am I gay?
Oh, well.
Because I was like, kind of, you know, it was conflicting because it like felt good. It was still a hand job, so it still sucked, but you know, like whatever. But she played lacrosse and she was a babe. You know, but like it was dark and she had like calluses and shit.
She used like lotion or like spit or like was it just like dry?
It's TMI. I'm not that kind of. I don't reveal these details, but like I don't know, ladies. Just like from a guy who will, you can ask me anything. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to sugarcoat it because like a lot of guys, you got to think right. Here, I'm going to give you girls some game. Guys will say what you want to hear. So they have a better chance of having sex with you. They will lie. They will cheat. They will steal. Because they want to get, they want to get you. I don't think this is good. They shouldn't do it. I believe in honesty, even if it risks offending somebody. Just like, don't do the hand job thing, just like cut that shit out. Just be like, go. You can't be half a gangster. You either...
Okay, but what if you're giving head but also using your hands at the same time?
That's advised.
Yeah, okay.
That's because it's like combo points. But no, on its own, no. Just don't even do it, to be honest. Chat, what do you guys think? I mean, I'd rather just go home. Don't even do that.
What about the feet?
A foot job? What the fuck?
I'm just bringing it up because it's like a normal thing.
I mean, I don't know if the boot changes anything. I'd have to think about it if there's a boot. Nah, probably. Foot? What the fuck?
Some people are into that.
It just wouldn't. Okay. Nah, don't do that shit, man. Okay, we have more coming through. There's a bunch.
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair 7 won't say her body count cause she's ashamed, especially coming from a religious family. Scary how she's in the medical field and can't tell you what a female's it. #Deportha.
I don't really know what that has to do with me performing in the medical field.
Libertariat donated $20. Brixan is a man of culture. Booba in chair number 1 is based.
Man of culture, W. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, Libertariat. We have some more coming through. About
Booze Coma donated $20.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Question for Chloe. Would an OBGYN ever suggest a trans woman get a hysterectomy?
I'm not an OBGYN.
You're not?
Dariel_Frank Castle 512 donated $20. This is the quietest Chair 5 has been all night finally. I thought Chair 1 was a trans mannequin at first glance. Never invite Chair 3 and 6 again, Brian. Waste of oxygen in that room.
First off, they both have very small frames. The oxygen was not substantially depleted due to Chair 3 and Chair 6. I thought Lexi and Ellen you guys talked too much, to be honest.
You think so?
I think you guys, especially you, Lexi. I mean, I couldn't get you to shut up the whole show. And you, Ellen, well, you were just...
No, I was yapping, right?
You were yapping. You were a professional yapper, or whatever it is. And so, okay, thank you. We got DELUSIONal, thank you.
DELUSIONal donated $20. These girls want you to risk your life for them, but they can't even be honest to answer obvious questions and chose a bear. Also, if the good die young and women live longer than men, are women good?
Damn, that was like some Shakespeare shit. That was crazy. I can't, okay. Hey.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Chair 1 has some big old nice as well as strong titties. I suspect she combusts in sunlight and has fangs.
Are you a vampire?
I get called that all the time. And I love it. Yeah, I think that's hot.
Okay.
That's hot.
Also, aren't you like a contortionist is the word?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Can you show us something? Or is it's not wardrobe appropriate?
Right.
Do you want to like throw on like a t-shirt or something and you could do like that crazy... I saw your Instagram, bro.
Oh, you saw that?
Would you do it on like the table or some shit?
I could do that, but I couldn't do it in this, no.
Yeah, well, we don't want like a titty popping out. Like we gotta get you a t-shirt. Do you want a Smash the Patriarchy t-shirt or do you want a Kamala Harris 2024 t-shirt? That's all I have to give you.
I don't know.
You got to pick one.
Those are good options.
That's all you've got, really.
I don't care.
You'll let me pick.
Yeah.
Okay, based. Patriarchy wins again. Okay, wait. Hold on. We got more coming. We'll do that at the end, though.
Cornelius Buttknuckle donated $20.
God, bro, these guys are crazy.
Chair 5, I don't think you're stupid, but you're very ignorant to the world around you. You need to get out more and do some people watching. Brian, how the orangutan titties doing?
First off, I've lost 5 pounds. I'm on a diet. I've gained a bit of weight, but I'm going to lose it. In fact, listen, I used to be very trim when I was younger. I was very fit. Damien, why don't you pull it up the Instagram? Just so they don't believe me, but, I was, I wasn't too bad in my younger days. Jackham said, God damn, bro, y'all.
Jack_M donated $20. Chair number 5, if chair number 1 gave me a blow and her lipstick rubbed off on my D, does that mean I can claim my D as black? Now the color matches the size. Kitten Bear donated $20. I feel bad for the soy boy chair 1 pegged, but hey, chair 1's a straight up Pegasus. Anyone who's seen the Pegasus say yay.
Word?
Josh donated $20. Brian, remember this, that feeling you had as you watched Nala's husband call out Andrew for his anti-Christian swearing and name-calling behavior. That was you hearing and feeling the truth.
Oh, okay.
Anon donated $20. You should just kick girls like Chair 5 off emo. They clearly don't believe in anything they are saying and are just here to disagree with everything you say and push an agenda. Boring to see.
You're like really popular right now.
Libertariat donated $20.
The thing
Chair
is,
number 1 with the Vanta black lipstick, copyright strike incoming.
The thing is, I made a decision when I was going to come on here that if this
Daniel
was like I
Nosseri
thought it
donated
was, 'cause most
$20. For the love of God, please
go a
put a
very
t-shirt on
political
Chair
way.
1 and get her to contort on the
and they are
table.
very rage bait and argumentative, that if that's the way it headed towards, I was going to just rage bait just as much. So like half
Smexy
the shit I
Jelly
say,
donated
not fucking true.
$20.
I just
Chair
wanna
1
make
and 9 is actually based and beautiful.
If they're doing
Panel
stuff to make me
Beher,
mad, I'll just do
Brixan,
stuff to make them
stop with the burritos. Chair 4 is cute, but body count disqualify her. Chair 5 is delusional.
Sorry to disappoint. I had a history.
You want like shorts or something?
Yeah.
I'll see about that one sec.
Toxic Podcast donated $20. Once again, Brian and Andrew spew homophobic and misogynist garbage on his religious extremist not dating show. Brian would rather bang a trans man, so he'd rather look at a dude having sex. Hella sus.
I'm not religious though, so I don't know. There's certain things about Christianity that I find very compelling, but I'm not religious. So I do think there's like compelling Bible verses that I think are fantastic, but yeah, I'm not religious. So I mean, sorry to burst your bubble there, buddy. Word. Okay, we're gonna wrap with the super chats. We're gonna get these 3, and that's it for the. Brian, I'm sending you an invoice for 100. My BS detector got fried listening to all the cap on the body counts. Dragonstown, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Let's be honest. If you don't have woman, do you mean women? Like Chair 5, what would you do on the show? I would talk to Poss about her sexual adventures. And I would talk to Cena about how we're going to annex Canada and invade it. And I would talk to her about vampire shit and garlic. I don't know. Eperus, is Chair 1 single? Best looking one. Oh, you got some fans.
Sweet.
Are you single?
I am single.
How many guys are currently in the picture? Be honest. Nothing? There's no guys?
0.
How long you been celibate for?
Quite a minute. I don't know how long exactly.
So like,
I would say like
a day?
No. Like a month or 2.
A month or 2? Okay, cool. All right, guys, thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all that. Once she's back, we'll wrap up the show. Guys, like the video, please. If you want, you can get a final last call on these.
Practicing Gentleman donated $20. Chair 5, you look like Gretchen Grundler from Recess. Not going to lie though, the glasses are doing it for me. Too bad you are a fucking moron.
Damn, bro, chill out, man. Thank you.
Toxic
But chill out,
Podcast
but thank you.
donated
Chill out.
$20. Not religious. What's your body count?
I don't reveal my body count because yeah.
Double Agent donated $20. What's the situation New Year's Eve? Live show? Plans for 2025? Taking the show on the road?
Sorry, hold on, let me pause that. I'll answer that.
GMD Jim donated $20. Speaking of that vacuous hole Nola and her non-Christian boyfriend, did you ever disavow his on-air death threat?
I didn't overtly I forgot what I might have been like, that's fucked up or some shit. And I'm pretty sure, the thing is, sometimes it's best to just like let shit move on instead of addressing it, because it puts more like more focus on it. Sometimes it's better to just not address something versus granted, I fuck up on that all the time. As far as our plans for 2025, we'll be back with the podcast. There will be a break. We're going to be taking a couple weeks off just during the holidays and stuff. So we'll be back in probably some point in January. Not sure exactly when, but there will be a couple weeks off. So
Daryl _ Frank Castle.
I'll pull that back up. She's not at the table. Hold on. There's a couple coming through. One sec, guys. Who we're going to raid? Pull up Twitch while we're waiting, I guess. Oh, hold on one second.
Vector donated $20.
Thank you, Vector.
Black
Appreciate it.
Clips, you are great. Auburn Hatsune Miku, not based only stands weirdo. Jillian Michaels, Christian based. Sex doll, Get in the Men, Ali Yankovic, Peculiar Human, Asian Sensation, Crazy Train.
Oh, he's giving us all who we
nicknames,
kind of, I guess. Who's playing right now? We got
Crazy Train.
We'll do Frosted Honest on. Can you pull up our Twitch really quick? This will be the final shot. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Guys, can you just check if you have a Prime sub available? It's been an hour since it's been 3 hours since we last had a Prime. Guys, just check if you've got a Prime sub available. Thank you, Dennis, for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. Also, just drop us a follow if you can, guys. And then, let's see.
Vector donated $20. Girl Gandhi, great. Asian Sensation 2, good stuff. Dumpy McBrian, lose it.
Sweet. Okay, also, guys, go to our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Final call out for the Discord. Guys, join the whatever Discord. We're playing World of Warcraft. Guys, join the guild, the whatever guild. You got to join. Got to join, guys. We're going to play. She's going to play with us. She's going to play a Warlock. Tiffany's going to play a Christian nationalist. I don't think that's actually, you can't play that. Mr. Treework, good morning from the East Coast, bud. Hope you're doing well. Yo, Treework, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You're up early even there on the East Coast. Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Oh my, these guys are on fire. Holy shit. Okay. Butter, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Appreciate it. Daryl, I'm pulling yours back up here. This is for you, if you want to respond.
Daryl _ Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair 8, can you please send your abortion clinic's info to Chair 5's mom so that she never produces and more retards in this world? She's clearly the product of ancestry.
It was Planned Parenthood.
Daniel Nosseri donated $20. Black lips are coagulated blood and not lipstick.
Daniel, thank you so much for the TTS, man. I do appreciate it. Thank you. You have another one coming through?
Christopher Scott donated $20. So while Brian was up, Chair 5 basically said she came on to troll. We kind of figured lol.
I don't know. Do you actually believe it? Because people can just like try to walk back like the dumb shit they said.
I decided that if I came on here and this was in fact a nice little dating podcast, then that's cute, that's cool. But if this is one of those rage baity, more so political ones, then I was just going to act just as rage baity and bullshit and dumb as you guys were going to act. So
I mean, you believe all the shit you said though.
No, so. I don't.
Oh, okay. So you're like you're transphobic then?
No. Half of it was the really, really absurd shit is bullshit, and the other stuff was not.
Okay, cool. I mean,
so
I don't see why is it actually like, why is it rage bait to have a position on?
It's more so if you expect to go into something doing one thing and then it's taken a more adverse stance, then I just act the way other people I feel are acting.
Yeah, but I mean, you've been familiar with the podcast for like a period of
I haven't been familiar.
I mean, you reached out to us back in March of 2024.
I reached out in March and then I stopped.
Yeah, sure. And then you followed up again.
I moved away.
Yep.
I saw a new advertisement. I didn't actually even realize it was the same one until probably yesterday.
No, you asked what is the podcast, and we said it's the whatever podcast. which you could have looked up if
which
you already reached out in March of 2024.
When I saw again another casting thing of it, I wasn't like, oh my God, I saw this podcast, I really want to be on this podcast, I love this podcast.
Right, but like,
I saw a casting, I applied to it, I applied to basically any casting.
Yeah, that's cool, but like, I mean, typically, at least most people will do like some modicum of like looking into like, okay, what am I going to go on?
I didn't.
Like, that's on you. That's on you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you didn't have 30 minutes to like go look at one of our live shows and like get an assessment of the nature of the podcast, and that we have like disagreements and sometimes the conversations can be disagreements or adversarial, then I guess that's on you. But like, there's no bamboozling. You reached out originally in March of 2024. You could have you had plenty of time to do research on the podcast. Not sure what to tell you.
Never said that.
Cool.
Libertariat donated $20. Up early, we are all up late. EST master race going into work now.
Easter, he's talking about living on the East Coast is master race. Cool. Thank you, man. Libertariat, appreciate it, man.
Woolen Guinea donated $20. How does a chick get on here? I tried the show Zig, but yeah, I can fly out there from Maine whenever.
Okay. Yeah. Did you DM? Have we responded to you? I don't know, but if you DM at whatever on Instagram, we can get you through the casting process. Let me see if there's any other last minute things here that we have to do. Alyssa, just one point of clarification. You said you've never been in a relationship a day in your life. Was that just like kind of like a cope thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, all right. You're honest about it. Let's see if there's anything else. Tiffany, did you want to weigh in on any of your takes? How about I'll do one just since we're short of time. Okay. You said only men should make decisions for the family, however, in the best interest of his wife and kids and not himself. Any girls object to this? She's saying only men should make decisions for the family.
I think that's completely unfair.
Unfair?
I think women should also have a say in what they would like to do as a wife.
Tiffany, what's your response?
You could definitely consult her husband about it, but the final decision should be made by the man.
Your response, Pause. Do you disagree with that?
And the guy should be considerate enough to take in your opinion.
Yeah, but you're in a
saying
relationship.
The guy should have final say?
Yeah.
Essentially, okay. Do you agree, disagree with that?
I think when you're in a relationship, there's some sort of like partnership, and there isn't one if like you guys can't go 50-50 on like say or like understandings. Like, what if you disagree? You're just gonna be like, okay, well, oops, my bad.
I think if you discuss it with your husband, you guys would come to some sort of compromise.
Okay, so if your boyfriend wanted to do something that you disagree with, would you still do it just because he has say?
I would end up agreeing with him most of the time.
So you would change your answer, your like whole belief, just because you're wanting to agree with your boyfriend?
If he explains his standpoint, I think I would eventually come into agreement with him.
Do you have an example of what you would like change your mind and agree with?
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Okay.
Let's see here. Sina, I'll get into your notes on Tuesday because you're back with us Tuesday, right? So I'll just get into that on POS. I think we hit pretty much all your notes. I think the only thing though is you believe the pretty privilege is a thing. I guess final thing on this.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Like, everyone here is pretty. So has anyone like ever experienced like going out and you just like get free drinks from someone, or you can just like tag along to like a guy at a bar and they'll just like buy you a drink, kind of like that. So that's kind of what I was talking about. Guys can do the same thing, except I think when guys do it, other like maybe like females or other guys are a little bit more intimidated by it, because girls don't normally go up to an attractive guy versus like guys going up to girls. like the ratio of that is a lot more high for a guy to walk up to a girl.
Well, you said here in your notes, you said something about you witnessed a girlfriend of yours. She started peeing with half of her ass off the couch of whoever's house we were at. And she was still talking to this guy like it wasn't happening. And he doesn't notice because he was actually blinded by her what?
Her big boobs. So that was just like an example I gave of like pretty privilege.
The pretty privilege was she could urinate on herself in public. And because of her giant titties, the guy was
he wasn't looking at anything else.
But do you think he knew she was peeing herself?
I really do not think so. But
but he was so distracted by the can crusher knockers that was her pretty privilege. It was a privilege. She has a privilege because if she, as a woman, if she had small boobs, he would notice the urination on herself.
Maybe. I mean, if you were sitting across from them like I was, you would have seen the waterfall go down.
It was leaking.
It was, yeah. There was a whole puddle. I saw someone like sit next to that puddle and was like, why is this wet?
He was distracted because of the titties.
Yeah. Clearly did not notice, but super obvious.
And this is just a pretty privilege that women with large titties. I agree with you. Women with large titties, you can distract men with your large titties. Especially if you're urinating on a couch. What the fuck?
Get away with a lot.
That's crazy. Okay. And then I guess final thing from you, Pos. You're like, I think we should normalize talking to possible partners about what they're into or what is allowed because I'm a very curious person like most things. But when it comes to not giving me any sort of warning and then he spit in my mouth, nope, got to go.
Yeah.
So you want the guy to at least check in with you before he spits on you.
Yeah. It's like
that'd be nice.
How maybe like you're having sex with someone, you're not just going to like expect him to just put his dick in your ass, you know what I mean? Like ask.
Yeah, like you gotta check
you're into
first.
That. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, like some of that crazier, like you gotta check first, you know. But like also like, but wouldn't you say like, pause for you at least? Like maybe there's a scale to this. Like, would you want a guy to be like, "Excuse me, madame, may I spank your bum?" Like you'd want the guy to just do it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. For some things you just want the guy to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like crazy shit, like you maybe ask first, you know.
I mean, yeah.
Excuse me, madame, may I spit in your mouth? That is I don't get that. What's cool? That's kind of crazy.
It wasn't even like a hot spit. Like I've had like
he just had like onions.
It was more like
what did
you know when people like hurl back like saliva in the back of their throat?
God.
It was like one of those.
Yikes.
Like I tasted it. I like felt it in my mouth.
You should just like take a break for it. You should have you thought about becoming a nun? No. You should become a nun. Pos the nun.
I don't
Good talk. Oh, and then last thing from Pos about your friend Avantika. She's from the Valley. And then 2 years ago, on a trip planned by one of your best guy friends, he met her day before the trip, and she said yes to come along with a group of us. She did not know, so I knew automatically she's insane.
But that's why we're
second
so close.
To you. Is that fair?
I mean, yeah, because we're just both spontaneous.
Yeah, you're spontaneous. You're spontaneous. All right, last few chats, then we're gonna wrap the show. I promise.
Beaten Cheeks donated $20. All right, so we have a troll. Perhaps we need a vetting process.
Uh-oh.
Shall I use my skills to vet your guests?
Man, that's a lot to ask of you, Beaten Cheeks. You're very busy with your businesses in Florida and not Florida, and you know you've got that thing in he has a business in Antarctica. Even he hunts polar bears.
Oh.
For science. He doesn't kill them. He hunts them to learn about polar bears and their testicles because he studies polar bear. Anyways, never mind.
Snapmore donated
I revealed too much. Sorry,
$19.99.
Fucking cringe.
It's Cope. She's a massive liar. All question against feminists are important in this day more than ever. Huge feminism politics is affecting men and women massively. Feminists equals anti-men.
Wouldn't the bigger like troll or whatever, like if you know what the podcast the podcast could be about, like instead of just essentially like letting us farm you for clips. Like the bigger like troll would be to just be like, no offense, like Ellen, just be like, yeah, I don't want to talk about that, and like not give us anything. Instead, you just like, I mean, you basically just like fed us content.
Yes, because
Right.
I'm not going to sit through this whole time saying nothing. I would go crazy.
Oh, okay. So it's just like self-entertainment.
Yeah, basically.
But like the bigger W as the troll would be to just like not give us anything.
I mean, I was doing it because
Food for
I thought it
thought.
would be funny for myself.
Okay, all right.
Anon donated $20. You should just disengage with people like Chair 5, clearly trolling all show, not even fun to watch because there's no real conversation. Peace. Chair 1 is beautiful, would it be gay to let her peg me?
No.
Bruv.
Ungateria donated
Not
$20.
Don't be a coomer. Don't be a
Good
coomer.
morning from Latom. Chair 1 looks like some kind of sexy gothic waifu. Can she do a you-woo or a meet kudasai for us? Very appreciated.
What's that?
Libertariat donated $20. Is she mentioning a hawk to you perhaps?
Pause.
Wait, what?
What? Okay, so can we get a uwu from you?
What is that?
You don't know the uwu?
No.
Sina, help us out. Can you tilt your mic down a bit?
I don't know what it.
You don't. Come on, bro. You know what a fucking uwu.
Can you demonstrate?
I'm not.
Yeah, can you demonstrate?
I'll do the uwu if every single girl here does the uwu.
Okay, go.
Lexi,
No.
you're lost, Lexi. You could have had an uwu. Go ahead, Sina. Come on.
I feel like you'd be so good at
Yeah,
it.
you demonstrate it.
You have the
I'm good.
look. You just like say
Do you
it
know
in like
that-
a cute
what
like
is it, the
anime
ahi-
voice, pretty
ahego?
much.
Do you know the ahego?
Yeah.
Can you do the ahego?
Of course.
Okay, go.
What camera you want me to look
This camera
into?
right here.
Okay. Ooh.
Both. Not at the same time. Like do a ahegao and then uwu. That's the ahegao. Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Oh.
Into this camera right here.
Like that? Or you want to flatter?
What? Do I want what? No, do it again. You again? Did you say? What did she say?
You want it flatter.
Flatter?
Like the tongue flatter. I think.
I don't know what that means. Sure. Do it.
Okay, guys. Like that.
Good job.
Oh, thanks.
That was good.
Ellen, come on, home. You got to do that.
I don't know how to do that.
Can you do uwu?
I don't even know what the.
You gotta demonstrate it first.
I feel like I need to ask a white girl so that I don't get accused of racism. Lexi, will you do the... I did that. I already asked Lexi if she'll do the uwu. Lexi, do it. Come on, W Lexi.
No.
If I do it, will you do it?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Do the uwu.
Okay, you do it.
No, Sina, you do it.
You do it first.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the uwu. I'll only do it if every single girl here does it first. Do you want to, how about you just do the uwu then?
Why? They asked her, no?
Yeah, but she doesn't know how to do it, so can you demonstrate for her?
I don't know how to do it.
Oh,
So
okay.
can you demonstrate?
Here, it's like
Yeah, you
this. Here,
demonstrate
okay,
it.
hold on. I'm not going to demonstrate it, but
Like anime voice.
I thought it was that face.
no. Go ahead, do it.
Can
Go,
I
go,
do
go.
that face instead?
Sure, go ahead. Into
Okay.
the into this
like
camera.
That camera. Okay, what did you
Like her.
You cross your eyes, kind of up.
do? Okay.
This camera right here.
Yeah.
Like that?
Wow. Okay, now she's gonna start an OnlyFans. What the fuck? Oh my god, fucking ridiculous. Okay, let's see. Two other chats. Then we're.
Devon Jackson donated $20. I wake up,
Coomer.
the show's still going, and the first thing Jay here is begging. Yes, that makes you gay, Coomer.
Thank you, Davon Jackson. Appreciate it.
Not
Definitely
gay.
Coomer. Anybody else want to take a crack?
Daniel
Pause, you wanna do
Nosseri
the-
donated $20.
Hey,
Dang
go.
it, Dracula ordered you to contort that stuff on the table.
I don't know if I can cross my eyes like that.
Oh, okay. You want to try?
Like, I can't do it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. We have this guy. He's curious about your name and Instagram. If you want to share it.
My name's Gianna, and my Instagram is Baby Gianna, BABEYGIANNA.
Wait, question. Your last name is, can you share your last name? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, my last name's Fung, Fung.
Are you like half?
Chinese, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, she's Asian.
I'm super mixed. Like a lot of
That's
different.
Like
crazy.
50-50?
I thought you were like
No.
100% white.
No, not at all. I'm Russian, Italian, Cuban, and Chinese.
So you're like 25%?
Right.
Okay, I see. All right. Okay, guys, we got to wrap up the show. It's gone on quite a bit. So, guys, like the video, please. Like the video, please, on your way out. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Really appreciate it. We are going to do a raid for, let me see who we can raid on Twitch really quick. We are raiding, who we raiding? Oh, my goodness. Where is he? We're going to do Frostadamus, okay? So, while he's getting that pulled up, let's see. No, we're all good. We're all good. All right. Give me one sec while I do the outro here. I think that's pretty much everything, man. Oh, Alyssa, sorry, last thing. Alyssa, you said in your thing that you cannot be racist towards white people.
No, I read it. Sorry. I read it wrong. You
okay.
can be racist.
Oh, okay, cool. We're good. All right, cool. That was okay. So, one sec, guys. Let me get the outro out of the way. Okay, so I'd like to end the show by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you a call to action. Would you consider stopping sex work entirely?
No.
I tried my best. Okay, GG, well played.
Well played.
Well played, GG, well played. To the panel, last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out, if you can pull that up, Damien. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate it. Sorry, guys, I'm going to pull. Hold on, let me just, hold on. Sorry, scuffed, my bad. That was my bad. Hi, pause that for a sec. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and so generously supports the show, your patronage. We couldn't do the show without you. We're fan funded. We're not like, we ain't getting no Call Her Daddy Spotify deal. We're not getting freaking crazy sponsorships like these podcasts with half or even a, whatever, half, a third, a fourth of our audience. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Sina's going to be coming back. She's going to be quitting OnlyFans on that show for sure. I think we can make it happen. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Big thank you to the wonderful panel. You guys were super dope. I loved you guys. You guys were great. Thank you guys for coming. There were disagreements that were had. I don't have, it's just a conversation. No bad feelings towards any of you, even if we agreed or disagreed. But thank you all so much for coming. I know we did go pretty late tonight, so I do appreciate your guys' patience here. So thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Great panel. Any girls? Already said that. We are going to raid. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm going to raid Frostadamus. He's playing hardcore World of Warcraft classic. He's got a 30 orc warrior. Go tell him he needs to you can pull it up. Tell him he needs to let himself it's hardcore. He can't die. Just tell him he's in Romania streaming in his kitchen. So tell him what's up. Tell him you hope he has a good stream. And thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm going to send the raid now. And if you want, join the World of Warcraft guild. We're playing PvP Realm Night Slayer. Join the Discord, discord.gg/whatever if you want to play with us. All right, guys, I'm sending the raid now. Hope you guys have a good night. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Raiding now. All right. That's it. Oh, can you mute the, hold on, let me just mute the audio for just, play, you can play it.
With a huge raid.
Playing some fucking copyright music, bro, it's fucked. Okay, whatever, I got to go
Thank you very much, Brian. Big shout out to you.
Sweet, thank you, Frosty, appreciate it, man. Okay, 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. Long stream. Good night, guys. We'll be live again on Tuesday. I hope you guys have a good night. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.